and welcome everyone to the first European LAN Weather the Storm. I'm here with SMG for the opening cast because we're going to have a fun time here, watching a few people play it out. A lot of people here, a lot of excitement to be had, but immediately we're going to go into the first few games. It's going to be Jammy Circus against Violently Debuffed. What are you looking for in this matchup?
I think for certain, Jammy's Kai is a big pick. I mean, we see them pick it up here, of course. Violently Debuffed gonna pick the Vice first pick with the heavy impact. I love that. I think the Zen in combination with the Vice could be great, or Jammy Circus could pick it up. But of course, Kirby Derby, more of a Kazan guy, more of maybe he's still feeling the Asher a little bit. We'll see. They kind of roll swap around that, but. Yeah, lots of picks remain to be seen. And of course, Swiftsy's got a pretty deep character pool, I'd say. It's a Kai MIDI with the Atlas goalie, it looks like. So awesome.
Not even sure. Swifty plays Atlas.
Okay, game one LAN, I mean, that is so baller from Swiftsy. I'd love to see it, but I love what Violently Debuffed is pulling out. I love this kill comp. I love the eject goalie, even though, right now it's a little weaker, but I love to see it. What do you think?
I'm sorry, I was just watching Vaughn being my goat and just figuring out stuff in the back of his production.
Shut up, Vaughn.
As we're struggling.
But the wrong way, but
yeah. Either way, back on the cat. I mean, I feel like I just see the Vice and Taro Amy on a heavy impact start, and I feel like even though we're on Taco Temple where lockdown goalies are naturally a bit more strong, it's just going to be so much damage that if they can execute it correctly, it's going to be quite good in the way that they play it out. I do feel like it comes down to, I always make that comparison between like easy to execute team comps that do well and team comps that are technically better but harder to play. And I think that's a good example here of the Vice and Amy being a team comp that I think on paper is better on a start like this, but it is a lot more punishing if you do make mistakes, if you do struggle to do something. Meanwhile, the other side is, I mean, the simplest form of lockdown goalie, speed midfielder and shopper brawler, right?
Yeah. I'm a big agreeer on that one. I think the Occam's razor, draft theory, especially, day one, new setup, it is not an irrelevant factor in these games, Gotta play for these kind of warm-up earlier rounds, play something that you are comfortable on, that you can perform on, get used to the situation and how it feels to play. So I certainly agree. I think Jammy Circus is an excellent draft for them, but I'll admit, I'm a bit biased towards the eject goalie enjoyers out there, so I'm rooting for Violently Debuffed, I'll say it.
I mean, that's fair. I'm sorry to have to break the bad news to you. I don't think we're seeing a lot of eject day 2, that's for sure. But we'll see how it's gonna pan out. And again, I feel like we're Taco Temple. It's chaotic. It's going to be chaotic. A lot of things are possible, especially, again, heavy impact. It's just an awakening, man. I don't know how else to say it. It just does things to the game state and the way that things work. So we'll see how it's gonna pan out. I think in terms of pure seeding, Jammy Circus would be the favorite going into this. Obviously, for people that have not followed our leagues, Jammy Circus being the second place USA team, having made it into that tier 2, made the way all into grands, which was a surprise, I think, to some people. And I don't think a lot of people were really having them high. There were even some that might have even argued they wouldn't have made the playoffs. Yet they came in pretty strong and have shown why they are deserving of those positions. And they're going into the LAN, trying to get themselves situated. Violently Debuffed is a get-together team, and more importantly, Potap is here, one of our few American imports that are joining us in this event, having played, I think, in all of the events so far, obviously trying to make it another one for him where he can show what he's up to and what he can do, joined by Lukimana and Big Smoke Manager, two people that are very much on that USA level and can compete. But we are loading into the game, we are getting ready. I'm seeing, hopefully, a lot of heavy impact.
Kirby Derby on the Atlas.
Of course it is.
Oh my goodness. Hey, I take back everything I said. Okay, shout out Kirby Derby. You'd love to see a Big Chunk Manager and him facing off on the top side here. It's going to be a nice pit stop from Luki Manager trying to move the ball forward as Big Chunk Manager trying to attack the corner. A bit of a missed dash though means that an opportunity for Circus here, swiftly dicing these barriers. And that's the weakness of that Vice on the defensive end. But they still haven't gotten that second one, which is the all-crucial one. And it's actually Kirby Derby that looks to be losing his life shortly.
Yeah, and then this is where you're going to see the struggle of the Atlas. He's just going to be damage dumped a lot because he's going to be in the middle of everything as the midfielder here. I guess double brawler, it's a bit of a weird comp, but they make it work. I've always made it work. But that's going to be the downside for Kirby, especially now when he doesn't have ultimate yet. Immediately gets put down with Big Smoke as well and gets KO'd. The power play coming in for violently debuffed right now as they're trying to get both the barriers. Will do so. More damage as well onto Swifty and Jammy there. The heavy impact coming in really close, showing its power, but the return kill will even things out.
Yeah, Potat on the top side here, walking up with some swagger, and Jammy punished by Big Smoke Manager for that one. And yeah, I mean, we're already seeing brilliant execution, I'd say, from violently debuffed on this damage comp. And they just kept that final barrier standing strong. Potat was walking up, as you love to see from an eject goalie. And just the perpetual power play or pseudo power play where someone who looks like it's going to be Swifty can't really play the game is just seeming to be the answer for this seed or this USA second place team right now.
Yeah, most definitely. Something that I'm intrigued by as well, as I just noticed that Yumana did go for the aerial start, opting to not take the heavy impact, going for that a bit of range to be a bit more annoying, which I do actually like, simply just because they do not have a great deal of range. Talk about range, someone's going flying, taking off the map, Swifty there with a beautiful kill, having to use the flip for it. They need to get past Potat. Potat not getting the clear past Swifty right there. Flip might have to be used. No, it's not being used. Loses both their barriers for it. Jammy Circus, nice passing play to keep possession there. Giga almost throwing it out as Potat is forced to use the flip to defend it. With Yumana with the intercept. Swifty trying to get into any position, but with that HP against this team comp, it's going to be tough to even stay on the map.
Yeah, Big Smoke Manager and Luki Manager just trying to pound in this corner, but nothing found just yet. That's Atlas res pop. Big cooldown gone, and Swifty still staggered for the moment. As kill attempt from Potat, nice save with no evade for that Julie ult. Would have been over, but brilliant defense from Potat so far in this one. As Kirby Derby has built his way up to a flip despite all this damage, as his manager building up to as well. But Swifty almost with the dash, but it's just Kirby Derby. Excellent positioning on the top side, finds the strike war and sends it top left.
Yeah, evening things out as we are. I mean, we're in Taiko Temple, right? We're expecting a long game. I feel like that's always going to happen. As the organizer, might not be chuffed about that, but we'll have to deal with it. We're in Europe, we're playing Taiko Temple, and things are going to get close. So we're immediately going to go into a kickoff. Again, the flips available for both sides to see who's going to use them better. Jammy with the run-up's actually going to be able to be taking that barrier off of Potat. Glitch Pop will take him out though. However, another flipping used by Big Smoke to get the second barrier. Coming in, touchdown Potat, getting the KO. Good combination there by the side of violently debuff to get themselves this power play. They do need to be able to actually take advantage of it though, as Swifty with a lovely strike will take the barrier away. Negative power play for them now. Potat going in aggressive, walking up, trying to get a pass, but the Kai Barrage will just be good enough to defend.
Yeah, as Swifty built his way up to a flip, but there's damage pressure on him. Potat so aggressive here as Luki Man and himself are excellently holding this vertical line. They're trying to get the ball through, but gets into the hands of Swifty with the flip. Flips from far away, which gives Potat the opportunity to save it though, as they're still on the offense Jammy Circus here. I'm sure Jammy probably going to be wanting to get involved in this offense as the forwards are just taking so much damage here. Luki Mana, next one to get that flip, positioning aggressively. You can tell he wants the ball in his hands in front of the net. Pops the flip a bit far away. Aims for a kind of wild shot there as Potat helping out. Just gets the kill onto the Atlas midfield here. And that's just another power play. Jammy has the flip available, looking to walk up aggressive. Wastes it there, I think, a little bit, as Luki Mana once again dashing on the offense. Passed down to Big Smoke Manager, but they just can't find anything through just yet. Ult comes down from the Aimi here, ult from Zen, and that is enough.
Yeah, and so what you can tell here is quite often violently debuffed. They're doing the right thing. They're getting the power play. They're getting into an advantageous position to get themselves into a position to score, to do well. However, if they are not able to actually find the goal in the end, which is that difficulty in executing this team comp, right? If you can find a KO, that's sometimes just the easier part. But actually getting the goal in the end is going to be quite a challenge, especially if you use all of your cooldowns to get the attack going.
Yeah, absolutely. Kirby Derby was taken low, but it was actually Swifty who got revenge for all those previous kills. Potat holding strong, not wanting to waste that flip. I love the greed to hold on to it, and it's going to be a great boon on the offense here. Still having to hold on for the defense right now. Luki Mana for maybe the first time taken decently low here, as once again this corner offense is coming out, and that's what Atlas Julie really want to do. But while they're in these corners, you know, they're the ones taking the bulk of the damage. Kirby Derby though has the flip in front of the net, saved though by that Zen ultimate, I believe, and a flip comes out from Potat. Swifty is bounced and the Atlas res is used, which means that while he's still staggered, I'm sure Big Smoke Manager is going to try and deal with him. He managed to get unstaggered, but still such a close point where no one is really able to get something going just yet on the offense.
Yeah, Swifty also taking a lot of damage just about to be taken out. That has to be a target for Big Smoke or Lukimana to make sure there's no offensive value to it. Will actually force it out. Bounces coming through, not taking the barrier. However, the defense still holding strong. But Pat scaring Swifty away there with the ultimate. Really good play to kick out a bit too early. Surge comes out as well. Another flipping use. Swifty trying to make something happen. But again, not finding the results. Will be KO'd here, but the Atlas Rush by Kirby is going to come out. The comp, even though unconventional, is showing why it doesn't end up working out. And again, the bounce does not land in the barrier. Jammy Circus still holding on to that barrier.
Yeah, Lukimana flipped there trying to aid the defense, but it just wasn't enough. And at the end of the day, it's Jammy Circus who have gotten this second barrier first. And with the enemy goalie having their flip, having their barrier, I think that this defense for Jammy Circus will hold strong for quite long. Swifty might not hold strong for long though, as he's taken staggered. Awkward strike by Potat, and it just goes back into his net. Was that another strike backwards as well?
I think Potat tried to be fancy, tried to hit the corner of it, did not hit it correctly, and just sends it backwards into his own net. Hey, sometimes that happens. We're at land, we're at nerves, you know, something like that will happen to everyone. So we'll see. It is fine. It is going into 0.5 though, and again, we are still in this first set. We are in a Taiko Temple game. Well, Taiko, right?
Yeah, who decided this map for? Why did they keep Taiko?
Yeah, which fucking idiot? Like, who would do that? Anyway.
Oh, dash punch kill found out by Swifty onto the enemy midfielder. Ball goes back to the other side though. Still some damage pressure onto Jammy Circus, so they can't move around as freely as they might like to. Still, the defense is holding strong. Manager built his way up to a flip, which I think for him is probably just going to be a good killing tool. He tries to look for it, but actually taken off the field by the Atlas. But it's Potat on the aggressive offense, finding the barrier, but now he has nothing left for this defense here. Enemy turret is popped, but it's a little awkward. Great vice chain lightning there to move the ball upwards. And still, despite the flips, they do lose the barrier, but I think, you know, that was about as good as that defense could have gone for violently debuff. And now, I mean, Kobe W has a terrible game state to deal with.
Yeah, most definitely. No HP, no nothing, and the pass play is going to be perfect, getting it right past Jammy there. And I feel like in a game like this, it can snowball so heavily, right? We'll see where this draft is going to go, what awakenings are going to be popping up, but I feel like Violent Debuffs are very happy here because they can get more damage and get themselves more snowballed. Hotshot is on the table, potentially a pickup for Vice. Maybe they even go into Stinger. I feel like it should be the Hotshot just because cooldowns are great. Hotshot Vice, I really enjoy. You have some movement speed opportunities as well, and no, Potat is just saying, you know what, we're going to take you out whether you like it or not.
Kobe W, if you can hear me, be a beast. Pick that Omega Infused, glide on them. I think he's probably going to pick up the Timeless. Oh my god! Well done. Yeah, I love that pick. I think it's great for avoiding damage if you've got the Wiggle Gene. So we'll have to see how well they're able to move, but that's, you know, not direct stagger survivability, but movement speed for both of these forwards, being when you're hit or just in general. I mean, Kobe W not having a great time just yet, but both of them picked up some speed, which is an excellent tool if you're able to use it to dodge some damage.
Yeah, especially in the team comp that they're playing, both of their forwards are very immobile, so any kind of movement speed is going to be able to get yourself enabled, especially for Swifty, who was able to pick up the fight or fly together with the slick kick. So Swifty gets any touch on that core, he's going to be flying. So we'll see how that's going to pan out. The damage still very much relevant though. Dirty not able to be taken out yet. Swifty trying to go to the bottom there, coming through. The KO being found in the end has finally debuffed yet another power play in their favor.
Yeah, absolutely, and just the damage. I think the Awakening draft, you know, despite me saying that there's some survivability options, I'm sure they would have loved to see a Reptile, a bulk up for the side of Jammy Circus. And it is Swifty, the one taken low right now. Manager going to be the brawler to get the orb. Just pops the flip. I kind of like that for the tempo. Maybe Swifty would have been able to reach the core. Potat some aggressive positioning here. Passes it back into the barrage, but stays cool and collected and just keeps the ball in the corner where he can still reach it. Nothing found on the offense by Jammy Circus just yet, as Kobe W has flipped to his name, but going to need to probably use it shortly because I think Manager is going to be looking to peel that energy away from him slowly but surely. Just taking so much chip damage already. Going to look, I think, here for the flip. Potat has one to counter though, but the Julie ultimate comes out from Swifty and the complete checkmate there onto Potat. Jammy Circus taking the first point of the second set.
Yeah, really well executed there. Swifty going in for the dash punch, forcing Potat to flip it, otherwise it just goes through to a hit stun, and then immediately following up with the ultimate. Such a great flip denier, offensively and defensively, that ability. So very much great execution by them. But again, another barrier falls on the side of Jamie Circus. They do tend to lose them fast, but that's just because there's a lot of things going their way. When you play it around, and you know, you can even think it out by finding a dash punch like that, and suddenly you're in the power play, turret coming down to shut that down completely, so they're not going to be able to get it out of their own half, but still, it's going to get some pressure alleviated.
Yeah, Potat now having to deal with this Julie ultimate once again seems to be haunting him. As Swifty fed into the kill spot. Kill found as payback though, but I think with the goalie up, with this guy who has so much move speed, this 2v2 is probably favorable to the side of Jamie Circus. Still though, looks like they're just playing it safe for both these teams. Want their teammates to come back up, but still it's Jamie walking up here as Swifty takes the reins on defense. He has played goalie before in USL season, but now he's going to be walking up once again. Damage coming out onto both the forwards. I think now Buff just need to pick a target basically. Swifty once again the Julie ultimate. Dash comes in, but the strike from Kirby Derby just finds a way through, and Circus kind of taking this set by storm.
Yeah, and you can see the movement speeds coming in because suddenly they're a lot more aggressive. They're a lot more difficult to be played around, which is the weakness of that team comp, right? Swapping sides when they're not there, they can't really do much against it. But with movement speed, they are able to make up those distances and get themselves into positions where they can force it through. And that is the other upside. Atlas and Julie, heavy force characters, if you play them outfield, you're going into a Vice. Defensively, Vice is just simply not great. So we'll have to see if maybe Protect can find some adjustment, maybe try to get the core out earlier, or if this is the trend going forward here as well. They do find KOs. Again, they're taking out Jamie now, which arguably is the best target they can find, because of course it's one of the slow characters to stay in the back, but the flip, the patience, it's coming through. Swifty not able to end up actually getting the goal there, but still very, very dangerous situation for Violent Debuff, as they are right now just one goal away from losing a set.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately in that foul play, they just get Atlas in the net with a flip. So still a tough offense. Great defense over from Potat onto the flip. I mean, he made that misplay with the primary for sure, but keeping composed despite mistakes, you know, it's, as you mentioned, it's going to happen to everyone at the LAN, but your attitude and response to it is what matters most. It's Kirby Derby on the bottom side here, finds the Atlas primary, but the flip is well timed by Potat. Still looking for the defense. Vice ultimate comes out, and that's all his cooldowns, I believe. But looking for an offense here, thanks to Giga Blast. Great Vice stun to move the ball backwards, actually back into the hands of the team. But now it's just Kirby Derby marching on the offense. That's both of his cooldowns down, though, as they're rotating now into the hands of Swifty, who's just getting stunned every second. Can't find anything. Amy turret out. So many cooldowns used on the defense, but it looks like Manager has some left. All he needs, though, is the strike, and all he needs is that top left corner to get them the first goal of this set.
Yeah, getting themselves started in the set as well. If they want to keep the momentum, they want to keep the snowball going, right? If they lose this set, it might be getting a little bit tricky for them later on. So they do want to close this out as soon as possible, because there's still a lot of awakenings that are going to be helping the side of Jamie Circus out quite heavily. So they immediately go into the attack again, but they do need to be worried. One barrier down, Swifty does have a flip, not able to be killed right there with a nice ultimate. They'll be shoving him into the corner, getting a really good position for Julie as she does need to evade to stay alive. Big Smoke still though, looking to find the KO, has used the flip. Swifty staying alive, not being able to be KO'd lethally. So they just immediately rotate, right? That's what Jamie Circus does. They rotate so heavily that 3 players that can kind of play all of their positions. So they're going to be taking advantage of that, and that's what's going to find them success, at least so far at this point.
Oh, but a great dash run from Swifty, perfectly angled into that top corner, just completely out of reach for Potat, and that's going to be Jamie Circus taking the second set here. Looks like this Juliet MVP is going to come through, as Swifty possibly, I mean, few options here. If he's getting the kills and he's not afraid, the prize fighter, I like the tempo swing pickup a lot. There's also the rapid fire is pretty broken. He helps with the prize fighter, so a lot of confidence, which you love to see at LAN. Does mean though, Deadeye and rapid fire, big pickups, especially with this siphoning wand on Zentaro. Going to be chunking down that health bar. Going to be a spark of agility pickup here for the Atlas. I love that, combining that move speed, adding up, just trying to dodge all those buttons. I'm going to be finally spec training. I mean, we know what Potat's trying to do, and I'm very down for it. And Jamie going to pick up that team player, which I think is a great pickup. Help them out in the overtime situations, double melees, scoring on an open net. Not historically great.
and we get a dash punch there for Swifty, which now keep in mind that's going to be a prize fighter Juliet. She's going to get even worse to deal with as we progress throughout the set. We do have a lot of damage coming the way from the debuff, as you said, but I feel like it's going to even out with other things that have happened. Kirby able to get the ultimate out there to keep themselves alive. Another kill. That's 2 prize fighter stacks now for Swifty, and I don't think they're planning on stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And you love to see the confidence rewarded instantly here, but Potat looking confident on the defense too, I must say. Maintained both barriers throughout double power plays. Gonna pop the flip though, shooting at top side where both those forwards are. Has a teleport on bottom side that he's holding, but Swifty up to 4 prize fighter stacks now. First barrier has dropped, 4 buff here, but still, Swifty been using those dash punches for offense. They've just got enough cooldowns left though. Kirby trying to do it all himself. Potat on the offense here, but nothing found just yet. Barrage is out still though. Double flips on the back line of Circus does not bode well for buff, I'd say.
Yeah, very much not the case. They're going to Gynagold there, and you know the worst thing about this, we used turret trying to defend. That didn't do anything as it goes through the bottom, and there was not a single flip used on the side of Jamie Circus as well. So now they're just up on everything, up on goal, up on energy, up on cooldowns as well. So Pop has to find some kind of, I wouldn't say miracle point, that's overselling it a little bit, but they do need to find something this time around if they do want to come out of this point in an even game. Another one.
And I mean, Swifty is just bombing the lobby. It has to be said. Sloth, hands on his head, as Jamie Circus once again attempting the offense here on the back side. Switch to the bottom, flip just for tempo. Swifty taken extremely low right now. Jamie gonna maybe try and walk out. Dash punch attempted by Swifty, but nothing found just yet as Kirby trying to get the ball through this top side here. Nothing found. Potat with that secondary and primary gone out. Now just has split for the defense. Once the ball gets back, if Kirby can get it through, kill almost onto Swifty. Lives unfortunately for him though, as the Atlas res would have healed him up, and now he's still staggered, still in this dangerous spot. Thankfully for him, no Zentara ultimate for a while. 35 or 40 seconds, I'm sure. But still, it's the bottom side here. Our buff trying to work their way through, but still the advantage, I think, lays firmly in the hands of Circus with their barrier remaining with the team player and the overtime. But a great glitch pop found by Luki Mana, who's built his way up to a flip. Just needs to not squander it now. The ball goes to his hands, and he's going to pop it here. Unfortunate miss of synergy means that it's only Big Smoke Manager remaining with the flip here. But it looks like Jamie Circus had the offense for a second.
They very much did, so the sorry thing coming through as well. Slight miscommunication is going to happen for people that are playing together for the first time in a while. I don't know how much they were able to scrim together, as Potat obviously is coming in from an A. Another KO found, Swifty trying to get something going together on 4 prize fighter stacks again as a reminder. So that's going to be quite a deadly Julie, but another goal found. The flip coming through by Big Smoke Manager, getting that reward for themselves. And going into this 3rd point of the set, it's starting to look a bit more even again.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is just a banger game. You know, as a TO, the TO in me is like, guys, let's do it quickly. But I'm loving to see this long game, this close game between these 2 closely seeded teams. Just a sign of good competition. But unfortunate Vice ultimate hits the Taiko mid drum. Jamie with an aggressive walk up there, trying to move the ball forward as Kirby taking a bit low and has a perceptibly low health bar with that OIA. Swifty has the ball himself, but once again, it seems like Potat in these situations where he doesn't really have a cooldown, and neither does Swifty, it seems like Potat is having the better of those interactions. Dash punch, all the damage coming out onto the Zentaro, but he lives. And, you know, cooldown's maybe going to come out to try and kill him. Flip squandered by both teams, but a kill is found. Another prize fighter stack. Not that Swifty needed any more of those. But now, once again, Jamie Circus just need to prove that they're able to find the goal in these power play situations. And it just looks like Luki Mana and Potat are holding strong and even getting the barrier. Oh, no. But Swifty finds a kill.
Oh, the dash was so unfortunate. Big Smoke Manager trying everything to stop that, but the flip coming through, just sending him off right back, and just sending him off the map again, right back where he came from. Another goal being found by Jamie Circus. Them coming in through there. You can notice they're getting a bit more comfortable, right? I mean, both of these teams, there's always a little bit of like getting into it first, kind of getting yourself set up. They're getting more comfortable with it. They're starting to be a little bit more playing their own kind of gameplay. And another KO found by Swifty. This Juliet is an absolute menace right now.
Yeah, I mean, these tables have certainly turned. lots of damage has come out, and you know, their mid field is going to come back with a lot of cooldowns here to try and maybe kill Swiftsy. So not actually a bad spot, I'd say, for the side of buff, but they just need to get the ball forward or you know, have a coordinated plan. Are we killing Swiftsy? Who's controlling the core? Who's doing that? Atlas res up here, kind of wasted. Swiftsy unstaggered though, thankfully for him. Manager has a flip here, not going to need it for this barrier, which is a great help for their offense here in the open net, but Swiftsy looking for something. Potat once again, the strike only defense on this Vice looking super crisp as a nice back pass from Swiftsy. They're trying to look for something. Potat has a TP on the top side there, but looking like the team is just moving down the bottom with this Imi turret. You know, it's a dangerous game trying to tank an Imi turret, especially for the Atlas, lacking in that health bar, but flip is wasted there by Manager, unfortunately for them, and a kill found onto Potat as well as the barrier. Just looking like this point will be all but over so far, and it's just going to be Kirby Derby finding the goal and finding the set. Once again, 3-1 for Jammy Circus.
Yeah, another one in their favor, which is great for them. We'll have to see what is going to come for them in this draft. You do have the missile prop there on Atlas. I think Kirby Derby would quite love that, but unfortunately for Kirby Derby, there's also a Spark, so it actually is impossible to deny both of the options. Jammy, obviously being the first pick, gonna go for stacks and stacks, a bit of movement speed to get enabled.
Oh.
Spark focus pick up. I do agree with that, because you don't want even more speed on the Atlas. Yes, missile prop's gonna be difficult, but I feel like this is already a tough draft to begin with. I don't think you had a lot of upsides to win with here. So going for that Spark now, I do think is correct and important, as the remainder pickups are more so the best of the rest. I do think stacks on stacks on that on Jammy is going to be really good, and additionally the missile prop on Atlas, we might be seeing a bit more aggressiveness out of that primary for the Atlas.
The Iron Spear is online. I would love to see Jammy make use of these stacks. Oh my god, Swiftsy, not again. What are you doing to them, Swiftsy? Just taking out his anger at anything that's happened to him the past few days on this enemy team, finding so many kills and finding that barrier too. Kirby Derby low, but I don't think it will matter, as Potat just slightly out of range for that strike. And it just seems like this is a Swiftsy masterclass so far.
Yeah, most definitely. I do have to say as well, the momentum, it's starting to be in favor of Jammy Circus. We'll have to see if that's going to continue, or if finally Debuff is going to find their way back into this. But again, I don't want to say I said it, but it boils down to, again, ease of execution in the game plan. And right now, Jammy Circus has the easier way to play out this game. They do find a kill for Randy Debuff, so we'll see if that's going to actually be enough to make up for it. But again, the power play, it's just difficult to execute and difficult to get through this tough defense.
Yeah, trying to work on this corner though, other side of buff, but unable to find it just yet. I mean, the Atlas secondary just being available on the defense whenever, not in the goalie role, just looking tough. Jammy saved by the drum there, but perhaps the barrier nor his life will be saved. Evade pop there, which gives Manager a chance, but he kind of misses. Jammy sent to the other goal box and taken off the map. And, you know, they found kills on Jammy before, but this is looking like a rough one. Swiftsy low. I think they need to, honestly, kill Swiftsy, get that man's prize fighter stacks. They just opt to get the goal, clean and crisp. And, I mean, we've been talking about momentum, but a few more of those, and this is anyone's game yet again.
Oh yeah, for sure. I do think getting Jammy off the map is going to be a great point for Ryan to debuff, because again, that is just the defensive powerhouse on that guy. Obviously a very popular pick in Europe, so we'll probably expect a few more of those picks as we're going through, but it's going to help them a lot to get themselves situated, because again, the other two, even though they do have speed awakenings, they are just naturally a lot slower. So we'll see how they're going, as they're immediately just damage dumping into that defense, doing a really good job at it, getting that second barrier, but then you do still need to get a pass to the open goal, and the risky pass gets punished, but a lovely power chord coming out by Vice is going to be able to get themselves the goal, as they're going into a potential set win, and potentially, if things keep up this way, a set 5.
Yeah, I mean, simply losing barriers to dash punch just basically that. Just knew that it was going to go in anyway. Manager once again trying to work on this double barrier. Luki mana low, but manages to evade that dash punch kill just barely. Kirby Derby taken close to stagger right now, has a flip, opting to play away and play safe, which is good, but flip comes out and he's still staggered. Atlas res perfectly timed. Manager didn't really react to it, as once again he's working on the top side, and kill actually found onto the Kai here, with both the forwards of Jammy Circus looking hella low, and I mean, Kobe W just leaves on this barrier because he would have just died had he stayed, and looks like he's gonna die anyway, I guess. As Potat and Lucky Man are unable to mine it just yet. Potat reacts, fearful of the double barrier. Jammy gonna walk up and barrage, but Lucky Man gets the better of the strike there. And still, I mean, return to a state that is playable here for Jammy Circus. They can try and work on something. Swifty has a flip. They have some energy. They have some health. But this barrier still holds strong health.
The strike layering from the side of Violently debuff was just perfect enough to actually hold that really strong offense back, which is lovely. And a beautiful cyber swipe is going to read that pass up to Kirby Derby. Violently debuff not done yet, going into a set 5 here, as they're going to be rewarded with the draft. And there, sorry, should still be some awakenings in here. There's another spark that's coming in. There's some stagger. Actually, yeah, we haven't seen any stagger all game.
This is all of them.
Which is actually bad news for Violently debuff.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, they need to pick up 2 stagger awakenings here. Oh, actually, he has the double spark. Fair enough. Reptile and bulk up, I think, is quite scary, though. I think they have enough damage to power through it. And the Atlas still, you know, the Reptile is a bit nerfed with the OIA. But I think it's pretty scary from Violently debuff that 2 stagger awakenings have gone over to the side of Circus. I think, you know, they still have chances. They just need to not die to switch these dash punches is basically the situation. Oh my god, I mean, nice Atlas res, but Jesus Christ, that Visol.
Yeah, the stagger is going to be helpful for Jammy Circus, but we do also have to acknowledge just the pure amount of damage on the side of Violently debuff. Right, explosive entrance also going to Zentaro, going to get more. The second spark with the bat's going to do a lot. So the damage will still be strong enough. It's just going to be a bit more difficult. Again, as we've talked about often, it's going to be difficult for them to play this out. But the KO found on Jammy. Kirby Derby seemingly has to make it work there, but they do get the stun and the dash through. It's going to give them a goal, and now we have a point advantage for Violently debuff in this final set.
You know what? I said it's pretty scary that there's stagger on both the forwards, but Buff are not going for the forwards. They're just going for that little Kai who has no stagger. Kirby Derby taking a brunk of damage there and just blasted off the map by Big Smoke Manager. And the damage, I mean, it looks like it just got better, basically. They did get some nice awakenings for it. Big Smoke Manager taken slightly low, going to be killed here by Swifty. That's another stack for him to pick up here, and he still has, you know, his recovery drone as a safety net. But still, looking for another one on Lucky Mana. You're not on 200 power anymore, Swissy. But still, the damage ever threatening. Looks like Buff have adjusted slightly, but the barrier does drop. The midfielder drops, and it looks like the goal is going to drop soon for the side of Jammy Circus.
Well, it does look like it, but that's doing a wonderful job. They're walking, disallowing passing play, using the flip there to get it out as well. The expense not finding support. Julio's coming through and it has to force it through. And that's another, I mean, at this point it doesn't matter. You know, it's like mental damage at this point. But we are down to a 3-point game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this just could go anywhere. It just depends on who is taking the bulk of the damage straight away. It looks like it's going to be Kirby Derby for right now. I believe he must have his Atlas res up. Potat, you can kind of see that the fear in his eyes of Swifty with that eject back was kind of swift, if I do say. As once again on the bottom side, trying to work it through with this Imi turret. Big Visol, big Zen ult, big damage. Comes out onto Manager as well, and he's actually killed, and Swifty just has the recovery drone. And despite all that damage, it's actually the side of Violently debuff to get the better of that power play.
Yeah, it is just a lot of damage being thrown around, a lot of KOs being thrown around, which makes this incredibly hard for both sides to play out because it is just so volatile. They get thrown off so fast through that by just pure power that Swifty possesses on this Juliet, or just the permanent and consistent damage at the side of Violently debuff is tossing out. Another aim there comes through, trying to push the core into the corner, but Kirby and Jammy holding strong. No, the strike's not hitting open goal now. Flipping used by Potat as well, and they unfortunately do not synergize. Actually, no, it was good. It was fortunate because the Atlas ult was there, and this way they stalled it out. So whether it was on purpose or not, I don't know. We're just gonna say it was. We're just gonna say it was, and there might go.
True.
As they get a power play for themselves, and another goal. I think that's it.
Dude, so many of those rolling in like that, as well as getting Jammy's flip there. That's a big one. No energy on this Kai. I think Vice Ultimate is going to be coming up soon. Heavy impact, spec training, like 50 power. I mean, that's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, most and they get a double barrier immediately. That is so huge for momentum. Jammy Circus need to find this point soon because the longer they wait, the more Jammy is just gonna get killed. Yeah, no, it's done. It's done. Violent Debuff will take home this round victory. It is preceding an upset, although I think both of these teams were pretty similarly ranked, but they do find their win with the more difficult to execute team comp. And I mean, they showed us that they can do it, and that they did. You know, they did.
I mean, if all the LAN games go like this, we're in for a banger. That was a crazy game. We saw some, I mean, excellent play from Swifty on the Julie. I think him or Potat were my player of the games here, despite even him losing. I mean, we'll see the stat screen soon, but found a lot of kills. Let's say that much. Despite, you know, not having too much damage support, just finding the cheese kills. But I think at the end of the day, I mean, Potat, Jesus, Swifty with 18 kills, Manager with 76,000 damage, like, just a ridiculous game coming through. But yeah, I think that Potat was looking so consistent on the defense. He was involved in all the offensive plays, all of the damage, and yeah, just getting stuff done. But I mean, Manager put in an absolute shift on the Zentaro with that much damage.
Yeah, I will be honest, however, Manager had a disgusting build. He had a Siphoning Wand, Heavy Impact, Rapid Fire, Explosive Entrance with 2 Size Awakenings, one of them being Might. I think he was just having a good time. I don't even know if he cared about the result. He was just having a blast, I think.
Yeah.
But they do find it just a long game as well. Look at the redirects as well. This is the Taiko Temple that we know, and, well, I wouldn't say love, but that we know. And yeah, no, congratulations to Violent Debuff. They're going to be moving on into the next round. Let me cheat on the bracket really quick to say who they're going to go into, which my phone should probably hopefully sometime soon. Going into, oh wait, no, they're not going into, they're going to top 16.
Congratulations.
Winner side top 16. So congratulations, Jammy Circus will have to go into the loser side. They're going to go up against the loser of a match that hasn't finished yet. But both of these teams obviously still very much a shot at making it through. But Violently Debuff coming in with the first game of the day, coming in with the first upset of the day, and hopefully many more as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that'll be it for us for right now. But we'll be back soon with more casts that are hopefully as exciting as this banger game. But for now, that's us. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Weather the Storm. We're here with round 2. We've got Patters International, which is Ether, Cliff, 2 players from NA, and Kitty Bagel, who we know from EUSL and EUSA. We've also got on the other side Clever Crafts, a more storied team in EU. We've got Shen, who was the previous MVP of this last EUSA season, as well as Balu and Llama. I mean, those guys don't need introduction, but maybe we'll do it anyway. Part of KLB, one of the strongest teams in Europe's history, showing up to the LAN here. And looks like they're going to be playing on Taiko Temple once again. What do you think about that?
I mean, I know that from just looking at previous matches anyways, a lot of teams really like playing on Taiko. I mean, from my personal experiences, it seems like a lot more of a KO-centric map. A lot of people like to play full brawl comps, so I wonder if we'll see any high contested characters here. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm interested to see the draft as well. I must say, I'm not too familiar with Cliff's character pool, so I'm interested in that. I know Ether plays mostly his range characters, I think. From what I know, the Juno, the Estelle, I remember being his picks. But yeah, I think Llama's picks like the Rune, the Octavia probably won't be too contested here, so that's an interesting one. But I know Shen is going to be looking to play some eject, or at least I hope, or something like a Rune. So an aggressive goalie basically, which means hopefully we're in for a banger. And yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be very interested to see if Shen does go for something like the Rune. It would definitely be a fun start. I guess it's more Awakening dependent at the end of the day, because we might end up seeing someone maybe go for something slightly more off meta and try and throw a wrench in the mix. I know there's a few people who have little backup plans ready against specific teams, but it's early in the tournament. Early doors, people don't want to blow their secret weapon straight away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is still, a top 16 qualifying round. I believe Clever Crafts were automatically in here, and Patters International had to go through Demon Knights in that first round, and were able to get the win 1-0. So excited to see here. The draft is going to start. I mean, this is a Rune start if I've ever seen one.
And there it goes.
There we go. I mean, Shen in the net, Llama, one of the best Rune players in Europe's history. Going to be banned away here for sure. Glass Cannon time is great to start. I mean, it's been said that Taiko Temple is a bit of a creation slot map. So, yeah, a lot of those characters going to be enabled by that. Like the Atlas that's banned away. And now Patters International going to first pick the Dubu.
I was thinking we're going to see a Dubu. We might see now somewhere if we just see pure creation. But at the same time, we also need to think about the fact that if everyone goes creation, only one person can truly become powerful at the end of the day. There's enough awakenings in the game to where you can have a tough time if everything does get taken. If your build goes under the weather, you're then stuck trying to build stamina. You're stuck either trying to max out on your cooldowns, but then here's the Kai. Speaking of cooldowns, one of his favorite stats, just getting all the barrages up that you can, throwing every single special out.
Yeah, absolutely. Clever Cross, I think Kai's a great pickup. I think, it could go in between Shen and Llama, and actually I think it's going to go onto Llama, and Shen's going to play the error goalie here. Which I love this error pick on Taiko, especially on a Glass Cannon start. He's going to lock in the mum boots. He's going to have Glass Cannon. And if he's not getting hit, I mean, he's just going to be everywhere on the map. And it's just going to be a double haste backline that, the Dubu alone so far, I think will struggle with it. We'll have to see what will complement the Dubu here to play around this backline that's going to be looking for passes, looking to outspeed. It's going to be the Amy here on the midfield, I'm sure, for Ether. And I wonder, I wouldn't put it past this team to slip this Dubu into a brawler slot on this map. Not an uncommon pick, I'd say. Something that, maybe not seen as meta, but certainly a scary pick, especially with those turrets in the corner, trying to force it through. It's going to be an Asher on the last pick, so, I mean, these picks could go either way. I think more conventionally, it would be a Dubu in the net and an Asher brawling, but we'll have to see.
I mean, one thing for sure is that the error pick, if it does end up going in goalie, if it is in Shen's hands, then that Asher pick does become a little bit worse, because that beam, the moment that you get shrank, it's very difficult to try and push forwards. But we do see the Julie here. We've got very, very conventional comps from both teams, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, and I agree. I think this matchup for the era, despite being kind of slammed, I'd say it's kind of scary to slam an era. You don't know what you're gonna play into, but I think the Patters International has kind of, they've given them two of the picks, the Dubu and the Asher, that really don't like being era beamed. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't like being era beamed whatever character I'm playing, but these are some characters that like to have size and are already slow, don't have a mobility like a dash that can will not be affected by that. So a rough start for them. I think this Julie is a great pick. I mean, we saw Swifty in the previous game just go crazy on the kills. And we'll have to see if Balu can repeat a performance like that. But as you said, I think this is anyone's game. Both these drafts look solid.
The main thing that I've noticed here is that Patters has this big creation focus. You've got Dubu, you've got Asher, Aimi, anyone can build it. Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the spectrum, you only really have Error who can benefit from it, but then you have to take into account that Error's in the goalie role. Usually goalies end up with more experience at the end of the day, so you're going to be able to have that pick there who can deny as many of those creations as possible. But it looks like we are going to be heading into the match very soon.
Yeah, I agree, and I wouldn't be surprised if, I mean, I think Shen will almost certainly be just slamming the glass cannon. But as you mentioned, the Era, even as a creation character, won't really want to pick up a siege machine,
Exactly.
It's not a thing. I mean, there's not Monu lying around for her anymore, so, we'll have to see. It looks like it's actually going to be Kitty Bagel and the Asher, so yeah, I wasn't certain where these things would go. I was aware that maybe there would be some shenanigans going down. And I mean, Dubu is, maybe a bit more annoying than Asher for the Era, can stop the core and has the creations, but we'll have to see just who can play it better at the end of the day.
Yeah, looks like Balu's taking a lot of heavy damage already. Starting off strong. Cyberstrike's going to come through, take away that first barrier. Llama not able to defend. Dashman coming out. No one can fold though. He's looking a little bit low. Shen, tries to go for a pass over the barrier, but does end up losing it as punishment for his crimes. Being come through, Ethan are not able to contest this core, and a very, very clean shot on goal down the bottom side. No move speed left for Shen, unable to go anywhere near.
Guys, Europe, we have to hold strong. We can't get another upset against the NA Flyers in. That's the kill though on Ether. Getting a bit mogged in the midfield as they're trying to work their way through the bottom, and the scoring ease of this Dubu, especially in the power play, is just going to be a lot higher. They've just got this Asher, this Dubu, just slamming into the corner, Aimi turret, everything coming out here, but the barrier just held strong.
Yeah, Shen's doing a really good job of pushing up, managing his cooldown. Flip does come out, will lose the bottom barrier though. Caster's Curse coming through. Llama down on the bottom. The roll.
Oh.
Shen! What are we doing?
Oh no, I will assume, in kindness to him, that he maybe didn't do his binds quite right first game. But still, I mean, that's on him to get sorted. He's been at the venue before, so we'll have to see another power play. Once again, it's on to Balu this time. Cliff just looking for those stuns. Kitty Bagel working on the top side as Ether covering that outlet. And I think the offensive structure that Patters International have just looks so locked in. They know what they want to play for. Everyone knows their role in the offense. And almost a great strike shot finding the barrier. But still, it just looks like this offensive synergy is just locked in.
Ooh.
Right. You love it.
Dubu moment. Dubu moment. I mean, there's so much happening on this top side of the map. The bottom is looking very clear. Shen having to defend, playing off that drum a little bit, using that move, the core speed to their advantage. Shen trying to do what he can. They're holding the core in one place, has to pop the beam, trying to reduce the pressure a little bit. Llama taking a shot, but still nothing there. We do have takedown. I feel like we're playing really, really aggressively against these side walls and Shen. I mean,
yeah, I agree. Playing a bit too aggressively. I mean, Llama always been the glide guy who would stick by the edge, but people have gotten better, and it's something that's going to be punished from him. Cliff working on the bottom side here with the Dubu. Also evade Kitty Bagel, scary spot, but just calm and composed on that bottom side. Llama taking quite low. Ether just hanging out on the goalie orb as Llama going to steal the opposing one. Does Dash Punch finds the barrier by Balu, almost looking for a kill here. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think that possibly using that flip for the goal might have been better. We'll have to see, but it's just Shen's beam that gets it done. And nicely done to get their first goal of the game for this Clever Crafts team.
I'm really happy with the way that Llama baited so many cooldowns out while being incredibly low on that bottom side. Asher did use her main source of defense to try and take out Llama, but instead it's going to be Balu taking the damage this time. Core playing around the bottom side. We do see the Aeronado come out, and it does secure a kill. The Double Walls are going to be blocking the way, though. Moving the core up to the top side. Llama very pushed up here. Cliff also going to be playing defense. Dubu does have the ability to help out in that sort of regard. Error Beam shrinking the kitty a little bit. They do manage to secure that second barrier. Shen's still holding on to the core flip. Llama goes back, but the core slides its way straight through.
Yeah, just a great strike from Balu. Finding the perfect angle of that Taiko drum, just never within the range of Kitty Bagel nor his flip. And after a strong first point for Patterns International, it looks like Clever Crafts has just adjusted. You know, Patterns International had an extra game on them in terms of getting warmed up. And maybe just that first point has allowed Clever Crafts to lock in slightly and play, you know, I think they're playing certainly better. And Patterns International, they've got to start dodging those Aeronados.
We're crumbling a little bit, guys, but also at the same time, I'm noticing that that it seems like a lot of these strikes are just super well placed. It's too close to the back of the net there for Katie. Is going to get taken out. The flip comes through. Shen securing another hit. Aeronado, core flip straight in the top corner. You're not saving that flip.
Dude, this is base NATO, by the way. This Aeronado looks massive.
Yeah,
am I crazy?
Base fully charged NATO.
Maybe this is the angle of the monitor. It looks so huge, maybe that's getting too. Yeah, I mean my monitor's a bit smaller at home, so yeah, maybe the size of that data just getting to them. It's going to be an OIA pickup for Shen, just looking to glide, which I mean he's so fast right now.
Move speed for both goalies here. I mean the Asher does also have glass cannon, so it seems like move speed's going to be a bit of high contention here. But we do also see the explosive entrance coming out for the Aimis, so those swipes are going to start hurting if you're close to that bottom side or the top side.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this Dubu with the might just scale a bit himself. We'll have to see in the later sets, but a kill found out onto that enemy brawler there. A great Giga Blast by Llama though, just keeps the ball backwards. Cliff hops that Dubu ultimate, but the ball still only finding that first barrier, and the defense of Clever Crafts holding strong despite that kill found. I think, you know, in terms of killing, picking up 2 stagger awakenings on your forwards always kind of is going to lead to an advantage for the side of Clever Crafts here. But we'll have to see another great Giga Blast. I mean, Lamacroft back to back with those. And Balu just trying to work on Kitty Bagel on the bottom side. Nothing found just yet as Cliff trying to get it through the NATO, forcing through the bottom side here, but almost a barrier find, just barely an off angle, and Chen was able to hit his primary there. Balu trying to work, but this Asha had a cooldown, but not for that barrage, and Balu and Llama, as they have done many times before, combined for the goal.
There's so much simple play here that's just working out super well. Shen with a very well placed primary to block the barrier from being lost. Balu always in position for these dash punches. Then both barriers going down already. A fourth flip is going to be popped by Shen. And oh, the strike shot. Bit of a slight misplay there. Should have just waited that one little second longer, but I don't think he could have ever really expected that to go through.
Yeah, just a slight misplay there. At least the ball rolling right through as Balu looking so fast when he has his glass cannon up, and I mean Shen is just pacing, just walking past the Kai who maybe had secondary. He's just so much move speed here. As another Giga Blast almost finds a kill onto Kitty Bagel, flip from Cliff. Just going to break that first barrier down as Shen walking up aggressively here, holding this vertical line. Are the forwards here. Kill not found by Balu, denied by the drum. Possibly Cliff with some excellent positioning there, knowing that he would be able to live whatever Balu tried on him. But Ether the one taken slightly low here. Lamacroft going to use Barrage to break the first. Balu going to get the second here. And, you know, after this offense, has left the side. Oh, flip forced out from Balu by the Asher ultimate, but their offense is just unable to break that first barrier. Shen able to walk up so aggressively. Flip force from Ether, and now it just seems like the side of Patches International have no tools remaining. What a Giga Blast!
Jesus Christ. I mean, the main thing here that is helping both teams is they're able to send their goalie forwards a little bit. For example, Llama was playing back for Shen while Shen has full kit up. Llama was playing with pretty much only his barrage, so he was able to defend the goal while Shen was able to walk up. There's so much team play here, and there's obvious communication that's being made. I think maybe on the side of Patters International, they could be trying to do something similar with the Asher. It seems like, of course, Asher is more buffed on her side of the map, but at the same time, you could probably walk forwards a little bit more to try and get the special out and force the court into either the top or bottom side. You can guarantee yourself one of those barriers with that, especially combining it with the duty as well. But you go straight into the next round. A lot of cooldowns are being used, but that swipe, that buff swipe with the explosive entrance is going to take out Balu, hanging around by that top side. The roll coming through. Barrage is going to defend the core a little bit. Kitty Bagel not able to defend with the primary though. Is going to lose one barrier. Balu comes back. Giga Blast comes out, but it's a very slight whiff. Flame Flurry not able to catch anything there. Dash Punch coming through. Just a little bit of strike was the barrage comes through as backup. They are going to be able to secure that. The drum does actually save Llama there. That probably would have been a KO.
Yeah.
Having control of the core, moving up towards that top side again. A very dangerous game that they're all playing as Shen has the core, passing up to Llama. Giga Blast through, and that beam, just the very tip of it, is able to secure that goal.
Yeah, I mean, Clever Cross is looking too fast right now. I think if your path is international, maybe you try and switch up your offensive structure, have Cliff cover that out, clear an Ether on the bottom side, as opposed to what they've been doing earlier. Great damage. I mean, that's one of the options you could look for. Kitty Bagel walking out Balu, threatening, forcing that flip out, but
two flips used.
Yeah, but still, I mean, this is the best offense Patters International have had in a while. And Cliff just looking to work on the bottom side here, finding a pass up to Ether, but Lamacraft with the strike war, going to transition them into offense, but somehow that kills. I mean, it looked like he bounced backwards off the back end of the drum, and Lamacraft taken off the map. Shen, I mean, I think it's a reasonable decision to just not use the flip.
I think it's much better to not use the flip. I mean, at the start of that round, everyone burned all their cooldowns, all the energy. Of course, one person falls on the side of Clevercraft, which does make things a little bit harder, but I think it's a better decision for Shen to save his energy here, because now they have the flip advantage. The Aeronator is going to come out, but it's blocked by the Tofu walls. The Fortress stopping those. Balu goes up, does get the dash, tries to strike it in. They don't lose any barriers. The beam comes out, a little bit of a buff to his team, but they're not going to find anything. Kitty Bagel is going to walk up though. Shen forced to use the core flip as the flamethrower knocks the core down to the bottom side. Flip playing down as Balu does secure one of the barriers, does try to go for the dash through, but doesn't connect to the core. Drum gonna do a little bit of shenanigans, does send the core backwards. Shen's not quite in position yet to defend his own barrier. The barrage comes through. 3 on that bottom side as Kitty Bagel striking above Shen outside of his range. He is gonna have an open goal. The Asher ultimate coming through. Trying to pop the NATO as Kitty Bagel is holding onto all of that energy. The Cyber Swipe coming through from Ether, knocking Shen into the wall, stunning him and striking the core straight into the goal.
Yeah, and Patters International sneakily in these tense, tight points have worked their way up to 1 goal away from getting their first set win in this one. Cliff has a flip to his name, going to be error beam, but I'm sure he's not going to want to waste it. Had to use that flip there. I think maybe was in safety, but just too much of a risk to not pop it there. Unfortunate strike there. Forces an own barrier. As Cliff just going to be taken off the map there by Balu, who's always lurking. Just can play wherever he wants, really. Oh, well, not
maybe
anymore.
Not there. Maybe not there.
Yeah, but with the assistance of this double range backline, who are so fast, so aggressive, he just has all the space to walk up where he wants. But now it's Cliff back on the field. The brawler advantage slightly. Kitty Bagel, unfortunate strike shot there. Gonna break their barrier, and Balu gonna look for something. Ooh. A great dash down and strike up. And now Clever Crafts 1 goal away from being in top 16.
We're seeing a repeat of the first round here. A little bit of a misdirection from Balu, going to make a very clean play. But if we're looking at energy again, it's one flip to both sides. Shen with a little bit of an unfortunate misposition there, not able to connect with the strike. King moving up, super aggressive play. They do manage to take out Balu as the sentry comes out. Shen playing super aggressively up now, trying to contest Ether to see if he's able to secure one barrier, get the core out the way. Stalling for Balu to come back. Walls still going to play defensive, but they're copying the strategy that I literally just said. They're sending Kitty up a little bit more, using Cliff to play defensive while Asher has all of her cooldowns up. See, now we've used both the cooldowns. Kitty should move back here, and instead Cliff should be the one moving up, as Ether is saved by that drum on the bottom side. Does lose half of his health bar though. He's incredibly low, but Ether with the glitch pop is able to secure that kill yet again onto Llama. Shen dropping that last barrier as the turret comes through here. Kitty on the bottom side is going to pop the ultimate. Doesn't use the evade, opts to pass back to himself off the drum. It's just a little bit of a messy game here. There's no cooldowns left as the Giga Blast comes through on that top side. Shen. Ooh, unfortunate beam placement. Not going to block the core. Then the strike coming just slightly too late. One. Are we going to see a possible reverse sweep here?
I think, well, I'm certain we're going to see a Slick Kicks goalie in the net for Cliff for the rest of this. Looks like they've decided on that now. It remains to be seen whether this win was as a result of, you know, the mix-up getting to Clever Crafts, which I think is certainly a factor, or if this is actually just better. So we'll have to see how they pilot it. Looks like Shen just holding his draft here. Maybe going to deny. Okay, opts to the Siege Machine. I think this Dubu probably going to pick up the missile prop.
Yeah.
And I think everyone is rather happy with this draft. I mean, Balu with the double sparks. Probably Shen that got the worst of this draft, I'd say.
I think it's quite smart though, because otherwise Asher's going to be the one taking that Siege Machine. And if Asher does get a hold of that, then that wall's going to be
Oh my god, he's stuck in there.
Oh no, he's in the baby cage.
Yeah, we're stuck in there. I mean, I don't know if he managed to get a hit onto Llama to get another prize fighter stack. Looked for one there, but I mean, we saw what prize fighter did on Juliet in that previous game, and Juliet basically Asher. Let's be realistic. So yeah, we'll have to see. And I mean, their roll swap is looking good right now. We'll have to see if it remains to be the case.
I mean, Balu's looking incredibly low. He has no energy to his side right now. He can't take any chances. He does go for the orb. That's a super long projectile, but it doesn't make any connections. Tofu will come out. An unfortunate placement though, as Balu comes in with a dash on Shen, walking up with a flip that kills, and a very clean goal.
Wow, I mean, that must be the Gauss Cannon power right there. Cliff on what might be called the CCL line for all the NA viewers out here. But yeah, I mean, kill found. Kitty Bagel, I doubt he's got a prize fighter stack just yet. Not able to scale it up at all. But and Balu and Llama just combining on the bottom side, breaking that first barrier down. Shen under his first bit of pressure, but kill found on Kitty Bagel certainly doesn't have any stacks anymore, and just trying to work on the bottom side. A nice Imi turret going to shut it down though, and the Dubu I think will still have all of his cooldowns to defend, but unfortunately for them, it's just not going their way. And now Clever Crafts, I mean, once again a goal away from getting into top 16 winner's side.
I think the LB and KLB is starting to come back. They're starting to shine, remembering their footwork. Shen filling the roles of their fallen brethren. As the NATO comes out, it's going to be traded for the Asher Wall to stop any sort of push. The Tofu Fortress does come out, and it does help even secure one barrier.
We've got Cliff on the offense this
Oh
time.
yeah.
They're just playing for the mix-up, I think. Honestly, they're like, oh, you got used to defending Asher, now you're defending Dubu. Just see what happens. I mean,
Yeah.
Kitty Bagel looks like he wants to get active. We'll have to see. I mean, what is that move speed on Shen, by the way?
Yeah,
that
I mean,
guy is zooming.
He gets hit once and he has to instantly drop back to rebuild it. So it's good that there's a lot of projectiles here. Of course, Shen is going to be the main source of pressure in that backline. The dash punch not going to quite secure the kill on the Cliff here. As Kitty Bagel goes to the bottom side, the error primary going to get the shrink, so the strike misses. We're going to lose one barrier to that, but both goalies are holding the foreflip right now. As Kitty Bagel walks up a little bit, does miss the strike shot. Primary coming out. Balu goes for the flame flurry to force out the flip. Playing around this drum just a little bit. The Aeronado not quite going to have the pressure that they're hoping for. Shen in this top side trying to score through 3 people here, but they do manage to get the core straight through. And the punch! to secure the final goal and the victory.
Yeah, Clever Crafts living up to their seeding after a rocky start and a rocky set that Patterson International got. Despite that, I think they remained the better team. I think they have a complicated comp that, Llama and Shen in particular have to be locked in on the defense on playing. If this Asher and Dubu and even the Aimi turret are in their corner, there's not much either of these characters can do about it. So they have to play sneakily. They have to move the ball around. And I think they were figuring that out throughout this game. And at the end, they just looked dominant. An easy set win, I'd say, in this 3-0 final one for them. And we'll have to take a look at the stats here in a moment. But I'm sure lots of redirects going to be going over to Llama and Shen here. Yeah,
I mean, look at Kitty as well, though.
Yeah,
233, like, can't even doubt the defensive prowess that Kitty was trying to put out there. But Balu's offensive pressure with the backup barrages, the Giga Blast from Llama, it's so difficult to try and defend those barriers, even with the amount of creations that were on the side of Patterson International.
Yeah, absolutely. And those kills found by Balu, I mean, didn't find as many as Swiftsy. I don't know if we'll get many games where so many kills are found, but still, those kills, so much damage coming out from Ether as well. But Shen, I mean, 4 kills, those nados in that one particular set, just chopping it up. Big time killers on the side of Clever Crafts, and they've made it to top 16, so congratulations to them.
Yeah, very big congratulations. I mean, the other thing as well is that there's so much pressure that was draining all of the energy that they could even hope for. So, sure, there was some flips here and there for Patterson International, but with the combination of the Giga Blast near the walls, the Aeronados, Balu going for the odd dash punch here and there, they're forced to use so many evades that by the time that it comes to them getting through those blocks, by the time they can try to score on a goal, their entire plan just comes down to throw everything at the wall, base roll on the keyboard. We'll get it in eventually, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Clever Crafts. That's going to be it for us right now. We'll be back with another cast for round 3, sorry. And yeah, we're going to go to a quick break for right now then.
And welcome everyone back to yet another round 3. It is me, Sloth, yet again. Yeah, I've snuck my way back in, and joining me is my goat, Jiggle Supreme. We're having another lovely round ahead of us. So, first of all, Jiggle, how are you doing? It's Lan.
You know, I'm doing pretty good. I'm not going to talk to my transit situation to get here. That was miserable. Every single conceivable thing that could have gone wrong went wrong, but I'm here. No matter land, this venue mogs all the NA venues. I'm just going to say it. This place is so cool. This caster setup is so premium. So I'm feeling good, as are these two teams. We got the Blayots versus the Bone Smashers. A little bit of the NA special from they're the Blayots, right? They're the ones with Cilici on it. So we have a bit of an unknown flair for those EU folks. But yeah, what are you... Any picks in this draft thus far that you got your eye on?
I'm seeing the fact that Juno was given to Dunkers right now. That's the main one I'm looking at. I think the Bone Smashers, I've been playing them a little bit. They are not a bad team. There are a lot of good players. It's a bit more of a random get-together, I would say. But they will be able to compete, obviously, and I feel like a very common pattern for them is to put Dunkers onto a Juno or an Estelle and give Kit Bandage a car, let him just do his thing up front. So that's definitely going to be happening right here. Amy also going to be the SMG pick, SMG the goalie. One of our few people that just refuses to play Lockdown, evidently, again. We'll see if it's going to come into play or not. Meanwhile, on the other side, they're just cosplaying Frostfire, right? Hey, I mean, good team comp, arguably. We're on an AtLab heavy impact start. Like, that could snowball pretty heavily.
I think SMG, yeah, you know, I'll give him his kudos because we've got two Lockdown goalie mains on the cast right now. So he's not like us. He's exciting, unlike us. But yeah, I think generally a bit of a nascent win con, I think, manifesting for this Blayout side especially. I would not be surprised if, like, you'd reckon they'd all be picking heavy here, right? Like, maybe the dude who gets nobody, I don't think he gets value. You'd figure it'd probably be a heavy sweep, right?
It should be a heavy sweep. I don't think Tempo is really any incredible pickup in comparison to just getting heavy on all of these characters, so it should be a flat sweep. And I mean, I'll just let you know, Lockdown goalie, I played Vice last round. You know, I can learn.
Okay, who were you playing? Was it
the Grim team spread out?
Okay.
It was a heavy impact start, so it would have felt stupid to not.
Heavy impact doobie roll? What you know about that? How about that? But
yeah, right. I mean,
whatever.
Actually, maybe next round. Anyways, this round is the more important one right now. Winner of this is going to move into the top 16. Loser of this is going to go into the losers bracket, where they're going to go up against the loser of Chudlocked against Demon Knights. So that's going to be intriguing game afterwards as well. But obviously both of these teams want to win now. They want to make it in now. They have the pleasure of whoever wins this has to go up against Eagle in round 1 of top 16. Just seed 1. So, you know, it's more so about getting in there first. And yeah, I think, again, I will say, I said it before, the first game that I was casting, this game, I feel like it's going to boil down to execution against consistency. I think Bone Smashers have a better team comp if you play it right, and Blayots are just consistent. They're just simple, uncomplicated game plan, and they're just, if they execute it, they'll be fine.
I think it'll be interesting to see what Cilici ends up on, because Cilici is on the Blayots, like known Juno of Juno. But my presumption is that they're on the Estelle here. Yes, okay. So Cilici Estelle coming out to play. We'll see how that ends up shaking out. We are finally, at long last, getting into draft. Another thing I'm going to say, this LAN has been remarkably on time. Classic German efficiency. Okay, well, Slav's doing a hand gesture at me. But definitely, to me, it feels like I'm kind of impressed at the swiftness at which we've actually gotten into the queue, which is big money moves. I like how we have... Okay, there we go. I was about to say we have 2 Seed 8s. No, Seed 8 versus Seed 9. We are in for another heater as we get into things here. Good change of pace to have everyone's name on the board. That does not often happen when I'm casting EUSL from my home setup. But there is Cilici confirmed in the flesh, hitting the ball, as is Yankate, getting a little bit of interplay here in the corner. Good clear by Yankate, working around the stun from the SMG glitch pop, transitioning to the offense back to this right side of the field, but the ball wriggles clear, and SMG cuts his own teammates' offense at the goal. And as we tick halfway to overtime, both teams still kind of just sparring it out.
Yeah, just kind of throwing it around, trying to get that attack angle on that second barrier. Both of them still holding on to the bottom barrier, which can be a bit tricky to play out at sometimes. I feel like it would be favored for the side of the yachts, as Yonkate on the Dubu is going to be a better lockdown angle, and Fuji's just going to be doing what it does best, take the barrier off of SMG. They're trying to rotate the core to the bottom, but they just can't really get it into a strong attacking position. Dunkers was trying to do his magic with the Blobos, but again, it just defended so well, and the yachts, they are going to get the first goal, and they're just going to be bound to be more consistent, especially early on. So draft, again, big issue. And also, as we expected, everyone on heavy impact, so not surprises there.
Good hit done by Salissi to secure goal number 1 notched on the board for this play outside. Will also be sitting on Flip in the interim, but might have to blow it soon. He's playing their life alongside Wood in the corner. Salissi luckily retreats, grabs the orb. We've now got 2 blue side forwards sitting on Flip. Could be potentially potent should they be able to drive it into an opportune position. Yonkate playing it through into Wood. Wood looking for the kill, but blows the Flip for no ROI. Donkers is locked in enough to evade, and now it's actually Wood whose fortunes have reversed. She is having to play her life over on the other side of the map, but actually, okay, sad boys, where are you at? Okay, but the Warrior does still eventually fall. There is some justice in the universe, and now both teams have their nets open. Definitely, I believe an SMG favorite situation is able to just careen forward and dump everything onto Yonkate. That's a couple tricky defensive questions, but this Dubu is so big that they do get it done.
Yeah, the Dubu obviously with the pauldrons is going to have that range to work with, but it's not going to be big enough as a nice passing play there by Dunkers, and Kidban is going to get a right pass to even things out in this third round. So we'll have to see if they can keep it up, but I feel both these teams are fighting. Both of these teams are showing that they want to obviously make that top 16 on the winner side of things. So we'll see who's gonna. Again, I just feel like the first draft is gonna mean so much, which in extension means this first set's gonna be pretty interesting.
Yonkate really struggling there. Just the pressure from this red side is oppressive. Donkers and Kidpan just not, yeah, Kidpan shoved too many abilities in Yonkate's face for them to adequately deal with. They pull forward, very clinical, quick point, kind of against the run of play from what we've been seeing thus far. Really good barnstorming offense there. SMG taking his sweet time to get that thing out of dodge. It ends up paying dividends. Offense transitions to this left side of the field. Swing and misses happening from a couple people. There goes Yonkate dumping everything in the kitchen sink onto that red side. The Bone Smashers are now down a man. Kidpan and SMG both have a flip though, so this tandem defense should work out. Unfortunately, the angle from SMG is not quite up to snuff. Offense reestablished for Wood and the gang, but they lose the core once again. SMG trying to work it through alongside Donkers. They get the ball clear. Neither team able to find the breakthrough thus far.
Yeah, having a pretty tough time right now getting the core into the enemy half. It is very oppressive, especially with that range from the Amy, right? She can defend in the enemy half so well. She suffers in her own, but she excels in the enemy's one. So we'll have to see an unfortunate dash. Salissi not reading that angle correctly, going down instead of up. So Kidpan getting that goal, getting rewarded with this set victory, and a first pick on Juno, always scary. There could be a hot shot in here. There could be so much cooldown in here. Even just movement speed, in all honesty, is quite a game changer for Juno, because again, keep in mind, her Blobos also gain movement speed from her picking up movement speed. So that's the stack going that way immediately. Last Cannon being a lovely pickup for Yonkate. I don't think he's going to complain about that, as the rest of the draft's going to go through. Peak is definitely going to go somewhere. Surprised Peak didn't go to SMG immediately. They are going for prize fighter. He's KO minded. He has one game plan and he's trying to execute it.
Right, I think there is a bit of pivoting towards damage as a potential win con here for this Bone Smasher side. They will be decidedly smashing bones if they continue to scale in this direction. They do win the kickoff. Grasa, a good slime out of Donkers. Kidpan now trying to work the offense on the bot side, but Yonkate's got everything in their pocket. That is no issue whatsoever. Great find by the Bone Smashers to work that up and around the wall. Donkers getting it done, finding the redirect necessary to take that first barrier off of Yonkate, but Yonkate's got their full kit. That should be no issue. SMG now walking up with the ball, finds the redirect out. There's too many bodies in front of this blue side lock for the barrier to be taken trivially. Great defense from Salissi, to say nothing of the layering from Yonkate. Both teams now buying it out, but Wood could be on the way out soon.
Yeah, very much so, especially with no evade, close to one, but basically none, because this Ricard can go hunting, does not end up doing it. SMG trying to get skill, not able to find it, but will set up Kidpan perfectly to get the power play going for the side of the Bone Smashers, as Yonkate is holding it down, that Dubu lockdown, doing what he does best, but now no abilities left on him anymore. which means it's just a strike block. So if they can get themselves a lovely left click, right click with the Dakar, it's going to be enough, but no, they cannot set themselves up at all. And that's obviously back on the field as we are going back to a pretty even game state. Flipping used by SMG will almost take the barrier, but has to be answered by Yonkate to defend it.
Celessi, oh, it's looking a little dicey up along the wall, but she now has the flip. Oh, the primary comes up just a smidgen short. We persist with 2 barriers. Well, okay, speak of the devil and the devil doth appear. We're down to 1 barrier, potentially 0, but SMG finds a great evade, to say nothing of the strike war up against Wood. Beastly defenses, great reaction as well, but there's just too many buttons in this Aimee's face for him to properly deal with the situation. Celessi not winning the interaction up against Donkers. Ball is in this left side goal arc, but they get it clear. Yonkate's wall persisting for just long enough to assuage that particular situation. Crazy course speed there, and that is enough for Donkers to knock that thing home. And the Bone Smashers keep the pain train rolling, pick up where they left off last set, and notch your first point on the board here.
Yeah, and I feel like you can start seeing they are very similar in seed, but there's been a lot of discussions about where the Bone Smashers should be, because on paper we're talking about like 3 players that have all played in USL. Yes, they played at various degrees of USL, but Dunker's obviously part of the zoo in season 3, being in the 3rd place right there is also going to be a big selling point. SMG on several ESL teams who have always been consistently in that midfield area, with even his high being Flames Kittens, where he ended up going 4th overall, making it into playoffs. And Kidman playing on ZZZ in Season 1 being the most unexplored of the seasons, but still, nevertheless, being there and competing. It is a really strong team on paper, but there's a big question mark around them with how well are they going to work together, especially with Kidman having had a longer break. And right now, looking at how they're playing, I feel like a lot of these questions are getting answered, that they will be doing fine. Maybe they're not going to be able...
Oh, he's back! He's so back! What do you mean? Oh, he's back!
Maybe they're not going to be able to immediately compete for the win, but they're here to fight and they're here to show it. So right now, I think that was let's stop at the moment.
Oh, wow, he just continues to get it done. Very diplomatic of saying the washed goat is back. Very interesting way for that one to trickle in. A bit of a reaction check there on the Yonkate, but the goalie is up to speed. Great reaction off the direct shotgun as well. Kidpan looking a little low here, but that's perhaps the least of this blue team's concerns, because the ball's on the complete other side of the field. SMG getting a little crafty with the combo. Maybe Donkers wasn't necessarily sure what the assignment was there was, because also dashed back to just make sure that thing got saved. Doesn't mean this Juno is down a cooldown. Wood wins the strike war in the middle of the park as well, taking that first barrier off of SMG. Still, the positional advantage is in favor of this Bone Smashers side as we encroach towards overtime.
Yeah, trying to get into that fast course speed. SMG just keeping into that corner right now, having a good rough time getting it out. Celessi coming through, and a beautiful dash punch by Wood. Actually going to find that KO. Flip coming out by Celessi. This has to be in. We need to use Flip. No, we don't. Court does not go in yet. Wood and Celessi in a 2v2 against Dunker's Kidman. Still a lot of defensive prowess between the Dakar and a Juno. They cannot get it through. Flip being used by Dunkers. There's a nice redirect by Celessi to stop that, and forcing it through the turret is Yonkate as they immediately rotate back into the offense, trying to get it through SMG. Beautiful evade will allow SMG to still avoid that for the back rush.
It seems like this Blayout side, they're very good in the holding department. It just seems as if they're missing that je ne sais quoi to get it through SMG and the gang. It seems as if a lot of speculate. There we go. Okay, Celessi. Hell yeah. Good dash to seal the deal in that particular instance, but it seems like it ends up being a lot of these like hero offbeat plays that end up securing the goals for them. It seems like the offense is a bit more consistent on this Bone Smashers side, and I think that has proven the difference in a lot of these attritional points. Like you said, consistency is kind of bearing its head here. And yeah, the Bone Smashers keep marching forward. They are now 2-1 up here in set 2.
Yeah, as they are getting pummeled in the defensive end, don't lose both of their barriers. They are almost killing Celessi there, but still holding on for dear life. But she gets a flip and will be killed by Kidman. A nice redirect will take that barrier. Yonkate not able to do anything about it. That's now setting themselves up with a triangle, trying to get it through. The Dubu will hold strong, but the abilities earned, strikes are not layered enough. Dunkers forces it through, and the Bone Smashers now with a second set win, and presumably another Juno first pick, where again we have to ask ourselves, what are these awakenings? Juno so punishing when he gets something good, and I think Hotshot is not what the Bliats want to see right here.
This is this is definitely a turning point. If the point was already not turned thus far, that Hotshot pickup could potentially be a nail in the coffin. Yankate just picking up the fire up, trying to get a bit more mobile. And perhaps we're seeing a bit of a pivot towards the kill here. We're seeing Might and Deadeye picked up by the Blayots. I think their win con at this point is just getting more power plays, but that'll be difficult with the Berserker pickup onto Kidpan. Definitely situational, but could put that to good use.
Yeah, most definitely, but I do think it's going to be difficult. I don't think it's enough just yet for the side of Piazza to really change a lot, so you do need to find some play adjustment maybe to get yourself past the bone smashers right here. As the trade barriers immediately, Kitpan trying to do the fun of the car thing, SMG jumping back to defend the barrier and hold on to it now. But again, Force just kind of being rotated, being put into a position where they can enable themselves to take these barriers, but none of the barriers falling just yet.
Wood just trying to maintain board control in the middle of the park, but it's oh so difficult. That said, she's trying to do it all herself. Gets it done at the cost of a lot of that health bar. A bit of a positional misarray between Salissi and Yankate means that that second barrier falls, though, so it's open nets for both keepers. And this red side is once again on the power play. That's a lot of hitboxes, and ultimately ends up being one too many for Yankate to deal with. Donkers gets it through off the shove once more, and this Bone Smashers team are 2 points away from 3-0.
Yeah, and the intriguing thing about this draft is Donkers, I would argue, is the best Juno player we have in Europe. At least he is the player that people still respect, especially with Juno not being like in a great state in my opinion. He is still a player that a lot of people consider banning Juno for in their matchups, and allowing Donkers to Juno pick this time around turns out to be quite a challenge for the side of the Piats, which I'm very curious if they do end up losing this game, if that might be the last of Donkers Juno in this tournament, simply just because he is just so proficient on that character.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've just spoiled the secret to all the members of the audience who are watching. Maybe that is your win con. No, that's a pickle for the knowing ones, free of charge, but it's okay. Focusing back towards the action, Donkers does rip the flip on air. It's quite unfortunate, but Kidpan is still able to reposition and get that barrier. That said, SMG's been given a lot of grief here. There he goes. Great stuff by Wood. Excellent play from this Blayouts brawler. You're going to have to see a few more of those types of sequences if they want to get back into this game, but that is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, for sure, especially with Donkers on low evades now. Depending on how Wood wants to play this, you could just try to find another KO, because sure, you have a jump on Juno, which can help you evade, but it's not going to cover everything. But right now, Kitpan is putting BTA to get that second barrier, not able to do that, as Donkers though will catch it with the clear. A lot of great strikes, putting them into awkward positions. Celesty holding on to that flip for now, which is very valuable. Kitpan now running up as well. Has flip available, does not use it though. Celesty takes a lot of damage. Now needs to be careful not to be taken out. Flip used. Donkers with a great defensive jump. He'll be able to cover for it. Passing play coming through between both of the forwards there, but Yankate holding strong. It will be enough that they find the gap, and the Bone Smashers now suddenly only one goal away from taking a series and making it into the top 16.
It just seems like they pick up right where they left off. The misstep not doing anything to their mental, their consistency, nothing. They're right back at it. They win another kickoff and immediately start knocking on that Blayot's door. Unable to get it through thus far, but neither is Salissi able to buy some reprieve. SMG with the pinpoint dash gets that thing out of dodge, and the passing play between Yankate and Salissi just kind of gets snubbed out by the sheer amount of hitboxes that this Bone Smasher side lays in their wake. It is now a power play in favor of those Bone Smashers, but ooh, that is a matter of inches. There's so many situations where Yankante could have taken both barriers, but the flip was only positioned to take one. That is unfortunate, but what is fortunate is we're back to 3 apiece here. Wood has come back, but the second she gets back on the map is already just getting bullied out of the game once more. So the Blayouts are really going to have to pull a rabbit out of their hat to survive here.
Yeah, most definitely. They do get the second barrier. They get a good Julie setup as well, but the flip is being used by Kitpan to get it out. Important without the flip, it would not have ended as well for them. Kitpan now trying to force it to do it. The log will hold strong. Dash punch not hitting onto Donkers there, which would have been insane for the value, as Red Core is immediately being sent around. The game speeding up as we hit into overtime. Juno hotshot overtime is just pleasant. A beautiful evade strike by SMG will actually allow them to save that. and hold on to this point. Now Donker's going into the corner, has a flip available. Curious to see if he's going to try to use it for the second barrier or if he's going to read it. Almost gets the barrier. Again, Young Kate holding strong.
Ooh.
And this will be enough. The red core going to be too fast. SMG's eject location not being properly placed. And the Bliats now one goal away from at least taking a set.
Great hit stun by Wood has made the pilgrimage out of the net and into this brawler role and did a really good bit of brawling right there to just usher that thing home. That said, the defense in this particular instance by the Bone Smashers is cash money. Too many hitblocks to be successfully maneuvered around up on the other side of the pitch. Young Kate is now once again down to one barrier, but SMG holds on to his own one barrier immaculately. Great strike found, devolving to the neutral state is this game right now. A lot of chaos in the midfield, but the chaos is not going to manifest in a barrier take. I'm not entirely sure how SMG and the gang were able to hold, but yeah, it means that both goalies still have one barrier. Well, never mind, but whatever.
Well, yeah, I mean, the piercing shot was really nice to just getting the angle, getting the prediction right, so they do get an open barrier. Doesn't not mean it's in yet, but that from two Jealousy not there in time. They do get a KO, so again, another power play. This is about as perfect as it can be for the Bliats, but Dunkers has something to say about it. Forces Young Kate to flip fire up coming through, and that's just going to be too much for Kitman to handle, as they do get a set victory for themselves. And the question is, what are you looking for right here? There's already so many good things that are out. What is left for you to take? Julie being a first pick here is going to be not the best ever because well, it's good still rapid fire for Julie, but don't do that. Don't take rapid. We're giving rapid fire to Juno?
I guess we are, and we're also notably SMG's getting second spark here, presumably. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I mean that is a good, like, if we're speaking of the two red side picks here, like, geez Louise, man, that is gigabest. Young Kate taking the M prop could be useful if this dude wants to fly. It does seem like their ticket is potentially just getting more hitboxes into this Aimee's face, so that extra projectile range will definitely be useful to that effect. We'll see how it plays on the field. Juno emotes exchange in a beautiful bit of showmanship in the top side of the plane here. Speaking of the top side, that is where the first barrier falls. So Lissy feeds it into Wood, but Wood a little wayward with the dash, and we're down to one barrier apiece for both goalies.
Well, two barriers down on the side of Yatsen as SMG gets involved with a nice jump up, and Kitman doing the funny left click, right click on their car is going to get a pass on Kate, not finding the strike timing for that. They can go up. I'm just worried. I'm looking at this Juno, I'm looking at the 3 Awakening that she was able to draft, and I would think they're probably the Juno priority, like the top 3 Juno priority picks. You can talk about stacks maybe, like having a Dash Awakening, but a Rapid Fire Hotshot, I think everyone's always happy if they get that, especially during Juno.
Ooh, luckily this Blayout side is able to storm the keep. They get the door down. Open nets for both goalies. SMG put in a sticky situation, but he has enough cooldowns to deal with it. Was a very risky clear found, though. Wood almost a little unlucky to not get on the end of that thing. Young Kate hitting a couple crazy clears, but it works out for this goalie. Great strike by Wood, ripping that thing insta, just about getting it past the first little bit of SMG's turret, and it does look like this Blayout side has a bit of a second lease on life here.
Yeah, they have found their way of playing it out. I feel like the missile cup and Dudu is also going to enable some offensive walls, which is going to help them a lot. So, especially with Young Kate being someone that is very prone and eager to run up as well whenever it's possible for them to do. We'll have to see if it's going to keep up like that, because they still favor the side of the Bone Smashers in terms of game state. There's a lot of flips available for the side of the Bliats. We'll have to see how they're being used. Flip coming out with fire up. They're going to be taking a second barrier. Another beautiful goal right there, SMG. Again, this is why we don't play eject anymore, because what are you supposed to do as Amy in those situations?
That is, you should have just locked the Atlas. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, brother. But it's okay. He's been pretty good thus far. Just wasn't quite up to snuff in that particular instance. Wood using the primary to retain possession of the core. There's some M-Prop Valley if I've ever seen one, but they actually get it clear, and Young Kate missed position. So, and he almost loses both of his barrier. He does. Very crazy tempo reversal there off of a couple really unfortunate mispositions from Young Kate, and it does mean that all the cards are once again in the paws of SMG, and the gang. Kidpan unable to get on the end of that thing, but SMG is. That is a lot of buttons, but the outclear is not able to be caught by Donkers. Wood now trying to get out of prison, as is Celessi, but there's so many buttons in their face, but they find the clear to Wood. Bit of a calming here as we tick towards overtime. No goals yet.
No goal yet, almost a KO. They're not able to find the SMG. Tries to flip, but a great clear by Yonkate is going to send it away. Celessi getting low, needs to be careful. Yonkate going to be on the solo defense here. Wood is falling back as well to assist. It will just go into SMG's hand and they immediately start up another attack. Donkers again just narrowly avoiding death as Celessi will be taken out. Power play finally. Wood not getting any value out of that flip. Now with Kidpan up front as well, has a flip, sends it up to Yonkate. Yonkate is able to defend that. Donkers not finding the angle. They're trying to go for passing plays, but they do not get it through. Both of these players doing so well defensively. Additionally, again, keep in mind, Wood has played goalie for a majority of her competitive lifespan, and that's what we saw right there. The clears just being perfect, the defense holding on, and Bliatz is just not giving it up. There's so much pressure coming their way, and they just cannot take this goal against them. They are just standing strong defensively, and now finally transitioning back into the attack themselves.
If I'm not mistaken, Wood was EUSA goalie of the season last season. Is that correct, or am I wrong there?
That is correct. She also did win USA as the goalie.
Well, I know that much. Yeah. I know that. I didn't know about the accolades. But wow, okay. And all the while, we did not get sufficiently hyped for what transpired on the screen. That is a second set take for the Blast. For all the dooming we were doing, they just 3-1'd a Giga Thanos build on 2 of their 3 teammates in terms of the Bone Smashers there. And now we do see the Julie with the first pick having to deny the 3rd spark.
You know what? Maybe Juno is just really weak. Maybe that is the issue. Maybe just Juno has a baseline isn't great anymore. She will get team players, so again, core speed is going to be even more accelerated. It's going to be even worse. Explosive entrance is going to be a dash awakening for the Amy, so SMG is going to have a great time being a more active up front as well. Additionally, being a lot better at dealing out damage and being able to take someone out. You do have stagger and survivability awakenings for the side of the Bliatz. More size for Yonkate is lovely as well. Obviously, Fubu loves himself some size, so we'll see how it's going to play out. But suddenly this game, like you said, where we were basically all doomer, we're in a set 5, right? And it could go either way from here on.
We'll see what happens. Celessi getting it through to Woodwood, finding the right strike to get it through. SMG surging forward, and once again, a bit of a misplaced return TP means that second barrier falls. That's a lot of core speed, that's a lot of buttons, but Yonkate, in spite of the size, is not big enough to win that strike war. SMG not able to find the breakthrough. Really immaculate layering from Yonkate and Celessi. They continue to play patient here in this corner. Can't get it out though. The turn from SMG just enough to get that thing through. Kidman threatening, cannot win the strike war up against Yonkate, who is the size of a skyscraper. Flip in the middle apart from Wood. Crazy mind control of doom and despair. Excellent angle found, and the Bliatz continue. They are now in the lead here.
Really good eye from Wood there, knowing how goalies move, knowing what the way there is that SMG will think about that, and realizing, hey, he's going to be so focused on covering that top side, the bottom's going to be clear as day. So does find that goal. They do take another barrier as well, and Wood again on the attack takes a second barrier as well. The pressure is just so big for the side of the Bliatz as they're trying to get it in now. Flip on your cut as well if they want to, potentially even a fire-up trigger if they're looking for it. But they will get responded to with 1 barrier loss on their own. 2 flips available for them now. The Bliatz looking really, really good. If they can get this goal without even using a flip, they are lovely. They do still hold on to the barrier, very important, but Dunkers will be enough with the blubble to get it through. Has a flip available for his own, and you have to ask yourself, do you just want to rip it right here? You do, but he do not get it through the Dubu. He's too big. His reaction time is there. We all have the same thing, and another KO found by Wood. The Bliatz are completely controlling this game.
Oh man, you know, asked my mother, Mom, can we have Luke at this Omega Strikers LAN? But, you know, we have Luke at home. We have Yonkate, this big Dubu still manifested, gets the goal. Like, why not? Yeah, Trophy Dubu, you know the vibe. And Yonkate and the gang, against all odds, have brought this thing back. They have all the momentum. They are now on match point. And after Bone Smashers was on match point the last set, they have decidedly brought this thing back, and they just need to land the plane one more time, and that is a great step in the right direction. Early first barrier taken.
Yeah, most definitely. The dash punch gets it, then it's Celessi getting a lot of damage dumped off of her as they cannot find the KO. The barrier still staying alive. They do get the strikes around though. Kidpan has a flip available. Either will try to go get that on Celessi for a KO, or will try to secure a goal, as a lot of abilities are being dumped into her yet again. into half the side of the Bone Smashers running up. Flip being used by Kitpan, getting set up top, but it does not go through that defensive fortress that the Bliots are. They just cannot get enough force to get past this Dubu Estelle backline, as again, course is going to be recycled down to SMG. Turret coming through, get the core upfield. Cross pass trying to be found up to Dunkers, but they just can't really do anything with it. Wood not finding a KO. Another flip available for Dunkers. Kitpan now in a very aggressive position, but he cannot right click, left click through a Dubu. You just can't do that. You lose the barrier there as well. Flip being used by Dunkers. The roll will be good enough. Holding on to the point still. A lot of HP bars are low on the side of the death, but no one dies. One KO being found now finally, as the Bone Smashers have a power play where you do need to find the goal. You have to find the goal. You're desperate for it, as the defense still holds strong. The glitch pop doesn't find anything, and we have Wood back on the field.
Oh my goodness gracious, Mamma Mia. This is going down to the wire. Good cut by Donkers. Gets that thing out of dodge, but it's not enough. Chaos in the middle of the park. Solici's dead. There you go. And there is the flip. Oh, wow. They could not stick it out. The Blades finally, after a streak, that had to be like 5 or 6 goals on the bounce, do get their blood drawn. SMG is the hero, gets a point on the board, stops the bleeding for the Bone Smashers after a ton of chaos. And speaking of chaos, Power Play City, Yonkate having to rip the flip because of the missed strike. And it just seems like it's not going from bad to worse, because Solici just solo Giga Beast Mode 1v9. Sure, why not? Pop off my Estelle. Interesting Dubu wall hijinks, but it's okay. Both teams vying for possession here.
Yeah, they're trying to get themselves set up. SMG was the hero last set, but now the rest of the Bone Smashers need to step up as well to get this barrier off of the Dubu, off the Yonkate. But this is just so tough. SMG, again, doing God's work with these evades, making sure the piercing shots do not confirm that for them, as Wood takes more and more damage, looking to be taken out. The question is who can confirm it, because Kitpan used all of his abilities already. He can, and if he has them, arguably you just want to use them to force it, because how else are you getting through this hamster? And they do get a KO there, but it's Wood noticing Kitpan not being aware of the edge, being able to get that punched out. SMG getting the clear out, but this is a dire situation. Celici close with the flip, and it's going to be enough. The Bliots will complete a reverse sweep. Really well played by them to take this game back from a state that looked so doomed.
That is just hats off. Take a bow if you are a member of this blue side. That was an incredible, if anything, that was just an exhibition of mental resolve. You heard us. We were dooming and glooming. On paper, there's no way you come back against what the hell this team had in their back pocket in terms of awakenings. And yet they do. They dig deep. They persist. These points were like absolute hell and war, but it turned out, I guess, the consistency was actually to be found on the side of the Blats here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's yet another sign SMG ejects that, bro. Just lucky Atlas, man. I believe in you. I believe in you. I trusted you. But if you were an Atlas, this would have been an easier game after that. But hey, I might be a bit biased.
Yeah, I concur. But it's okay. It's okay. I'll flame him later when I get my inevitable tandem cast with him. But for now, I think we should keep things positive, as they told me in caster school back in the day. Excellent playing by this blue side. And they persist. I don't know who they're matching up against, but they're still in winners. So I wouldn't be too upset myself. If you have any closing words before we throw it to a break.
Honestly, just stay excited. Pools are going to close out soon. We only have 2 more games, and then we start going into the top scene after that. So my closing words are don't go anywhere, as we're about to see some deadbeat dads in the next game, actually. So we'll see how that's going to go. So we'll be right back.
See ya.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to more Weather the Storm. This is actually going to be the last round of pools we have here, as we have Chudlocked versus Deadbeat Dads. I'm joined by Jiggle Supreme. How's it going, man?
You know, I'm doing pretty good. Loving this setup. Not loving that there's no water fountain nearby. I'm a little parched, and that's just going to get exacerbated with another 30 minutes of casting. But you know the vibe. I'm excited to be here, as are Chudluck and Deadbeat Dads. See what? A crazy UI glitch? Okay, I guess we're not going to see what they banned.
Okay.
Because it stuttered a couple times. But there goes the Estelle. Very understandable. We'll see what comes out of the woodwork next.
It makes sense, right? Lucas is very, very well known for this Estelle. Estelle Kai, probably his two biggest picks, very comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised to see a potential Kai deny or just let it fall to Lucas if they're really just not respecting of it. And then the X-Band makes a lot of sense as well. It's what Lego kind of smurfed with when he was subbing in for TMCT Lockdown against Alex's team for this past EUSL. He was kind of smurfing on them, and already the Atlas pick, a very comfortable pick for Arlax.
I mean, yeah, that is low-key the Arlax special, so it's good that he's locked in a comfort pick post-haste. Responded to by the Asher. My presumption, do you think that's a Brawler Asher or a goalie Asher? That's the question.
I think it's very likely this Brawler Asher, right? It can still flex, right? Leo is comfortable on it, but he could still opt for something like the Zentaro as well if he wants, because again, on team player start, these defensive goalies are pretty awesome at using that well. And now we do see Era Julie picked up. That's quite interesting, this Era pickup. What do you think about it?
Low-key, I've been shocked by how much Era I've been seeing thus far in LAN. For all the talk of what does she even do, there's another one for the Chuds. I think it's understandable insofar as they're kind of strapped for mobility, so that haste on Era could be a good complement. You've got Atlas, who's like perma in a wheelchair, and Julie, who's also low-key perma in a wheelchair. So I think there is a potential here. It does mean that I think, yeah, Lucas has a bit more stuffing potential in this midfield, but you know, maybe Era will just be giga locked on those strike wars, so it could work out for him.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. And one other thing to consider, right, is I just realized it's Loopy midfield, right? And Era is one of Loopy's comfort picks. So not surprised to see her on that, right? So makes a lot of sense. Only thing I'm potentially worried about is having no real range, even if they had the speed between like this Era speeding up the Atlas and Julie. It's going to be hard to kind of intercept a lot of these cross clears, right? And I expect a lot of these rotations to come in when your backline is Aimee Kai. You can rotate the core so easily, as I mean, we saw that Kai locked in last 4 Deadbeat Dads. Still not sure if this is going to be Kai midfield or Kai goalie. It can go either way, but I'd like to think it's probably Kai goalie.
I would assume so. I mean, Leo's just like Mr. Asher, all things considered. Basically, every single Leon game I've watched in like recent memory, if they're able to get the Asher, this guy locks the Asher, slams the Asher. So my money would be on just sticking to first principles here, especially now that I wouldn't say you're getting towards the business end of the tournament, but you're definitely getting to the part where you're starting to come up against teams that can really give you a run for your money. Yeah. Probably just first principles business here from Leon, which will mean, yeah, probably a Kai in between the sticks and Lucas on that. Lucas on that pat to Aimee, I guess. Which, yeah, pretty bog standard draft, all things considered.
So, other thing to consider, right? This team player. Notably, in our NAS games that we're used to, team player is a banned awakening. So, fun to see that enabled here. And if we see this 6-team player game, this has potential to turn into chaos. And I think I do favor the Kai over the Atlas and being able to deal with it. If it's Aimee goalie, it should absolutely be favored for Atlas. And I'm not sure why we're remaking this. That's still to be determined. I think something happened. Yeah, maybe they forgot to set Awakenings or something like that. But going into this, I do expect to see this early game lead for the side of Deadbeat Dads, as Kai, Aimee, both relatively strong early, as you have this rotation power and you're not going to have that much speed with this Era. So it's I would favor.
We'll see if that comes to pass. Still not entirely sure what the chuddage was that warranted a lobby reset. I have no keyboard in front of me, so I can't like press tab or anything. So I guess that'll just be a mystery. But they look to be getting into the swing of things here. Looking for a hot matchup. Obviously, you look at the seeds and you think Chudlock has got their work cut out for them.
They are in fact Chudlocked.
They are in fact Chudlock, some might say, but we'll see if they can come out swinging and somehow, some way overcome a 9-seed deficit.
Yeah, notably, winner of this match is going to be playing a Clever Crafts for a top 6 guaranteed position. And as we get into things, it is going to be the narrow pie goalie as we thought. And hey, this was the talk coming into this land that Loopy is very, very susceptible to getting KO'd, and we are already seeing this.
I was gonna work that little factoid in there somewhere, but I didn't. Yeah, we didn't even get the time to hype up that element. Loopy just immediately explodes. I guess a bit of whatever. Is what it is. You shake that point off. It's in the past, and you keep your heads down and working. That said, Harlax already put into a tricky situation. He's able to rip the primary just in time to save his first barrier. Nero, not so fortuitous. That said, we have an equalization of the barriers here on the diagonal. Why not? Okay, it's a lot of trust being shown between Nero and Balls 441. Notably, these have been teammates in the previous EUSL season, so they've got that bit of chemistry, and they've just plugged and played a new brawler. But looks like they've got enough to quite a potent start here.
A bit of a, we nearly saw that angle, so could have been a little rough. Good clear out by Balls 441, trying to bring it forward. Damage onto Loopy, has to burn that evade. Flip, Narrow, where does it go? Tries for the angle, finds it there. That is Leo on 500 there. Next flip miss, that's 3 flips already burned for the Deadbeat Dads. Now the flips looking missing, just like their name. And Lego Piece trying to bring this forward. A lot of damage, nearly at the flip himself, so doesn't want to use it if he doesn't have to. But just a sliver of his health bar, and as we take it to overtime, we have team player.
And yeah, the course speed coming out to play. Oh wait, I was gonna say I can't press tab, so I can't see who has it, but we have the stream overlay in front of us, so actually I can see who has it. And that is 4 people with team player. It is just the brawlers who have opted not to be the beneficiaries thereof. So the course speed goes wild, cuckoo crazy style, and Leo Leon capitalizes, taps that thing in with the ult, and yeah, the Deadbeat Dads are off and running here.
Okay, I'm not sure if you saw what I just saw, but on that side streets map, we saw a demonic backpass, team player backpass by Balls 441 there. And hey, I'm all for it. I'm all for these backpasses. I want to see more of them, especially with this team player. And once again, this Imi putting so much value, the double barrier found. I like the backpass. Unfortunately, it didn't work out the best there, as now the other side gets a double barrier of their own. Where's the flip go? Flip goes into the corner, Flame Flurry, and it's collected out by Loopy Lemon.
Gets it done. There we go. It seems as if this Chudlock team has had their backs up against the wall thus far in proceedings, but they get one on the board. They've halved the deficit, and they're looking to be finding their footing here. They do establish a bit of possession to start things off in this point, but immediately lose it and see the core to the double offense of Lucas and Leo Leon, but Lucas gets demolished. Loopy not looking too good themselves, though. Granted, Arlax is now free to fly up on the power play. Feeds it into Loopy, who in turn feeds it into Lego Piece, but they're just not able to get anything done. And we got 3 people on the map, both teams once again, and Lucas, as soon as he appears, gets that second barrier onto Arlax, who is now in an open net.
A good evade there out by Loopy, keeping herself alive for a little longer. There is that barrier still standing. The path splitter burned on the defense. And with the side of Deadbeat Dads on the defense, it's not looking the best for them. They do rotate it up. Good firewall sentry there in the corner. Lego Piece having picked up the arrow, pretty favorable flip. Not in the best position there, but he's still big. He still has enough power. And now I'm looking at the triple flips about to come up for the side of Deadbeat Dads. Not even needed. The glitch pop off the corner hits about a 90 up to Leo there.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, particularly in that last point, Chudlock kind of did that to themselves. It seemed as if the execution was just a little off, and you just cannot afford to be off against one of the top 4 teams in this tournament. Absolute clinic there from Leo Leon, recognizing the situation. Now should be rewarded with some mobility. Ups for the peak performance does mean that at the bare minimum, Julie's able to respond with some speed of her own, but that is a very scary pickup onto this Asher for sure.
Yeah, I think outside of the speed that's picked up by the first 2, there isn't too much to really consider There is, of course, you know, the aerials for the Era gives her team a little bit more speed. The Orb Ponder allows Nero to be a little bit more, be able to use his abilities with a little more liberty. So I'm curious to see how this ends up playing out. As a reminder, 2 Sparks were already taken out of the draft there, so only the Spark of Strength remaining. Both Balls 441 and Arlax will be fighting for this.
Lego piece not able to get on the end of that core. Nero finds a good clear up and around. Arlax misses the strike, but it's okay. This Atlas recuperates, hits a circle, gets it out, but Loopy's having a bit of trouble getting it through Leo, as is Arlax through Lucas. But eventually they get it through, but Lucas is in the right place to win one strike war. Can't win the second one, though. Barrier does fall for Nero. Not the end of the world, especially on a double barrier map like this one. Leo Leon getting dog walked by Lego Piece and Loopy Lemon, but is able to get it through on the second time of asking at great personal expense, might I add. I don't think this Asha has much of anything. Maybe a primary, definitely not a dash, and that means Arlax is able to get free.
Yeah, free for only a moment's notice. Good back pass there as we are taking over to overtime. Team player online. Here's the red core. Good pass up. Nero has a flip available. Same with Lego Piece. Flip burned a little early down to Leo, who nearly gets that barrier. Lego trying to save his flip for the open net instead, hoping that he can beat Nero with his hit stun abilities. Good pass up. Leads up to the top side. Pot splitter there just for the hit stun. Flip out by Lego. Dash not enough there. Good saving on the defense out by Arlax just for the time being. Loopy, she just needs to find a feed up to Lego, especially with this team player. And finds it there. Lego goes for the shot, gets the barrier on the second attempt, though. Leo has the flip available, just needs to get the core to him. He's walking up. He is shrunk out by Loopy Lemon there. Goes for the flip, goes to the corner, doesn't get it there. A bit of a miss there, unfortunately, for Deadbeat Dads.
They hold on, this Chudlock team. They're having trouble getting it out the back, but when they do, they get a bit of a reprieve, but it just seems like they don't have the sauce to get it through Nero thus far. Kind of just seems to trickle right back into him. Little bit of a risky flip thrown by Lucas there, means he's no longer really able to contest that bot lane. Went for a kill and just got a face full of NATO instead. Arlax looking so good here, has full kit, not to mention flip. So this point could persist for a while. Core speed is there, but it's not really screwing anyone over, so neither team really finding anything. As I say that, somehow Lego finds a god angle right past Nero, and that's another point on the board for Chudlocked.
So I think one thing I was going to mention for, you know, that whole point until that final last strike, Leo was doing a really, really good job at just cutting these passes from Loopy to Lego. And that's, I think, probably the biggest thing that Deadbeat Dads was able to deny the space for Chudlock for so long. And unfortunately, when it mattered the most, he wasn't there. And now with this kill onto Lego, they're looking to get that double barrier. They get one, but Loopy and Arlax doing a really good job of defending. Flip burn there, and the barrier still goes down.
That's unfortunate for Arlax, and yeah, I mean, he blew everything in that defense and lost the barrier anyway, so once the barrier was lost, if the point was lost, quite frankly, nothing an Atlas can do. No dodge, no abilities, no nothing. Don't matter, because we're right back into things. This blue side looking to put things in the past, all the while Balls trying to keep things in the present, putting the pressure back onto Arlax. Arlax loses barrier 1, but finds an excellent strike to somehow work that down and around the barrage from Nero, but is not quick enough to maintain that second barrier. It's opened that situation once more here on Bumper House.
Yeah, trying their best to get through this open net. Loopy has the flip available should she need it. Same thing with Nero. Nero goes for the hit stun to get a flip of his own, tries to send it to the bottom side. Flip panic there, out by Nero just momentarily. Gets to clear it up to this top side though. The small core potentially a little worrying. Lego Piece winning that strike war, brings up to the top corner. Good hit stun there. The dash through, out by Lego, and hey, Chudlock may leave the Chud behind quite soon.
Yeah, they're quite locked right now, I must say. I mean, that's a good double take point-wise. Top spawn creating problems here for Lego Piece. Bailed out by his own team's NATO, but Christ alive now, this guy's going to have a real rough shot at life. Is back to nearly a full stick of health, so that's a good start. No dodge to his name, though, but still does Julie things, evidently. But if I'm not mistaken, absolutely no cooldowns. Now, Loopy Lemon having to drop away from that defense, leaving Arlax all by his lonesome, and he still never punished. There we go, on the second time of asking, does lose the barrier and could lose the goal, and that's exactly what happens. Great collapse by Leon and Balls there. Absolutely no escape for Arlax.
Yeah, Deadbeat Dad's midfielder having the balls to step forward there. And that's kind of what you need. You need to cover the out clear when you're playing like that with Leo Leon in the corner. Now, as we go to this final map, it is the Era spawn. Leo punishes Arlax, double barrier, and this should be curtains here in favor of the Deadbeat Dads. And they are leaving Chudlock in the dirt, 2-0 up in sets.
It's really unfortunate for Chudlock because they looked as if they had begun to pick up the pieces and get organized, but Deadbeat Dads demonstrating their prowess, demonstrating that 9 seed differential there, getting it done. It'll be interesting to see. My assumption is that this Deadbeat Dads team pivots towards the kill angle. We do see the spark picked up. That is a second spark onto Lucas. We'll see what Leo Leon ends up complementing that with, likely size, but we'll see what happens there. There's a bit of deliberation, takes the prize fighter. Loopy does not grab anything thus far. Hello? Okay, takes the stick. Is Loopy AFK? That sounds really mean, but like, okay, Loopy takes something. Maybe there's just nothing. But okay, Stinger Era. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think I would have just favored the Reptile Remedy, take that and call it a day, because you really don't want to take Omega Infused Accelerator into this. Now, Stinger, hey, there's potential for that to work, but again, you have an Atlas, you have a Julie, you don't really rely on this kind of slow burn damage, and we're seeing that kind of come through for the Deadbeat Dads. They're able to get a little bit of damage onto Loopy. Leo looking pretty, a little worse for wear. One barrier traded there now, and you're gonna have to see how Deadbeat Dads pull it.
Loopy Lemon unable to get it through. Leo Leon. No, Leo Leon not able to get that through into the net, though. Arlax finding the right clear, feeds it into Lego Piece, but Lego Piece dribbles off the geometry and gives the ball back to this Deadbeat Dad's side. Deadbeat Dad's now knocking on the door, and they knock Loopy Lemon off the map. Power play for this red side, looking oh so scary. Ball's taking his sweet time to dribble that thing up, get the turret into position. That is a lot of buttons onto Arlax, but Arlax doesn't even flip yet. There we go, but it's just a catch-22. You flip it, then you just die for fun, because Leo Leon also has flip. Very good recognition of the situation by this red side brawler, gets it done.
Yeah, counter flip so well played out by Leo Leon, and that also means he's going to be starting this prize fighter stacking pretty big for him. Loopy, though, she's the one who grabs that size. Potentially a little detrimental for her, as the size means bigger hitbox, potential for death. First barrier found, second barrier likely soon to be found. Good clear out by Arlax. He finds the clears again and again. Balls, though, looking a little worse for wear. The clears finally not coming through. An open net should be favoring this Deadbeat Dads.
Loopy's just having such a hard time winning strike wars and getting it through in this midfield. Balls, speaking of midfielders, is not in a very good way right now, but he holds on. Can't say the same about this poor Juliet. Power play for the Dads. They get it done with the strike. Arlax just a smidge too late with that Atlas primary, and it is game point for this red side.
Yeah, the Deadbeat Dads. We're starting to see this kind of seed discrepancy here. I'd kind of thought maybe there's a chance that Chudlock makes us a little closer than some of the other big seed disparity games that we saw earlier today, but hey, maybe that's not looking to be the case. Flipped there out by Leo. Leon goes up with balls. Where does this flip go? Arlax actually saves that against the turret. Crucial for Chudlock, and unfortunately does lose it there in the end. Nero looking for the pass up to Leo. Leon rotates it down to Balls. He's just playing that team player pass back and forth. Good hit stun there by Lego. Sends it up to Luffy, trying to set up on this top side. The Balls just gets it on forward. It gets through though. Arlax, this Missile Propulsion Atlas, lots of value, and the kill onto Lego Piece. This should be curtains.
Surely, Arlax is now just with primary, and the primary doesn't work, nor does the strike from Loopy. Nero flying ended the point as the most advanced midfield, most advanced player on this red team, so deep into that net, gets it done with the barrage. Very efficient, clinical, quick victory for the Deadbeat Dads here. There was a bit of a hiccup in set 2, but ultimately I think the better team did win. Hats off to this red side. They will be progressing on the winner's side, but that is not the last of Chudlock, if I'm not mistaken, right? They will persist, right?
Yeah, correct. Chudlock is guaranteed in that top 16. Actually, both of these teams were guaranteed in top 16 as of this match. Loser just advances directly to loser's side. I don't quite remember who Chudlock is playing on the loser's side. I imagine something like a seed 9 or a seed 10, whoever that would be. And for Leo Leon, Balls, and Nero, they are going to be playing Clever Crafts, Seed 4 versus Seed 5. So stick around. That might be a streamed match, and that's going to be an absolute banger to see. And Clever Crafts, it's Balu, Shen, and Llama-Craft. So, hey, some old names returning. I'm excited. And hey, Juggle Supreme, anything you want to say before we hop off?
Balu does not look like an Omega Strikers player. I'll say that much on the topic of Balu, but shout out Balu. Well, shout out everyone who's come out of the woodwork to return and get to pump the numbers. 21 teams, hell yeah, so don't go anywhere. We got more action.
Hello, everybody! Welcome back to Weathering the Storm. We are going to be moving towards top 16.
Yeah, what do you think about the event so far?
I think we've had a lot of very close games. I mean, the very first game of the day that was on stream was an absolute banger, and everything else seems to have followed similar suit. But the match that we have coming up is going to be Clever Corps versus Deadbeat Dads, a bit of a staple couple teams between players that we are aware of. So we have, just as a reminder for people, we have Lucas Nero and Leo Leon versus Balu Lama and Shen. And it looks like for this game, this best of 3, we'll be starting in Atlas's lab, followed by Clarion Test Chamber, and if we do end up going to Game 3, we'll be deciding at Taiko Temple.
Yes, I think those are pretty standard maps that the teams like to play, and they do play often.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
they should be very comfortable on them.
very clear. I mean, W Oni Village ban, W Oni Village ban. I will get my Oni Village hate propaganda on live stream at least once. I am casting a tournament. I have to make sure that I get that somewhere. But yeah, I mean, Atlas Labs are very standard map. I think it's pretty run of the mill as is. I'm gonna be interested to see what comps people try to run on Test Chamber though, because like from my perspective, I think Test Chamber is a very varied map. But it looks like we are going to be moving straight into our draft. And with Deadeye Egoist start, we're going to see an instant Estelle ban. I do not blame them with the Deadeye start, but I also wonder if we'll be seeing any very high damage comps. We're also going to see the Rune ban. And I don't blame them for that because Shen can look to play Rune goalie here, and Rune can be very impressive on this map. As we've seen a lot of the time, that if any sort of awakening rotations do pop up, we'll where there's any big creation picks, Rune can just sort of plop pillars on top of the barriers. You're never losing them. But it looks like the first pick going to bloody hell, going to the I've already forgotten. Clever Cross, that's it. Jesus Christ. The first pick going to Clever Cross will be the Kai pick. I mean, chances are this the standard. This is going to be the standard goalie pick. Closely followed by the Atlas. Again, pretty standard. Just throw out the creation, sit there on the middle of the locks, and you'll be perfectly fine. Also quickly followed by the Vice. Definitely a good use for the Deadeye. We might be seeing a bit of a KO comp coming out, see if they can take use of the black hole in the middle. What do you think about the Kai pick? What do you think might go well with that?
I'm not sure what could go well with the Kai pick. What I'm also very interested by is how Deadbeat Dads round out their comp. Like Vice can utilize the Deadeye pretty well. I wonder if the last pick will also be someone who can utilize the Deadeye, but it seems to be Asher instead.
Okay, so Kai now Rasmus is. I'm not sure how much I like it. I think it's good for neutralizing a lot of the damage threats. I think Asher's like a good way to round off the comp, so they have someone who can easily score, someone who can take the locks pretty well. But I'm not 100% certain on how I see Kai now Rasmus performing versus this team. I think it's gonna 100% come down to a case of just blatant out skill. But I think Atlas Vice Asher definitely stand a very big chance. Because they've already denied the rares, of course. Now we'll be able to heal half of someone's health just for fun. But I'm not sure 100% what how this game's going to go.
Yeah, I am neither. I think like the now picked was forced, right? They take the Atlas and they show Vice with Deadeye. You have to be afraid of getting killed. But I think now Rasmus can stand their ground as forwards. And with Kai long range support, I think it can go fine.
Yeah, I mean that's sort of what I think. What I think Debbie Daz is going to go for here. I think they're going to try to play very aggressively. They're going to try to look to get the now ultimate and utility out as much as they can. Try and use her secondary more for the heals and move speed rather than trying to actually score with it. Which in some cases may be in their favor, but again, we'll have to see. I mean, best of 3 either way, so first game, it's a point on the board, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to decide the entire series here.
Yeah, this is very true. These are like very close seats, right? This is seat 4 versus seat 5. So it can go either way. So I'm definitely excited to see what's going to happen, how this match is going to stack. Will one of the teams start building some momentum? Like these comps are definitely comps that can build a lot of momentum, especially the Varys Asher comp, right?
Yeah, I mean, the very snowball heavy, I think. If they start winning, if they do manage to start killing, people will just be behind in stats. In full levels, they'll have Awakening Cryo, and these are characters who, when they actually get going, then they are very scary to try and play against. It does not matter if Now is able to save someone's health if a Vice ultimate to the skull is going to wipe them off the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems like we'll be going straight in here again, Atlas Lab, game 1 of top 16. And just like that, we are off. We'll see a strike shot coming through, quickly followed by the drone. Gonna hit the core straight off that black hole, take it out, and just a lot of damage coming through straight away from the Deadbeat Dad, which is pretty much what we were assuming to see here. But Balu is going to still be alive, and he does manage to take both locks away. The Giga Blast does come through. It's a heavy cooldown that's now no longer in play. Llama has no energy. Balu does also use the hook, and there goes the ultimate from the Now in the goalie. So they opted to play Now goalie here, which I think it does work, especially for the creation side of things. But we do also see the Asher showing that she is much better at pushing through against a character like Now here. So we see Core going back to Llama. The Vice ultimate is popped again. Another big cooldown that's just kind of wasted, but Flip is out. We do see another Flip used, but it's just deflected by Lucas straight back into the goal here.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. Like already from the first goal, we can see what's the plan going to be from Nero's team right here. If they can get control of the core near the barriers, they're going to use all of their abilities, try to get the barriers, and also get a lot of damage in the process.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that we can see here is that everyone other than the Vice has gone for an egoist start, which realistically I think makes the most sense. But you look at that Vice Deadeye damage onto Shen there, and it's half his health bar gone. But even without that, like, she has her core flip relatively fast because of the amount of damage that she's outputting. Like, the energy gain on this Vice is super strong. Just like that, we do see Llama falling. A bit of a passing play here, but nothing in. Oh!
That was a very nice angle.
Yeah, good angle, but also at the same time, I felt like the space was probably strong enough for someone to catch. I think it was just trying to trust in the other person, and they both had the same idea of trying to wait so that they don't strike at the same time. But good barrage, trying to take one barrier. Shen just not in position to defend the other, but it's okay. He does have two. Lucas getting a lot of damage here onto Llama. They do force the evade out of him. He doesn't fall just yet. Now heal does come out, but that's another tool that Shen cannot use anymore to defend his goal. The Vice primary does knock the core away. A flip is forced, and they don't get the barrier quite because of the astral projection there. Lock is down. Shen just trying to get the core out of there. He does manage to, but Leon is super quick because of that egoist and does manage to get a kill thanks to the help of that core flip there. Llama just using the barrage, and it does manage to go through Nero. He tried to use his strike shot, so he didn't have the hit to try and defend there. No more cooldowns, but he does have the core flip now. Black Hole does go. Leon looking very low. They pop the Atlas ult for a little bit of a heal. They're not going to be able to take Leon out, though, as we start heading into overtime now. Shen playing very close to that bottom wall. The Asher Primary not available, so they can't secure the kill onto him. Llama just playing it slow, does use the evade. His core just going back and forth. There's no real end goal here, but the flip! Nero! What are we doing? What are we doing? It's a little bit early.
Yeah, Nero has been playing the game since the beta. That was a long time ago, and I don't think Nero is getting any younger.
But unfortunately, getting a little bit younger may be what he has to do this game. Just don't let the stress get to him. Don't let the stress get to you. As Shen just trying to defend his Barry here. They do pop the Asher ultimate and all just face rolling the keyboard, honestly. It's very, very easy to push straight through it now with no more abilities. The Rasmus primary does come through. The pendulum swing doesn't find any of the goal barriers here. Balu just trying to play it slowly. Has no energy to block the Vice ultimate. No way to evade. The primary comes through. Shen is able to core flip out. Llama is able to help defend and pass down. We do use the now ult here. A nice little heal. But it's just like I was saying before. There's been so many kills. People are now just a full level down except for Shen. But when you look at the actual experience, the energy, the expenditure, it's so much better on the side of the Deadbeat Dads, as Leon has another flip prepared. Lucas has one too. They do use one flip, and that is enough. Leon's just knocking Shen out the way. He's not able to score. He's not able to defend. What can you do?
Yeah, I think a good thing to point out here is that, well, Ego is like a very universal awakening that you can pick on anyone. And Deadeye is a thing that it's very good on characters that can utilize it. Ego is useless if you're not getting your core clips. If you're playing against a kill comp, you will have to evade a lot. You might not get to full bar ever, and then that's just a dead awakening.
True. I mean, we are going to see the stacks pick here, and as well as the heavy impact deny from the Vice, they sort of wait it out and see what everyone else is going to go. We do have Hot Shot for Atlas, which is going to help them defend even more. Fight or Flight, I'm a little bit interested in, but overall, I think this Awakening draft has gone a lot better in the side of Deadbeat Dads, and this is the snowball we're talking about. There's the Deadeye from the Vice, but Nero doesn't defend his barriers. He's too busy going for the orbs, so they are able to keep up the pressure here. Llama taking so much damage from this Vice, the Deadeye coming through super strong. Leon is able to do a little bit more here. The black hole is going to be used for the bounce. The hook does come out, but it doesn't connect to the ball. Balu not quite being able to follow through. Shen has no more cooldowns to defend. They really need to help him push through here, but it's not going to be enough. The one-man army in the goal zone cannot defend against an Asher and a Vice pelting 3 abilities at his face.
Yeah, it's just too much pressure. I think Balu's team win comp is just having enough control of the core. Like, they must really do everything they can in the midfield to not let the core go to their side. Because once that happens, they will take a lot of damage, they will lose a lot of barriers.
Yeah, I mean, there's a slight misplay there from Leon there, using the Asher ultimate backwards. It actually ended up showing some pressure, but Balu is able to secure the kill here. Lucas looking a little bit low, thanks to the help of that black hole, sitting around half health, but he does have basically full energy. Shen's able to get his Egoist proc up here. And Lucas is just trying to delay. He's letting his teammate come back up as Balu tanking so much damage here. Shen teleporting back just in time to defend the barrier, but Balu's still very, very low. 2 bars of energy to his name. Llama just holding onto the core control here. He doesn't need to do anything special. As Balu did try to go for a hook there to delay Nero and possibly stop his defense, but Lucas is going to pop the ultimate. And Llama is going to fall. Shen has to tank all of these abilities. He doesn't want to burn his core flip if he doesn't need to, but he has to now. No more strike, and Balu is able to get that last barrier out of the goal. Open goal now on the side of Deadbeat Dads. Nero just playing it very slowly. Llama comes up, has to instantly burn his evade. Shen, very far up here, does try to score, but it's just easily blocked. Leon moving very close, does pop the Asher ultimate, has his Egoist, but the core flip is blocked, expertly done there. Black hole pop, just a lot of damage onto Balu. He has to use the evade again, so he's not even close to that core flip anymore that he could have used to score, but otherwise he would have just died. It's a very difficult game here, but a very, very nice pass off that bottom wall straight to Balu and over the top of the secondary there from Atlas.
Yeah, that was a great round from Balu. from the kill to the barrier into the goal.
But again,
It's a great place around.
it's these energy numbers that we're seeing. Like Nero almost has core flip. Well, he does have core flip now. Lucas almost has core flip. Nero's gonna pop his in the middle here, pass straight down to the bottom there. They managed to get both barriers out of that one play. Leon very close up as Llama's going for that bottom barrier. They do land the hook onto Nero and they force him to evade, but there's nothing else there that they can really do to help. Claw's going down to that bottom side, straight into the hands of the Asher. So much damage is coming out here though. Llama, 1 health, not able to get the orb. They're just throwing all of their abilities, and the core flip comes out to secure the kill. Leon still holding on to his. At this rate, they will probably be able to get it up again in time for round 5 if they actually need to. He pops that core flip in the bottom. It does go into the Atlas secondary. Pass straight down to Lucas. And an easy goal.
Yeah, I think it's also especially hard because Atlas is a character where if Atlas has any cooldowns available, it's very easy to defend. So to score against Atlas, you need to keep constant pressure, which is exactly something they're struggling against with right now.
I mean, Kai pressure is very good, but he just doesn't have any cooldown awakenings realistically that could help him come through here. Because of course, like we know that the players are very capable in this way. Shen is going to lose both barriers there. Again, there's just too much pressure. The pressure that they want to have is just being completely negated by the fact that Deadbeat Dads are just putting in so much damage. They have to go back to heal. They have to use the now secondary. And when it's out, ooh, Shen's just not quite fast enough to get through that top goal. Yeah, there's just too much pressure coming out from the sides of Deadbeat Dads here to where it genuinely just doesn't matter, and it's so difficult for them to actually hold up as a team here. And this is sort of what I was saying in the draft, that I feel like their comp isn't gonna handle very well on this map.
Yeah, what Ballo's team was lacking last draft was definitely recovery awakenings that would help you survive for longer.
Yeah, I mean, as we're seeing here, we are going to pick up the recovery drone, aerials to Kai, which is going to be very useful, and Orb Ponderer. Shen's going to be able to actually keep his cooldowns up a little bit more often. It's definitely going to be helpful, but that extra special Vice, Dead Eye, and Bulk Up, there's going to be so much damage. The call does come through Abalu, though. He does get that primary in. He has a decent bit of size to his name now, so that Rasmus is going to be a lot more of a threat as both barriers do fall down for Nero. He pops out of evade to make sure he doesn't get hit by the pendulum swing. A bit of a pass back and forth. They're just stacking on that top side of the map as Leon goes down low, trying to buy a little bit of time. Balu not quite connecting his strike on the core, but Chen is in position to save it. Lucas passing off that back wall to himself. And just a little bit of a slow game right now. Just playing it a little bit slow. The pressure's falling off a tad bit because they know that there's not very much they can do as the Vice ultimate is popped in that top corner. Now they don't have their big finishing move that they can use to kill people, but Balu with a swift strike, Nero not actually able to defend that.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting for me is that Llama picked up aerials this draft when Rectal Remedy was available. You normally think that if you're playing against the kill comp, you'd just need more health and more recovery. But what Llama has figured out is that if he's too fast to kill, then he's not gonna get killed. And I do respect that, because if you look at how so far the team has died, they haven't actually died that much through staggering. Like they were just randomly picked off.
Yeah.
With barrage expose.
I mean, very true. And to be fair, Shen has been like defending these goals really, really quickly throughout this set here. But the recovery drone is going to be popped. Balu no longer having that safety anymore. And we can see that the Vice ultimate is doing incredible damage if you're near the outside. If you're going to get hit by it, you may as well get hit closer to the middle, because you're going to take less damage from it. It's still going to hurt a lot, but it might be worth to just tank that little bit. Oh, Balu does use the core flip. He's kind of forced to, otherwise he might get picked off in that center. A little bit of a nice deflection there, but Balu is able to lock up the goal. And ooh, bit of a demon angle off that top corner.
Yeah, I think you can definitely see a momentum shift in this game. This Awakening draft has definitely helped.
Yeah, I mean, the double size awakenings on this Rasmus is making him, like, incredibly incredibly annoying to deal with. Ooh, bit of an unfortunate angle from the core there, going off the black hole. Does take one of Nero's barriers away from him, but there are still 2 core flips. Leo and Nero both have to their self, as Shen taking a lot of damage. They kind of just have to concede that goal. There's not much of another option, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean Erasmus with double awakening, with double size awakening is definitely good, but I think the aerials on the Kai is also.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, the other thing as well is because the fight or flight, again, just unfortunate angles from this black hole here. It might just be better if people try to take it out. Llama nearly off the bottom of the map there. But yeah, I think with the fight or flight as well, Llama is able to not only like have a lot of speed with a secondary, but he has a secondary up very often. They do try to go for the black hole here as Balu C tanks the outside of the Vice ultimate, and it does nearly just kill him right there on the spot. And Llama playing really low, core flip does come out, and they do defend it. Leon uses his own to try and catch the defend, but he's just not in range. Llama, ooh, a little bit too close to that edge there. The black hole does pop, and they thought it might have been able to pick off Leon in time, but not quite. Good pendulum swing, they're just trying to stall for time. 3 more seconds, and the midfielder will be back. Llama is here again, trying to pass between each other, but nothing's gonna get past this very nice defense from Shen here. He, like, despite the amount of pressure that is being put up, Shen is in a excellent spot. He's kind of being given the space to defend however he can. Balu tries to go for the hook, but it's a little bit too early on Nero. Again, secondary pops. A little bit of a Giga Blast, and it's just this little back and forth where people's cooldowns are just trying to come back up. I mean, we have like the primaries being popped, but there's not very much that they can use to really keep up the pressure, and like the Atlas pick is sort of excellent for that, but there we go. We do see the Egoist coming up. Balu's forced to keep using his energy yet again. Giga Blast is used. Nero, ooh, walking up a little bit. It doesn't... Yeah, sorry, mistakenly striking too late, or too early, sorry. And then they're just able to take the core away from him. He does lose his barriers, Balu, in that top side now. Leo does pop the core flip. Hard to react to. You sort of just have to guess from that point.
Yeah, once Asher can flip so far into the nets, there's not much you can really do.
Yeah, I mean, especially if the Asher primary is available, you don't really get many options from there. The secondary is going to come out. They're not able to do anything. The Atlas primary is really good at denying Rasmus's pressure, simply just because it doesn't matter if you have secondary into strike, because there's just a big wall in your face at that point. But Balu does manage to break through the Vice ultimate. He does pop his evade. Atlas secondary is used. It's a very long cooldown that's no longer available. Core flip is used from not only Llama, but also Lucas. Lucas is now looking incredibly low, but they're popping so many cooldowns to try and just take him out. But oh!
Yeah, it was a really nice round from Llama. You can clearly see what their game plan was from the beginning and how it's supposed to work. I mean, now that they got their awakenings, depending on what we get here, the momentum may start shifting even more in their favor.
I mean, it's going to be interesting here, because now there's a lot of awakening time, but we do see that Llama is at the back of the draft right now. So despite the fact that they are, you know, trying to make a bit of a comeback, Llama's still not quite in the position to, you know, try and get what he wants, although there's not very much that Kai can use here. I think the Nice Edge probably one of the better picks for him. It was either that or the Omega Infuse. But ooh, good Rasmus secondary there, gonna secure that first lock, but Atlas doesn't really care about having 2, as long as he's got his 1, he's very happy. Although the secondary is popped, Balu going off that top side, good self-pass using the secondary there. Just pops the evade to stop the Vice ultimate, but the black hole is coming back up. Just that one obstacle in the middle, a little bit of a self-pass. Llama looking incredibly low, just having all of his stagger removed in that top corner there, as the special is used, the Death Touch. Not able to get anything. Shen on that bottom side, doing a little bit of pressure by himself, almost being taken out by that Vice. That Deadeye knockback is looking incredibly strong. especially with the bulk up. But again, Llama looking incredibly low. He pops the evade early. He was kind of aware that the Vice was looking to use her ultimate there and just walks straight out. Very good death touch to make sure it stays in. The Giga Blast straight into Lucas's face. Can't strike through that, can you?
Yeah, Valor and Llama have played together for a very long time, and you can clearly see that.
Yeah,
They have the synergy between them.
back in the old days of KLB, but it looks like we have a bit of a technical issue. Shen is gone. Where did he go? Oh, he's back. Oh. All right. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. We're back to it. Back to it. Shen is back in the game. I wonder what happened there. It seems like a quick disconnect, but it might have chucked him out of his mojo ever so slightly. Losing both barriers straight away. Nero putting up that pressure. Does use the core flip. The Rasmus special does connect, but the core was going down to Lucas either way. Llama looking incredibly low right now. Is going to be taken out. Shen trying to defend in this top side. Balu doing whatever he can, but Rasmus in melee range isn't quite as good without his secondary, and 2 core flips used, but 1 to send it to the net.
Yeah, we'll see if Deadbeat Dots can keep up the kill pressure, because they have managed to score a kill last round, but it's definitely getting harder for them.
Yeah, I mean, especially with things like this recovery drone, and considering the fact that this now cooldown is incredibly good. Balu not quite landing the strike there. Nero taking his own barrier. Oh, losing both in one go. The goal now open, but Llama, no health, looking super low. Shen, once again, still forced to use all of his cooldowns to try and help keep his teammate alive here. And now we have Leon in that top corner, using the core flip, and just taps it in.
How many goals have we seen from this Asher by just flipping?
Yeah,
you can see the
3,
egoist
4.
value. Yes,
Yeah,
see the egoist value right there.
100%. I think Egoist is an incredibly good awakening right now, just for the simple fact that if you can keep up this pressure, if you don't need to evade or you try to just greed your core flips, you can get so much move speed, and that move speed can help you stay in so many better positions. Like, look at Llama and Balu right now. The Llama's got incredibly low energy. Balu has none at all. They do manage to hook Nero out of the way. Lucas just defending that bottom side. Leon looking a little bit low here. Shen has his own core flip back because he's not the one who's getting bullied. Meanwhile, his teammates are looking incredibly weak. But what's that here? Core just going back over that top side. Leon taking his time. The Giga Blast comes through. Shen just playing it very, very slowly. Ooh, Neil forced to pop the core flip because someone detonated his own healing secondary. Bit of an interesting Asher ultimate there to sort of blocking the core from going the direction at once. But another core flip, melee range, and that is going to be game 1 going over to the side of Deadbeat Dads.
Yeah, I think that was a good game, very good game plan from Deadbeat Dots. I thought the main advantage they had in the draft is that enemy was forced to go triple Egoist when they were planning to kill them, but you could see the value of Egoist in this Asher was really, really high. Not only that Asher, after flipping, can very easily get the goal, and that gives you, and Egoist gives you more flips. It's also the fact that the movement speed that you get from Egoist when you reach the full bar, it's really good, and it's especially valuable in Asher, right? Asher is not a very mobile character, so being able to position wherever you want is very, very strong.
Yeah, so I counted 5 goals there with core flips from Leon. So you can definitely see where the value of this Egoist is. And the other thing as well is that Rasmus is not a very high damage brawler. You tend to see him use more for the utility of actually being able to take barriers by himself and score, thanks to the help of having that little bit extra range compared to most other brawlers. But when you combine that with Kai, you tend to not be able to get as far with it. So that sort of low damage lacking comp is not going to be able to compete with the sort of pressure that Asher and Vice have. Then you also have the Atlas goalie, which is able to just negate any sort of pressure they do have. you know, if a Kai Gigablast is flying across the map, the Atlas Ult can just come out and save them. I mean, to be honest, I didn't really even see the Atlas Ult used very often that game.
Yeah, it
Like,
was a few times, but
Yeah, I
I'll
did
get
I did
that
see it a fair few, but I didn't see it as often as you do in very heavy KO games, where
Yeah, I think
both teams are super aggressive.
Yeah, I think a big value of the Atlas pick is to take it away from the enemy team with the Vice pick to start
Yeah.
threatening the damage. Like, I think also Bao's team got pretty unlucky in the Awakening drafts. In the first
Oh, yeah,
draft,
for
they got no survivability.
Mm-hmm.
In the last draft, Bal was forced to pick Prize Fighter, and even after taking away Prize
Yeah.
Fighter, Asher still could go tempo,
Yeah.
which was pretty unfortunate. But I will say you could see their game plan. Like,
Yeah,
if they
100%.
got control of the core, they were super fast. They
Mhm.
could get the pressure in. Like, it's both taking control of the core to put your own pressure, but it's also to not let the enemy put on their pressure, because Vice and Asher can only do things once they have control of the core, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're only going to put a lot of abilities on you, get the damage in,
Mm-hmm.
and get the barriers, get the goals once they have the core. So like denying taking the control of the core away from the opposing team was definitely their plan, and we've seen it work in one set. I respect it. I think like you could clearly see that the draft was very reactionary, right? I think they got caught slightly off guard by the Vice Atlas pick, forced to take now and like react with their picks rather than form a cohesive game plan themselves.
Definitely. Well, we are going to be moving into game 2 here on the Clearing Test Chamber. We have Knife's Edge and Might of the Colossus. We are going to see another room ban, which means I think they're just very afraid of having either Llama or Shen be able to just flex pick that rune and not really be sure of where it's going to go. Because, of course, Shen can play it.
Llama also very
Llama
known for it.
is known for it.
Yes.
So keeping it open is gonna make it a little bit hard, but we are also gonna see that Asher taken away. I think they might be a little bit afraid of just seeing that again. I think Leon may have shown a little bit too much promise with it.
Yeah, Leon was playing Asher also the game before we've seen on stream, so it's definitely a comfort.
We are gonna see that Atlas picked up again, though. I'm assuming that's more than likely for Nero. I mean, it's you know, a bit of a low cortisol pick, really. You just sort of sit there, just throw things from the other side of the map. But Clevercraft's going in for something a little bit different here. We are going to see the Kai and Era picked up, so I'm assuming that the Kai is more than likely going to go back over to Llama yet again, and Shen will be playing the Era from the goalie standpoint.
I would think so as well, but Llama was also known for playing Era back in the day, so anything is possible.
See, I was thinking we might see size be a little bit more contested with a might start, but this sort of does give Clevercrafts a bit of an opening here, because Zentaro Vice don't really benefit as much from the size picks, which means that if they go for something here, I don't know, like the Rasmus again, then there is actually a much better opportunity of always getting that size. But we are going to see the Kazan. That's also a very good pick here. I can take a lot of use of it, but we'll see if Balu does end up going for that pick, or if he opts for the Knife's Edge instead. This map does have a lot of times where you can get good Knife's Edge value. Of course, the invisibility fields, whenever there is the infuser in the middle of the map. Quite often you're playing down or up somewhere here. You're never really in the middle. I mean, even one of them has the Atlas Orb in the middle, where you are literally forced as far down as you can physically go. So Knife's Edge is probably going to be fairly often taken here, I think.
Yeah, I wonder how much both team valuing Knife's Edge has affected this draft. I thought we would see more size users like Rasmus, you said.
I mean, again, I'm interested to see what they offer with the Kazan here, because they could go for Knife's Edge and they'll just play around with that. But also, again, they might just gamble the fact that Zentaro Vice don't really care about size as much, and see if they can abuse that and stack up the damage using Might of the Colossus.
Yeah, what we see here as well is that we have, again, a very kill comp heavy team from Deadbeat Dots, and now we have no now on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like Kai is very squishy. Kazan can easily evade, and Era is fast and has also the debuff. But it's again, it's a game where there's a big risk of just a snowball, where you keep killing the other team, you get better awakenings, you get more damage, and you keep running them over.
100%. I mean, we're going to be opening here with the Obscura part of the map, where there's a bit of a poison zone. Shen playing up very aggressively. They are able to get one barrier straight away, as Leon is going to put up a little bit of pressure and trade it back down. No one here to help defend Shen, but as we can see here, it is actually Shen on the Kai goalie, and they have Llama on with Balu here. If we look at the awakenings, all of the players from Deadbeat Dads opted to go for the Might of the Colossus start. Meanwhile, only Shen opted for Knife's Edge. But we are going to see a lot of damage being put out here very quickly, showing the prowess with that. And yet again, Leon with another core flip call.
Yeah, Might of the Colossus by itself gives you like 7.5 power. But it's always something, the damage does add up, and you could see how much damage they just did last round. Killing one person, staggering the other.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, I think the plan here with the Era is that they are trying to get as much damage as they can with the Size Awakening and the Size buff from Era Primary, so that they can try and trade out the damage, but Llama's taking a lot in this bottom side. Lucas using his core flip, but not able to secure very much here. Llama still defending very well, using his evade and his primary to keep the core in, but we're just going to go back and forth in the side lanes here. A little bit of a classic callback, those who know. But Balu is trying to put up a little bit of pressure here, hiding away in that little invisibility, but core just going back and forth, bit of back pass there. Lucas now in the zone as Shen uses the eject button just to recall back. Leon's looking very low here. He is staggered. They are forced to pop the Atlas ult, but it may have came too early. Balu's not able to secure the kill though. Shen hanging out in the middle of the map, trying to keep that pressure on as Nero does drop one barrier. Balu trying to go for the top spin there, not quite able to secure any sort of kill, but Lucas is trying to get the core down back into that side. They may have a plan, I think, better with these side lanes, but Nero not able to defend there with his secondary. Shen is defending here. The core flip is used. Leon no longer has his main scoring tool, but Shen is able to defend this one barrier really nicely. He's keeping up with the pressure as he needs to, but he does with that Giga Blast. Close, but still holding on pretty well. Llama just playing very slowly. He's holding on to his secondary for like just the right times as well, which I think is gonna help him out in the long run. But Lucas does burn his core flip. We do see Zentaro go for his special, but again, nothing too serious. Just a little bit of damage output here as Shen does deny the orb. Atlas Orb is popped to just defend his teammate. Vice ultimate. Ooh, Balu getting very close to that edge. They couldn't see him, but they knew that he was there. He's looking very, very low right about now. But those Van Braces are going to keep him healed up very nicely.
Yeah, I'm amazed at how good is going for Balu's team in avoiding damage. Like, they're not taking much damage. I think a big part of that is that they're not forced to. I think a big part of it is actually the Kai goalie. Kai can help you from a big range and helps you have the control of the core from afar, which doesn't force you to like stay in the corner and get hit by all the abilities.
I mean, a very clean goal there from Leon, just pushed up a little bit. Under normal circumstances, I think it'll be classed as offside, but this game doesn't really care about those rules.
We have another technical
Shen's
problem.
dead. Shen, pick up your internet, Shen. Plug in the LAN cable. This is a LAN tournament, you know. Plug the cable into the computer. You work in IT sometimes. I know you've got it, Shen. There you go. There you go. Nice and easy. Are you back? Are you sorted? No?
I don't think so.
No.
I actually wonder what the issue is.
Yep. I mean, I hear Layfire laughing, which means that clearly something's going on. Oh, there we go, there we go. Happy days. Oh my god, almost losing the barrier straight away. But it's okay, it's okay. See, Shen was awake, he was ready for it, but he wasn't ready for that. Never mind, he was. Good Giga Blast to defend there from the Zentaro special. Balu is keeping the core pressure up. Llama defending very nicely from this middle ground as the orb in the center gets very low. Oh, good core flip as there. Llama is able to secure that barrier and the... Ooh, what a really nice primary that to secure the kill there from Balu. I don't know if Nero was too close to the barrier, to the edge, but he seemed like he was quite far away.
No, but Nero was definitely way too close to the edge there.
Maybe I'm blind. Maybe I need to get my eyes checked again. Oh, good Giga Blast, but it's interesting because I feel like if Nero did hit the core, the Giga Blast was going to hit anyway, so it was a really good way to cover the angle, but Lucas pushed up very far. Core not going to go in off the flip, though. They secure both barriers, so Shen's got to be on his A game right now. Leon going through, doing so much damage to Llama, and the passive swing is going to secure the kill. Balu on that bottom side. They're trying to play very, very close right now. Shen kept the eject button up just in case he needed to push forwards and try and keep the core away. They do go for the barrage as Llama is now back up in that top side. The Aeronado coming through. We do see the Vice secondary. Shen with a bit of a self-pass. Trying to go through this bottom side. Giga Blast coming through as well as Leon's pushed up. He does have that core flip, that patented scoring tool that he's used so much. Ooh, he does pop it to save himself, but the Atlas special was used too. Maybe a little bit... I don't know if it was too early, if it would have been too late though, but they do manage to secure the kill anyway, so may have been a little bit more useful if they still had it right now. They do go for the crooked lever to try and get it, but Shen is not in position. The core flip wasted, and a goal is scored, and that is going to be our first set over to the Vice.
Yeah, you could see that Shen is playing this game very aggressively, and he has to help his team take control of the core. Even though this set was 3-1, I think Ball's team is happy with what they've achieved so far.
Yeah, I mean, we see like every single stagger awakening coming here as well, so no one can even like choose to stack it. We have the missile prop going over to the Atlas, always very, very nice, but the recovery drone is going to be picked up by the Zentaro, and we are going to see one spark to the Kazan. I mean, I think he's one of those characters that scales exponentially with stats. So if they do manage to get sparks online for Balu, then it could spell night for the Deadbeat Dads for this game. But I'm going to be going to the bounce house now as Leon tries to go through here. They do manage to save their second barrier. We're now 1-1 on both sides. Shen does get the strike in, just taps it away. Is Nero keeping his own defender the same way. Everyone has really low energy on the side of Shen's team, but the big issue then comes from the fact that look at Leon. How does Leon already have flip already?
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have to evade anything and you get all of strikes, that's just what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Clevercrafts has a bit of an issue with him just using all of these flips. I mean, look at the amount of pressure he's able to put in there, and they are able to take the lock away. Lucas goes for the Vice ult. Llama looking incredibly low already. Balu does have one evade to his name, but they don't have their own core flips for their own goals, so it's so much more difficult to score. I think Kazan has a much harder time scoring than a lot of other brawlers do. You know, unless you face her on the keyboard. But we do see the core going back and forth a little bit here. Shen is holding on to his own flip just in case it's needed. Doesn't look like it is right now, though. He's defending really, really nicely. Does pop the Giga Blast, and it does go wide. Core flip is used. He pops it a little bit early, but the only rush is not enough to secure that goal. Leo is very far up as Shen has a masterclass. Did this guy get coached from Alex? Who knows? But Llama is going to try to go for a little bit of a shot there, straight into Nero. Let's see... like every cooldown being used at the same time, and even though we're in overtime, the core's going so quickly off of these side walls. Oh, it's an unfortunate angle that scores the goal.
Yeah, it was a great defensive effort.
I mean, I think a lot of this is coming down to the fact that Shen has to be everywhere at the same time,
True.
popping every ability pretty much off cooldown. Meanwhile, again, Nero on this low cortisol goalie where he gets to just sit there in one place. He doesn't really have to move as much, especially with the missile prop on the Atlas. Like, look at that primary range going from his side of the goal straight into the other, but he does use both of his abilities straight away. Balu's going to help with the defensive effort, but it's not going to be enough. We see Shen forcing the evade here. Balu gets a hit by that Vice ultimate, and there's not very much going on to stop that there. Leon with another goal under his belt. Like, he seems like such a aggressive player, but also a really aggressive scorer. He's like quite the menace, as he does manage to get the power up in the middle, becoming a lot bigger and a lot stronger. Remember, Might of the Colossus with that power up is going to make you incredibly strong. They do lose one barrier in the meantime, but Llama's looking incredibly low. The Atlas primary coming through, chipping him away at the same time, forcing the evade from Balu as well with this Vice pick. Lucas, incredibly dominant across the map, not only with the ultimates, but also just using his general abilities to poke. We do see Balu is able to pick up the power up this time, though. Gets one barrier, trading the exact same way as his opponent did before. As the Arenado taking out Nero from across the map. Nice one from Llama. Pass up, they go for the error primary, but it's not quite there. A barrage, a Giga Blast, but it's not enough to break through the impenetrable wall as Leon is able to secure that last barrier. Core flipping in the corner, but it's not quite enough. Balu in this top side, they do take out Llama yet again. It's a two-man army to try and defend this set. Shen just playing it slowly, goes for the Giga Blast, then just sending everything into that Atlas secondaries. The Crooked Liver does come out. They try to go for a little bit of a shot there off of the Vice special, but it's not going to be enough. Leon keeping the core in his own control. Balu trying to just keep it away in this closed form. Pass back to Shen. Still just keeping it slow. Balu does have a lot of abilities available to him right now, I'm pretty sure. It's just looking for the right time to use them. Pass down to Llama, going up, trying to buy time for Balu to get in. Not quite able to get anything through, though. Core flip is going to be popped from the side of Lucas. They're just playing ring around the rosy with it, though. Bit of an anti-clockwise motion. Core going back down to that bottom side. Llama does have core flip. Shen does too, but they just have to break past this wall. They have to make sure that the Atlas doesn't have any abilities. The Oni Rush, still not quite going to be enough. Shen in this bottom side, passing up to Llama. A bit of a bad angle, though, just going off that side wall. Pass down to Balu. They do bait out Nero's flip. It could have been a goal slightly better, but I think the pressure might be getting to them. Balu trying to play it safe, forcing the evade out of Llama. Leon has his patented core flip as he walks up towards the goal. Very slowly, Shen forced to strike in a core flip to secure the set.
Yeah, it was a really nice set from Deadbeat Dots. Like, you called out Leon being a very aggressive player in both killing and scoring. And they're definitely playing towards this strength, right? While it's easy to just say, oh, Nero just needed a low cortisol goalie where he can just chill and use abilities. I think it's very, like, Atlas is also a very important takeaway in this series.
100%.
Right? Because, you know, Atlas both gives you like a lot of survivability, but also a very, very strong defensive pressure. Where, like, if you use an ability, the action immediately ends and the pressure ends. And if you want to use your abilities both for killing and scoring at the same time, to get the damage on, that's exactly what you don't want your opponent to have. And I think Deadbeat does just have a really good draft plan for this series, and it's clearly been working, right? Take away the Atlas, put in a lot of aggression, and it's definitely paying dividends.
Yeah, I mean, look at where we are right now. Llama back on 1 HP. Balu may be full health, but he has no evade. Shen also looking incredibly low on the energy department. They do pop the Atlas ult to just heal that little bit of chip damage that was dealt. Balu standing in that purple zone, getting really, really low. But Shen just trying to play it slow. They do manage to keep the core away from Leon, but Balu will fall. Getting staggered in that zone is not ideal, but Nero, the age is getting to him. He isn't able to defend that, but Shen definitely is. I mean, Shen is one of the younger players on here, so he does get that advantage, but that Vice ultimate does so much damage. keeping it in that top side. Balu does try to use the primary there. Not quite gonna get anything but Shen. Oh, okay. Maybe he is getting a bit old.
Yeah, Shen spent too much time with Nero before the long.
You know, guys, just a bit of a fun fact. Nero is the only person here who is currently over 30, other than Balu, I think.
That might be the case, yes.
I just want to point that out because I know he wanted no one to point that out.
But you know, like, you have to give credit to Nero. Nero's doing incredibly good.
Yeah, exactly. Until he loses barrier, just like that. As the error primary does come out, Shen passing back and forth. Llama looking incredibly low. Leon putting up that pressure yet again, using the special, taking out Llama. Balu now in this bottom side. Leon is going to try and keep core control to himself. The Atlas primary does come out. Lucas forcing the evade. Balu going to just tank the hit. He does have the Van Braces to heal up really easily as Kazan does have incredible damage output. The Aeronado being charged up, going across this bottom side. It is a 2v3 right now, though. You can't discount the fact that this Atlas is on the other side of the map. He does still have primary. His secondary does get burnt, though. The Vice secondary comes through as Leon looking very low after that Kazan secondary. Tries to go for the dash in, but core flip. And the beam does prevent any sort of damage, but Shen's on the back wall.
You know, like, an Awakening draft ago, Balu opted to go for the Spark of Strength instead of the Reptile, providing health. And you do have to wonder, like, Spark of Strength is one of those sparks that gets the most value from other sparks, right? A lot of the sparks double their value whenever you pick up another spark, but Spark of Strength, I think, on base, it gives you 8 power, and it increases by 16 with every other spark. So by itself, it's not that strong. It's the only spark Balu has. And instead, Balu could have had a little bit more survivability. Yes, exactly. Like, I understand Llama Craft's going for like full speed because speed does make you get less take less damage. But I do wonder if Balu wouldn't want some more survivability for himself. Though you can, I have to admit, the Van Blaze is...
Yeah, I mean, I think it may have just came down to the fact that they were sort of banking on another spark being in the last draft, but it doesn't seem like there was anything available to them. Core flip is going to come out from Balu, a pass up to Shen as he comes through that top side. Leon trying to go for the Oni's Blade, see if he can get a little bit of a cheese kill, but the Aeronado is going to do that for them. Llama back into this top side. Leon looking very low right now. I wonder if they'll be able to take him out. He does have his core flip up. So if they try to do anything, he does lose his recovery drone, but Shen's in the wrong spot. One more mistake could spell disaster. But it's a goal! Very nice nado from Llama there. Keeping them still in this. We'll see how they fare. Will they be able to keep up the pressure, or will they crumble? Will they be able to weather the storm? One barrier down from the side of Shen as Leon is pushed up. He gets the core flip and the Oni rush straight through the middle. A very quick final set. Leon did not want to leave anything to the imagination and said, let's wrap this up fast.
Yeah, you could see that Leon's pressure with the core flip was insane this series.
Yeah, I mean... but when you look at just every single goal that's like very up close, there's just core flip. You want a barrier, there's a core flip. There's a goal right there, core flip. But you can't even count it as like, oh, he's just a core flip merchant. Although it's just a very, very well played set that just came down to the fact that I think in most cases, Deadbeat Dads has just had a major energy advantage from the simple fact that they're putting out so much damage all in one place. They're not splitting their targets either. Like the Vice ultimate, sure, one big circle in the middle of nowhere, it's gonna do damage to everyone. But whenever it came down to targeted damage, whenever anyone looked low, it was a really good effort from both Lucas and Leon to just focus down that same person. 6 KOs to the side of Leon and 8 of the 9 goals. A credit to his name too.
Yeah, I think that we just had the superior drafting plan. They ban away the rune, to take away comfort from both Shen and Lama.
Yep.
And not allow any wonky shenanigans to go on. Also, Rune is a relatively sort of good character at evading damage, right? Which they also didn't want to give to the enemy. They take away the Atlas, to not give them any chance at survivability, and then just pick damage.
Yeah.
Pick like characters with AoE damage, where they can just, whenever they get the core forward, which is relatively doable with Atlas, just put in a lot of damage and core pressure at the opponents. Like the opponents are forced to take the damage or lose everything they have.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even discount anyone's performance here either. I mean, you know, Shen was putting in an absolutely incredible goalie performance, trying to clear out as much pressure as he physically can. Balu was doing an incredible job when he was in that forward position and trying to keep the pressure on himself. And Llama's midfield work was, once again, just perfectly in position whenever he needed to be. If he needs to try to help Shen, he was always able to use a secondary and run back. But it's just not quite enough when you have two very high damage characters that are always in your face, always have cooldowns. By the time you're able to pick up an orb, that's it. Your health bar's already gone, and you're just trying to play that really slow game.
Yeah, I agree. The players had a very good performance. I think, especially Shen, who was shining there. But once if you're losing on the game plan, it's very hard to combat. You can see how much more effort they had to put into every single goal than the opponent team. Right? It's easy to just spam all your spells. I mean, I say spam all your spells, but of course, way more complex than that.
Yeah, I mean, based on the people.
Based on people, yes, but than to like take control of the core and then keep up the constant pressure to get through Atlas cooldowns and avoid damage while doing all of that. I think that's just way harder. You could see it in this game because I mean this was a 9-2 game. It didn't feel like a 9-2 game, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like you could see they had the core control very often, and they were doing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a bit of it just came down to just there was some really long rounds, and there's a chance that the pressure gets to him. Again, LAN's a very different environment to what a lot of players here are probably used to, where you're in the comfort of your own home, you're able to just, you know, relax between rounds, you have that me time, you have that moment. There's a very high pressure environment at the same time. Everyone's in the same place, everyone's doing the same thing, so...
Yeah, of course, I have to shout out that we are still blaming the loss on Shen's technical difficulties.
True. Can we get a truth nuke in chat, please? Right, well, I think that is it from us for now. And we will be moving on to our next game very, very soon. Stay tuned and thanks for watching. Hello, everybody.
Hello,
Welcome back. I'm not joined by Peels this time. I'm joined by my good friend Rekos.
Thank you.
Welcome to the caster's desk. This game is between Barrage of Bob versus TMCT. Two decently well-known teams in Europe with our good friend and tournament organizer Sloth, also playing with Geo and Venom, and also we have
No, Venom's
oh, wait,
not in
oh
this
no,
game.
sorry. Oh, nah. Yeah, no problem. I cannot see because I am blind.
I think it's Cookies.
It's the sunglasses.
Cookies in
Yeah.
that team as well.
Yeah, that's it.
And the other team was Venom, I think, an 8-player.
Yeah. The Fool.
The Fool, right?
That's
And
what
Brock.
it is. And Brock.
As
That's
far as I know.
yeah, you're probably more aware than me.
I mean,
Either way, we are going straight into our draft here on Gates of Obscura. We're going to see an explosive entrance and nice edge to start off with here.
sounds good for brawlers.
Yeah, sounds very nice. But we're going to see the Kai ban and the Atlas ban. Atlas will help that brawling just a little bit. But we're going to see Bob here picking up the Mako and the Zentaro.
Very damage heavy.
Yeah, I mean, we have Estelle, Asher, and Silly traded out. I think Asher's a very nice pick on Gates of Obscura, but we are also going to see the Drek. So...
Oh, I expect a lot of like damage and KOs and just a lot of clashing.
Well,
in
yeah,
general.
I think Bob's going to be doing a very good job of that. We got Zentaro Vice here, who's going to be dealing a lot of damage.
Oh,
But
yeah.
what I'm wondering here is, for the side of TMC2, who do you think that goalie is?
Team City goalie in this case
Mhm.
should be Drakkar, I think.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking as well. But it's not the easiest to tell.
I think it is Drakkar, yeah, on slot.
Yeah, like I was thinking Drakkar probably makes the most sense because you want to have the Asher forwards,
Yeah,
and you more than likely want to have the Estelle in midfield. But the Drek does also have the ability to help Asher pretty nicely when you are able to get things into the corner.
Definitely, could be.
It more just depends on the player. I
Yeah,
suppose.
definitely. I've seen slot on Drake. I don't know about his star, but we'll see. Especially because we play at gates, like the gates itself.
Yeah,
they will be
like-
like very important in this game.
I mean, that's the big thing with Gates is it's very much a skill check of how much do you think you can play around in those sorts of slow zones.
Especially like team play wise, like it shows how well the team can actually like play with each other.
Yeah, it's a very big communication check as well. I
Mhm.
think because the moment that you are able to say go stand there
Yeah.
and you can just pass. And
Exactly.
it's good for the goalie as well because if the goalie's able to make those sorts of calls, make sure those comms are heard, then
Yeah.
you're in an even better position.
Definitely, it changes a lot. It changes a lot, like between the teams that can actually use the gates effectively, and those that are like just using them as a side thing.
Yeah, it seems so. But it
Wait,
also
do we see
seems-
actually an Asher goal?
Asher goalie? Okay, so Sloth's going to be taking that Asher to play a bit more defensively, which means that we're probably going to see Cookies on the
Okay.
direct for the hard forwards here. But we're going up very, very fast here. So Geo tried to go for that middle hit, almost taking both barriers, but only actually takes the one for now. Sloth just playing his defensive game, but Cookies is very low already. The match just started. He already has no evade, but he's very low. Mr. Fool over here, our American import, does lose his barrier to the primary there, but not very much he can do to defend. I think defending on Mako's a bit harder than it would seem. I mean, she has great defensive tools, but also at the same time, you're now trying to defend against Drek Estelle.
Definitely.
Ooh! A lot of damage being output here from Cookies and Geo. They're just
Oh,
trying to
come on.
ping pong
They got
it
a
off
score
the
here.
Fool. Come on, guys!
No way.
Everyone's gone. 3, 2, 1.
way to
Oh no! Listen, you guys don't have a ping difference this time. It seems Cookies has gone a little bit off the deep end. He's fallen into the red here. He's getting bounced around just a little bit, up and down. Gets caught in. Ooh. Doesn't fall
And
yet.
use the TP.
Yeah, almost scores off the TP. Really nice player, good attempt, but Sloth is going to lose that last barrier. Venom coming in. It's getting very, very close. A good evade. Geo with nice pass to himself in the direct primary. What a nice shotgun to pop that in.
Made it harder than it had to be this for this round.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But I just also realized that like C3 against C2. This
Yeah,
is, like, really
this
intense.
is a really, really high stakes game between these players. With Geo trying to go for the portal there, but not quite going to get what he wants. Sloth using all of his abilities really defensively straight away. It's going to become a little bit harder to tell what's going on here. Geo not able to defend. He can't help his teammate out properly here. Nice core flip to help get the core away from the goal. But another one is going to be used in return, using the EI rush to get that last barrier. Are they going to be able to score though, as the Vice ultimate is going to take out one player? The Estelle is gone, and that's going to help.
I just wanted to mention it. Like I wanted to see more like KOing and more clashing from Venom and Brock.
Yeah,
these two like should have more damage.
Yeah, I mean the thing with especially the Vice pick this tournament is any team that has this Vice seems to have this really, really heavy KO pressure that it just seems to be near unbeatable. Because most brawlers, when they're trying to output all their damage, they need to be in a really close range, and trying to counter a long range, high, heavy damage, it becomes really difficult, especially with the amount of AoE, the lightning bounces. But as you see here, burning all of the energy from Geo and Cookies, and what a good teleport as well.
That's what I meant.
An excellent primary just to go back through, secure the goal. Probably don't expect that, because that primary, it's one of the slower projectiles in the games, but it's not that slow.
And also another thing about this map, like a lot of people, of course, the team play between the teleports are important, but then if you actually cross the teleportation yourself, the gate, that is what Venom just did. That is also very huge and also often unexpected.
I mean, I think that was like the main problem when this map first released, is a lot of people didn't really understand how to play through the portals themselves. People would just sort of sit on one side, not go back and forth. But here we see a really, really nice defense from Sloth. Geo still hanging very low, not able to get that barrier himself. He needs to use the evade to go through that portal so he doesn't die, but the special coming up from Zentaro, nothing quite coming through here. Geo playing it very slowly, gets bounced around, no more energy. Brax trying to look for that kill. He's fishing for it. He's hungry. But Geo's just playing back as far as he can. And there he goes. Yeah, they're really struggling to keep up here. I think it's difficult for them to try and keep this sort of defensive play style. Because
there you go.
That's all it takes.
And that's interesting for me, because I think the further we go, the harder it gets even for TMCT.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this draft ended up being a bit more of the enemy favor, but it seems like they've been blessed this time around. But at the same time, I'm seeing that spec training, and I think Vice might want to take it. And there it goes. Even more damage. Hot shot taken for Sloth. I mean, that's interesting, because you do deny that from your own Estelle. But I mean, Zentaro. I don't think Zen would take it, though.
I didn't think he would go for Reptile here. I'm
I
not that much. Yeah, I'm not that much into the current state of the game anymore. But tempo swing sounded better.
Tempo swing got nerfed a while ago, which makes it a little bit more difficult to actually. See that extra special coming straight in right away. But yeah, tempo swing got nerfed quite hard a while ago. So the tempo swing that we knew when we used to play is not the tempo swing of today.
Yeah, but you could immediately see the impact of them winning a set. Like, it's nearly impossible for teams to survive this. Like, I'm curious how they want to do it.
Geo's playing very far up. Of course, you can tell he doesn't have many abilities left. Cookie's trying to use those shotguns to break through. He should only have one more left. Is he going to be able to use it properly? He has to try and get core control with it. Now here he is. He is able to get one lock, one more
Okay.
shotgun. Great play there from Cookies. And the Fool is not able to keep up his great defense just for that 1 second. Sloth trying to get this core away, but Brock, an excellent primary just to slice straight through Sloth.
Yeah.
I don't think Sloth wanted to really use his evade there either because he's so close to core flip.
Exactly.
Like it, because if he lands a strike there, I think he gets core flip, and if he insta uses it there, then it's a bit of a waste. But speaking of flips, Brock's gonna use his take out Cookies. No more cooldowns left of the Zentaro.
Nice.
Ooh, an unfortunate flip from the Fool. Geo's gonna TP out and get both barriers here. Sloth, is he gonna be able to get this core out of there? Venom's playing very strong. Brock is gonna keep core control. Sloth, very far up. Here comes
Oh
the
my God.
EI rush combined.
Okay, now they got a score.
Oh, they're very high. They're very, very far up. Sloth is looking low.
Very
pass
clean,
through.
very clean, man. Holy shit.
An excellent play there.
That was very good. The defensive side, until you're losing the gates to get a pass through Brack and scoring very nice.
100%. I mean, again, a lot of this is coming down to just the amount of pressure that can be upheld here. Like, they're playing super, super well with these gates, but also at the same time, it becomes so much harder to actually break these barriers because they have to use so many abilities to just get there in the first
Exactly.
place. But maybe they can be blessed by Mako's slightly longer than average cooldowns. We'll see though as Brock goes straight up on that far end. A good second, not second, special. Ooh! The snipe from the other side of the
Oh,
map.
That was so clean.
From NA to EU, that shot was from.
All the way, man.
Going very far. It's seems like we're going through a very, very fast game one this time around.
Seems to.
The last one seemed to be a little bit slower, but
Yeah.
this seems like a bit more of a stomp.
Yep. As I said, like the damage comes off from like Bob way better than Team CT.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see the Deadeye taken here by Estelle, and I think the recovery drone pick is 100% more of a deny than a pick for themselves, but Siege Machine.
Yeah, it's very good.
Longer projectiles for Drek is always nice, but not going to get very much out of that creation usage.
But we've seen their struggle. Like Team CT, even if they get the barriers, 2 times now during this game they were unable to like score actually 2v1 against the goalie without barriers.
And look at how much damage all the evades are forced out. Sure, the Vice secondary goes a little bit to waste, but now what do? They're just going to get chipped down slowly but surely. They're going to have to try and use everything they can. They get both barriers, a pass through the portal, going straight back to Sloth, secondary straight down from Vice here. Venom just doing that chip. Brock putting up the pressure even harder, going for that secondary strike, the rush coming through. Geo looking incredibly low now though, and he falls to Brock, who now has his core flip already. The object permanence check from the Drek going through. No real issues there though for the Fool. He doesn't seem too silly today. They do manage to get one lock back.
Now we got us.
Oh, no. Oh, 2 core flips in the face of Sloth. 1 to Venom. He does go down and the recovery drone is wasted,
nice kill.
but the other core flip is used for a kill. They can put up this pressure very nicely. A good dash from Sloth, trying to keep it out of Geo, trying to get the core out as far away as possible. As Venom is pushed for the other side of the portal, they're able to delay really nicely as Cookies respawns. Trying to dash in, not keeping good core control. Sloth almost falling. They're fighting for core possession through the portals, which becomes very difficult. A nice shotgun forcing the core flip out of the Fool. It's a big, big fight for core control right now as Cookies tries to pass through to himself. It goes down to Geo. The special comes out, and the shotgun is what it takes to secure it.
Huge. What a fight between those two.
I know. I mean, this is what it comes down to now. Is these tools that they both have. TMCT now have the cooldown reductions. They now have what they want to try and secure these kills, but the lack of energy on Sloth is going to make it very difficult to live. Cookie's almost going to fall as well as Brock comes in with as much damage as possible. The one-man army. He's emoting on them. He's back-passing. They're trying to throw a little bit, but Cookies with the primary gets 1 through the special. He might fall himself as Brock going down with the rush and the flip to secure the goal.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. It seems much easier for Bob to like actually get gates, score goals, etc. Like the goal we saw before by Team CT was like, it was a goal, but it seemed way harder to score for them.
Yeah, 100%. As Cole coming back through that portal now, Sloth trying to play very defensively. He is getting these last second strikes though. Oh my goodness, it's so tough,
Look
but
at the
look
damage.
how low everyone is. They're all grouped up on this core, and there's nothing they can do. They're getting chipped down so hard as Cookies comes in, does get one barrier, but Venom going back down on this bottom side is becoming very, very tough. Very, very hard to actually stop the pressure that's coming through from Bob here. As Geo falling to Brock on that top side of the map. A lot of projectiles coming out. Sloth does try to use the special to slow down the push a little bit, but it does not connect. Cookie's using his own as well, trying to keep core control. He'll pass up and down through the portal. Now does get the barrier from the Fool. He was charging his primary, which means it's a little bit harder to move and react thanks to the self-slow. Venom on that bottom side now with Brock. Using that Zentaro special, keeping up that pressure. Core flip down. They do manage to secure the goal. Core flip is used, but Brock's not getting anywhere. And they're trying to KO Cookies before he can get that core flip. It's a little bit too late, though. The Fool gets his own off. Excellent save from Sloth. Good pass down to the bottom. Cookies nearly getting it in. The primary falling short. The special falling short.
So
and
patient.
just like that, their teammates down.
No
Cookies
way.
falls short once, and the primary from Venom will knock it in.
Yeah, you can see that they're trying so hard to score, but then they just.
Again, they're using all of their cooldowns, and it's just not quite there. They're not close enough, or it's just they don't have the cooldowns that they need to break through that last bit. But Geo, excellent pass down to himself, is able to get one. Cookies is able to get the second barrier as well, forces out the evade. A lot of cooldowns being used. Venom does have his flip. He does opt to use it, but it's to no avail. They're playing down by this portal as Sloth pops his own. It's going through to Cookies, but there's no follow-up from the shotgun to try and get it in. Venom looking incredibly low, has no energy to himself. Pass through the portal. We're just going to go back and forth a little bit as Venom is still just hanging on by a thread. No more cooldowns to try and break through. The piercing shot is not enough. Cookies going down, pops the special, but still, there's nothing to push through this strong defense from Bob. That's one single strike.
They literally have to carry this the thing inside into the goal, bro. Like, they can't even shoot from afar.
I think if they're able to get this one last round, then they're able to come back. But Geo's forced to use the core flip. Cookie's looking incredibly low. They are able to break through, but Geo is going to fall to the core flip from Brock, who is back to emoting on them as he runs through. The BM is very strong here. Cookies falling back, doesn't evade the secondary from Vice. He is able to defend and evade the Zentaro, but he's super low. They want to chase the kills because they need to keep this pressure up. If Geo gets to where he wants to, they're able to take these barriers. And just like that, Cookie's looking incredibly low. He's getting all of Brock's cooldowns out. It may look like he's tanking a lot of damage, but he's not falling. And that's the important part. The Vice special coming out, they're knocking Cookies around so hard. Zentaro doesn't have his primary anymore. He's trying to wait for his special, but Cookies is back to normal health, and Brock falls to the piercing shot in that top corner. He doesn't go through the portal, pass to Geo, and an excellent special. We are still in this game.
Damn, I didn't expect them to win this one actually.
It's hard because the early game looks so tough for them, but the moment that they have these awakenings, you know, we do have Deadeye on Estelle now. We have a lot of damage, funnily enough.
Actually, yeah.
And like all of that's going to help make the core speed go a hell of a lot faster. We have a heavy impact take. Again, she decided it kind of has to. Estelle loves heavy impact, don't get me wrong, but she's forced to take that no matter what. And we do see Prize Fighter taking for Brock. I think he's going to stack that.
That's what I want to say. Like, we still got Prize Fighter built different. Like, and areas even to help more. Like, it's not that bad even for Bob.
I mean, team play is not bad, but our Asher also didn't go for the double spark.
Oh, yeah.
Opting for team play, which I think is probably for the better, but it does also mean that at least one of the sparks, and one of the more useful ones.
Yeah, but look immediately, you can see like they still get KO'd like so fast, and now with Prize Fighter, this is insane. Like, there shouldn't
100%.
be a way where they can dominate a set.
Oh, but the pass through going intercepted by Cookies there. Sloth playing good defense here as Geo is still, he does respawn. Cookies is,
Bro, Brack
Cookies
is
is hanging in.
thing still.
Yeah, I think Brock is well aware that the game at this
Look,
point is
which-
in their favor, but look at him. He's walking up with the core flip. He's trying to he's making this game
Oh, okay.
interesting or what, but he does whiff the flip and so much damage all in one go. Geo is alive, but he will fall to the special. A hit off the top wall for Venomous. Brock is in their face
Sloth is dead
emoting.
soon as well.
If Sloth doesn't use his core flip, he will fall. I think a Vice primary might just be enough, but he does sidestep it. Brock trying to
there
do
you go.
everything he can. The core flip is forced. A bit of chip damage is dealt to Brock, but I don't really think it matters that much as Sloth goes down. The goalie for the side of TMCT is no longer. Instead, it's just Cookies. It's just Geo. A
Huge.
pass through the secondary from Zentaro. It's not quite gonna help, but Cookies in that bottom side.
Huge.
And one tap is all it takes to get it in. The amount of power that Zentaro actually has now is enough to make a single strike from the core go red in overtime.
Exactly, and they also do the basics right. Like even right now at the end, we saw like a very good passing play to like get it inside.
100%. I mean, just instantly Geo will fall. There is no energy for Sloth, nothing for Cookies. This could be an easy ace if they feel like it, but Cookies is going to get one barrier, stall a little bit. The core flip from the Fool does come out. A pass through the portal, it just goes into the hands of Sloth and Geo, and Brack is going to use his own. It's not going to secure anything, though. Cookies now just playing his life. He doesn't want to die, but the orb is denied. Oh my god, he's just getting bounced around, back and forth, back and forth. Brock is just space gliding. Wrong game, my
Oh.
friend. But Venom is able to just core flip, get the core straight into that bottom side. The dash distance from the Asher is not quite enough. I mean, it's really, really tough for the side of TMCT here. There's so much damage, and look at this. They have no energy. There's nothing to stop this. But it's an unstoppable force. they fall to the damage as Geo looking low. All it takes is one ability, and Geo will go down. They opt for the Asher, not the Asher, the Marco special, but he doesn't fall. Sloth losing his final barrier. Venom passing off that top wall as Mako buffs her team up.
Oh,
No.
there we
And
go.
there's
no.
another kill down for the Fool. They're playing it slow in this bottom side. Brock playing
Oh.
patiently. And a simple strike through the middle. A field goal, if you will,
And
for
the
the
game.
side of Bob. And that is game 1.
Yeah, I mean, even though TMST won a set, the whole game felt like it's an advantage for Bob.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, they got one set, and that set was a bit of a comeback.
Yep.
But the moment that we went straight into the fourth set,
Yep.
suddenly it went back to the same stomp that we were in before. It's so difficult to contest the amount of damage. I mean, just look at those numbers: 40k
KOs,
each,
Yeah.
12 KOs for Brock, 40k damage for both, and 200 redirects for Venom as well. So it's not even like, oh, we just killed them
Yeah.
and we left it at that.
No.
There is not only just this like heavy punching over and over. It actually came down to Venom was doing a lot
Definitely.
in terms of core control.
And I'm asking myself, if you are TMCT, you see the map, you see the awakenings. How come you played Drake and Estelle midfield, like without trying to like go for the damage and chaos?
Well, the thing is, Gates of Obscura can be played quite core
Definitely,
control heavy,
definitely.
and I think they may have thought that
that could be the answer.
yeah,
to, like,
it could be the
damage
answer
heavy.
to
Yeah.
just ignore the kill comp and
yeah.
to just say, okay, what if we just score?
Yeah.
What if, they can't kill us if they don't have the core. So I think it's I think it's a decent idea, but ultimately they're not going to get very far with it. Now I'm pretty sure the next map that we are going to is Atlas Lab. Now, what are you expecting to see?
We don't know the awakenings yet, right?
No, not yet.
An Atlas lab. Yeah, I definitely expect like more defensive goalies as like a Atlas, Dubu, something like that, either bans or picks, because those can like defend one of the barriers like super hard.
I mean, there is one thing that I'm hoping for, and that is Cookie's Rune.
Where's Rune?
I don't
Sure.
I don't think it would get banned, but
No, it wouldn't. But in my opinion, it really depends on the awakening.
yeah,
Like,
100%.
okay, there we go.
I mean, Stinger, I think we're going to be seeing more kill pressure. I mean, peak performance is a very good awakening. It's good survivability. It's
still banned again.
yeah. I mean, it's a good awakening because it gives you more health, more survivability, and move speed is just an incredibly useful stat in this game. I think it's the same in any MOBA style game. The faster you can move, the easier it is for you to be in other places. And it stays just like that. Zentaro is going to be taken away, and there's the Atlas. There's that first very, very defensive goalie.
And I wanted to say that I was thinking about Bob wanting to opt for the Zentaro, and TTG probably thought that as well and went for the ban.
Yep.
And the immediate Atlas pick is what I expected.
Yep.
It's open. It's one of the best goalies in this map.
Yep. And also at the same time, there's that Stinger pick. Having someone like Atlas there to deny kill pressure
Definitely.
is always going to be useful. Which makes me wonder, are we going to see that now? We do see a Drekar pick. And
Yeah,
that
now could definitely be an answer.
There's the Rune! He heard me. He heard my prayers. Well,
Interesting though, like the current Rune. Okay.
well, I think it's because they're both like, well, I think Cookie's, from what I know, is that he does play forwards, but he is also quite good with these midfield picks. I mean, we are going to see the Kai here, which is probably
Julie.
Kai midfield. So Kai Julie is what I'm expecting, but they could throw a wrench in the mix and use an Atlas midfield.
Okay, I mean, it is possible, but I don't expect them to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with the Fool's character pool.
Me neither, but I'm pretty sure he will play Atlas on Atlas.
Yeah.
Like, it makes total sense.
I mean, with the Mako pick from last game, you would probably expected something else.
Kazan.
Like Kazan.
Okay, no, I like that. I like that.
Okay. I'm interested to see how this goes then, because I think it's more of a Rune goalie pick then. It's either Drek or Rune goalie.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about Love, probably more of a Jack player, right?
Yeah, I think that's probably.
Especially because they want cookies on room, I expect.
Yeah, I mean.
But you on Kazan then, or what?
I mean, I think
It's probably the other way around, right? I think cookies would play Kazan.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking. So it's an interesting draft. I mean,
And
I'd like the
case-
Kazan pick anyway.
Definitely.
Yeah.
In that case, it makes total sense. But if Cookies plays Kazan, I could also see like Gio on Drekar.
Yeah, and then
Love on
Rune
Rune.
goalie. It's a bit of a confusing draft when you try to like line it up with the players.
Definitely.
But I actually really like. Bob's gone for a very conventional pick here, but I think TMCT's gone for something that you don't expect.
Really?
And I think they're going to try to play off the. They're going to play off of that. They're going to play off the unexpectedness and say, "You don't know what's going on." Oh,
what is going on? We don't know what's going on, as you say.
Okay, yeah. If we don't know what's going on, neither do you. And that's going to be the interesting part of what's coming off. I think we might have a little bit of technical difficulties, but. Game crash. Game crash. Small indie company. My bad, guys. Please give us a little bit of time so we can see what is going on.
There we go.
There we go. Loading into the game now.
Already started.
We are just gonna wait a couple more seconds. So it is
That's a
Lock
Drekar,
on the
yeah,
direct
that's true,
goalie,
yeah.
and then Cookies on Kazan.
Yeah, as I said, yeah, it is exactly that.
Yep. But it seems like we are off, and Cookie's going for a very aggressive start here, building up that EXP very quickly, like you want to be doing. They do contest for the orb. Gio is able to get one barrier, trying to play around that pillar a little bit. It does stall for time. Very nice. The barrage is going to definitely secure that barrier in the bottom side, though. Giga Blast comes out. That's one cooldown used as Gio TPs into the top. The banish comes through. But unfortunately, the core is also stuck in there, so there's not much else that you can do from it. Salt's using a lot of his abilities here too. special from Julie does come out as well. But at the same time, we are seeing that the Julie's got core flip very fast. So, ooh, the dash punch is used. Two core flips on the field already. Like, we're 50 seconds in, and 2 players are already at like some of the highest potential scoring power they can be. One flip is used, it is blocked by Sloth, but here we go. Brock
Really got it in after it got blocked.
1 strike, 1 punch. I think the thing with Drek is he's very much like a ping pong goalie.
Definitely.
His whole stick is he's punch power. You strike, shotgun. And you go back and forth like that. So a character like Julie, who is able to strike and then counteract with her own punch, it creates the sort of pressure that Drek struggles to deal with a little bit. So we'll see how they try to contest that later on. Geo does try to go for the banish there, but the people caught in it. It's not quite the base. The core had its own control, but a very nice core flip there from Cookies. They go for the Giga Blast, the Room Pillar. He's trying to pass down. Goes up to Sloth, who does go for the special hit. Goes for a shotgun. Pillar coming out, defending a lot of pressure here. But Brock, he's really low, but he's using all of his cooldowns expertly in the goalie's face to just burn as much as he can and keep the pressure up. But the core does still fall back anyways. A lot of damage is taken. Brock looking very low. Cookies losing a bit himself. I mean, we can't really see the awakening picks or any gear, so we don't really know what people are working with quite yet. But a core flip is used there by Geo as he passes to himself with the pillar. An expert play, very clean.
Yeah, it's definitely also, as I expected, way closer match than the one before. I feel like the TMCT midfield and forwards are kind of working better.
Yeah, I think, well, now we're on like comfort picks, so things are going to work a lot better. But an unfortunate wraparound there. Sloth not able to defend either of his barriers, so there is going to be an instant open goal. Venom is very close to core flip. He does use his barrage. He's just sitting in the midfield right now. There is a dash punch available for use though, and Brock is looking for it. He pops it early to try and get the kill on the Cookies. The core flip is used to help defend. He's looking very low, has to evade the Flame Flurry. He does get hit by the barrage, and the orb is denied. Cookies is just forced to play back in his own goal while his team tries to defend for him. They're hanging around that star to try and take Cookies out on spawn, but he will not fall. The banish comes through, but Venom does not go down. Core does hit that last barrier, and the goal is open on the side of Bob. A pass up to Geo, straight down the middle. Could be a little bit risky if Venom had Giga Blast, but I don't think he was distracted. And a nice strike across the bottom there. Unfortunately, the Fool not quite in a close enough position to defend, but it does make things a little bit harder.
Definitely, I think here, winning set 1 here would be so huge for TMCT.
Alright, we see Geo going into that star there. It comes wrapping straight around to Cookies. Sloth not quite defending his own barrier, but he is receiving a little bit of help here from Geo. Dash Punch is used, Flame Flurry is used, and it does actually get out without breaking. I think it was Geo's last pillar usage that actually saved it there. Sloth just popped both of his shotguns though, a core flip as well. He has no defensive tools, forced to use the banish. They do try to take out Brock here. Oh, but the dash punch in the wrong position. He has a core flip. They're trying to take him out before he gets to use it. The Atlas special is popped.
Nice.
And the crooked leverage at the very last second to take out Brock. They deny his core flip. They deny his goal. What else will they take? An excellent core flip from Cookies going straight into that middle line. Sloth on the bottom. The pass up at the top spin. Straight into the goal.
What a big round by Cookies, this one.
I think Cookies has decided enough is enough, but we are going to see the MVP for this round go straight to the Rune.
Definitely.
But there's no awakening to him that he really wants. No creations.
Yeah.
But Hot Shot is
still
there. I mean,
Then
Hot
you get-
Shot's incredible.
And you get some... Wait.
I mean, it,
Demo? Yeah, he took
I mean,
demo.
ooh,
Okay.
bulk up. My guess is that he took peak. Because otherwise, I think a lot of people go for spec training
yeah.
there.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, I think if you don't have peak performance, you go for spec training there.
Yeah, what was it? Stinger and Peak, right?
Yeah, it was Stinger and Peak Performance. So my guess is that Cookies took Peak.
But that's interesting. Like, why would
It's more stats.
I guess
You actually do more
just
damage.
for the scaling as well. Then.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Sloth is going to lose both barriers, but there is one KO out. Brock is looking incredibly low, is going to go for the orb. They do opt to lose one barrier for it, but that's okay. The Atlas can hold down that second one very easily, but Cookies with the fake out. What a great hook there. Geo is going to try to use his teleport, but the pillar's not going to be of as much use. The Flame Flurry does come through, and Cookies! He's turning up.
What a nice
he's
fake, bro.
turning up, bro. Spin on him, bro. Spin on him. They disrespected you last time. Get your back. Get your back. Oh, yeah, so we have the Awakenings now. So, yeah,
there you
so
go.
everyone did take peak performance. So I think it actually does add up to more damage stat-wise if you go for it. And there is also the chance of Reptile Remedy still showing up. So there is more Stagger Awakenings in the pool that could make Cookies into some sort of Exodia.
Yeah, that one makes total sense now with like the both. No, what is it?
Oh, an excellent dash punch. I mean, the main thing is that there's going to be a little bit of a problem. Oh, a little bit too late. Yeah, so the main problem is that there's no big fish in the pool right now.
Oh, okay.
So Kazan can't actually get the size buff, which I think he would prefer over Reptile Remedy. But there are tons of other Awakenings in the pool that could make things a lot easier or a lot harder for their enemies to try and break through. Geo is going to teleport back there, but just a little bit of pressure being put out. Venom not able to defend that top barrier. As 2 core flips are popped in that top side. Cookie's using his own to live while Brock tried to use his to kill. The duality of man used in core flips, but the banish does come out there from Geo. No real value found as Cookies finds himself without energy on that bottom side. Needs to go back for that orb. He is playing defensively while Sloth pushes off. He goes for the hook. And Sloth isn't quite able to defend his own barrier, but that's okay. As there is still one, there is no longer one. The strike shot from the Atlas is going to take that straight away. The pressure is on, but the dash punch fails. Not close enough as Geo and Cookies are still trying to fight for this core control as best they can. Venom is not letting up. 2 core flips available. Sloth opting to use his own. The Flame Flurry coming out. Venom using his. And Drek not in position to save. An unreactable one, to say the least.
Exactly. I feel like Julie doesn't really get to where like the impact she could have. It's really hard for Brock to really.
Yeah, 100%. Geo is gonna opt for his core flip here, but if you look at the energy advantage right now, Sloth, Geo, and Cookies are having a little bit of a tough time, especially with the damage output from this Julie. And you can't even discount the Kai, because Kai Barros does a significant amount of damage when you think about it. The strike shot is not going to quite save it, and the secondary is too late. The goal is open for the Fool. Will he be able to defend it, though? It seems his team's doing good, and what a great Giga Blast coming through. Sloth.
Huge!
Oh!
Venom, bro.
Sloth plays really slowly, which is respectable. I understand why, but Venom is able to keep up his own pressure.
I just wanted to mention that Venom was like so good in like keeping the core on the enemy half.
Yeah, 100%. Like his midfielding so far has been really, really good. And even when he comes back, I mean, he gets missile prop as well. But Siege Machine going to Rune is also very nice because now that Rune has more damage. And if anyone gets banished at that side of the map now, maybe.
But also now you get size on Kazan, recovery drone even.
They're also denying the double spark from the Drek. Because it's cooldown spark. And it's one of the ones that Drek wants a little bit more. So he would have speed and cooldown, which is excellent for the goalie play style. The start is going to fall straight away. Cookie's not in position to stop Brack from just striking the core in. The dash punch is used, but it does fail. Cookie's in that top corner, the room pillar, but the core slips through. Skin of your teeth. They're just keeping it in this top side, though. They're doing a really good job of keeping the core control where they want it, but it does just barely slip out. Geo forced to dip using his second pillar. But Cookies goes for the top spin, goes for the leap of faith, but you're going to need more than just faith to get this core past the
Oh.
Fool. But the core flip is used, and his barrier falls. Open goal as Brock comes up. I think his dash just got cancelled there. He's going for the
Huge.
Flame Flurry instead. Does manage to get it away, and Sloth is now also left with an open goal. Brock in a very, very low health position. Might want to fall
They need
back.
to keep him alive.
I don't know if they can, though. If he gets hooked by Kazan, it's lights out for him, but one single strike. This is the problem with Atlas.
Yeah.
If Atlas is on one side of the goal, he cannot defend the other without his primary.
Exactly.
And
Atlas on this map is also especially good because of like keeping at least one barrier as alive as long as possible. And
Yeah,
if that
exactly.
fails, then it's difficult.
a really good pillar there to help defend from the core flip. The Atlas Ult is used, and it does come
Oh,
with a
Julie.
bit of a benefit. Brock in a very low health position. Sloth drops his barrier.
get, yeah.
They do get Brock out. He has gone for the count for 10 seconds. Will they be able to capitalize off of it? Geo trying to do what he can here. Self pass, has to TP back to keep up the pressure. Oh, but an excellent core flip from Cookies, trading Brock's life for Venom's instead. Geo going for his own core flip. The Flame Flurry is popped. Another core flip from the Fool, but Cookies!
Cookies is really him right now, bro.
He's
Holy
cooking. The cookies are in the oven.
shit. They're definitely in the oven.
But let's see if they burn. We will see. We will see if he is if he's overcooking them a little bit too much. But that's one barrier down. They do pop the star. The dash punch comes through. It's a good pillar, but Sloth burns flip, and maybe it wasn't communicated properly. But Geo's keeping things alive best
They
he
got the barrier.
can. They got one barrier, and they did also get a kill. So we will see how things will go from here. Bob is doing whatever they can. Geo looking incredibly low. Cookies in this top side. Venom is alive again, but Geo needs to go back for this orb. Sloth uses his invisibility. They don't know where he was, so it's a very good surprise that they can save. Geo's still super, super low, though. The dash punch, the flame flurry, anything could finish him off right now. So he has to play as far away as possible to prevent himself from dying in a really dumb way. But the dash punch!
Brock actually got dragged there.
Wait,
Holy
Sloth must have been moving down
Yeah.
right next to the wall.
shit. That was insane.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think that comes down to pure luck, but also at the same time, it's still a good play to try and make. The recovery drone is going to pop on Cookies. They aren't able to get the save there. Atlas Special is used as well to help secure his own teammate's life, but Sloth is going to try to keep his barriers alive best he can. The star does pop, and Cookies is very close to core flip. He might not opt to try and evade anything else. I mean, also at the same time, he does have slicks. He's not got any items that could help him heal. The core flip is used, but Brock isn't able
Oh
to
my
secure
god, what a
it.
defense.
What an excellent defense there from the side of TMCT. They keep that barrier alive.
Yeah, but no, they don't have any.
They don't have any cooldowns, but neither does Atlas. All it could take is a single strike ward. The secondary popped as well. Banish coming through. Cookie's trying to go for the crooked leverage, but isn't able to land anything. The top spin coming through, but an excellent defense yet again. Now on the side of Bob instead. Another core flip is used, but the Fool, his barrier lands, and it fails. And we will see how they go.
Oh my
The
God.
Star Brock not able to clear thanks to the help of the map. Cookies keeping himself alive,
Huge
but the
kill.
dash punch. What an excellent, excellent kill. The Flame Flurry. They pop the flip, which can help. A little bit of a back pass there but to the Fool. Venom trying to go in, goes to the barrage, not able to get anything. Venom popping that star instantly. Geo does have his flip. He is up and in, but that is the secondary out from Atlas. Maybe that means they can score. The dash punch comes through. Cookies trying to keep the core pressure all to himself, but core flip is able to get that barrier down. Sloth able to help prevent the self goal there from Cookies. A nice pillar, a pass up to the star. Geo keeping the pressure on. A little bit of a backup shot there from the Sloth, but it's not enough. There's so many amazing plays
my
being
God.
made by the goalies and so much pressure on their face, but the Fool does not falter. His defense remains stable. The banish coming through. Venom close to flip. He's almost there. They can taste victory. TMCT going in. And Cookies getting that last goal for set 2.
What a round, man. And a huge set win, actually.
Yeah.
That means a lot.
I mean, we'll have to see what is going on here because I mean we can see that the
Well, we got built different.
oh wait, but
Explosive.
Kai's before
Built different.
Drek,
Yeah.
so Kai's gonna get aerials when realistically this should have been Drex, no?
Definitely, but I feel like the Kazan on built different now will also have a huge impact. Like, he's big, literally.
Oh yeah, he's very big. Listen, Cookies is a big threat right now.
Very big.
Rather large and in charge, you could say.
Definitely, but yeah, aerials will be very huge as well. So let's see.
Now, I'm interested to see the value that we see here from the I forgot the awakening. You know what? Never mind. Oh, the fire up. That was it. I want to see what sort of value we see from fire up because it is on the Fool. It is on this Atlas. He is very close to having core flip already, but I want to know just how much. Oh my goodness!
At this point, I think it's the big
it's
cookies.
Listen, bro. He added the chocolate chips. He started off they were cooked well, and now they're triple chocolate, bro. Like he's making even more go on. But okay, Cole is gonna go back into the hands of Cookies. The crooked leverage is gonna come through. One barrier is gonna fall. Geo in that bottom side. Core flip is used. The move speed is popped from the fire up. Look at how fast they go from one side of the map to the next as Brack tries to keep up the pressure. Cookies in that top side. They aren't able to get the core any further though. Cookies keeping it on their side of the map, but he's not able to capitalize on the banish. Venom looking rather scary in position, but he is still alive. Dash punch coming through. Brock does have that core flip. He wants to use it, and he does get what he came for. The
Huge,
flame
man.
flurry. Sloth goes for the evade. It's not enough. Yeah, so I mean, we can already see the value of the fire up. It's fire up egoist. There's so much energy generation now for this Atlas. As soon as he gets it, he becomes fast and he can keep that speed, which is going to be incredibly useful, especially for a character like Atlas. But a good dash punch coming through, nice. That core was going incredibly quick. I'm not even sure what hit it. I think it was just the Drex special, but Geo's going to keep core control for himself, but it's going to fall to the hands of Brock. And now they have an open goal yet again. Could this spell a little bit of disaster? Could there be a little bit of crumbling to TMCT's? Ooh! What a... Like, it was just the corner of the dash punch that hit there, but Sloth's just too close to the wall yet again.
Oh my
Cookies
God,
goes
really
for the
got
core
it.
flip, but now it's not in their hands. Venom coming straight in.
Wanted to mention that I really love Venom's midfielding this game, especially this set now. Like it feels like he controls the whole map, and then they get the barriers very early on, and then can score it way easier.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you have a bit of experience playing Venom, don't you? But yeah.
But look at it, like he keeps the core there. Also because of
It's
the
a good
speed.
barrage too.
Yeah, like
The flame,
Okay,
like it's the multi-hit attacks here. We have the barrage, we have the flurry, and all it takes is just one more hit, and it's straight in. This seemed like such a dominant game from TMCT, but a lot of it might actually just be coming down to Cookies right now.
especially I feel like it comes down to like after they get the barriers, it's easier for Cookies to play it off. But actually getting the barriers is currently easier for Venom.
Yeah,
Or especially for Bob and as a
100%.
team.
I mean, we see Julie trying to go for the spark of strength.
Now
here.
rapid fire as well. I
Yeah,
think the midfield, like Venom
oh.
literally owns the midfield at this point. Like
Opting for stacks on the rune here over Timeless. So Timeless goes over to Atlas, which can make his secondary rather annoying.
I mean, this
So-
felt like a very good catch for Bob. Like all
Yeah,
of
I
this.
think so. I think Geo being able to be more around the map is going to be 100% more useful, because especially Rune as a character, when you use your secondary, you get teleported straight back to the start at the very beginning of the round, which can make things a little bit harder. Sloth trying to play a little bit more aggressively. Flame Fury does come out. That cooldown is used and burned. No barriers gained, but one is lost for the Fool. The banish coming through, top spin coming out. Face rolling on the keyboard a little bit, trying to use as many things as possible, but
Oh my god, I really got both.
Yeah, they get both barriers there
Now it's
straight
open
away.
map though.
Yeah, I mean, oh, an excellent dash punch, but now they don't have the tools to try and score the goals. They do have a core flip, though. It is going to be used, and Cookies is going to defend that top side. Flamethrower coming out. It's just Cookies. Cookies versus the world, and he
Oh
is
my God.
able to hold the pressure. He defends the barrier. He defends the goal zone as Geo comes back in. A nice pillar to also just block the dash punch angle. Really, really nice as the team is back up. Cookies in that bottom side. Use the
Cookies.
top spin. He
Oh,
gets
Cookies,
the barrier.
bro, Cookies, you're a him. You're
He's
literally
him.
him
He's
for this
him.
round.
Oh my
Bro, oh
goodness.
my god. Like, from the defense to actually scoring it as well, like, you're insane, bro.
Yeah, I mean, Cookies looking like a one-man army. He is really, really looking like he is the MVP of just this game in general. Like, even if things don't tend to go their way, he's keeping it
Oh,
up.
look at this.
Oh, both barriers, whether it's intentional or not, it's an
Definitely was
incredible
intentional.
sign. Oh, we do see the flamethrower. We see a missed core flip. Brock's panicking a little bit, I think. He's trying to use all of his cooldowns to get that last lock, but it's nothing. The pillar fades at the last second. The core falls through. Brock uses the punch, but Cookie's playing in the star. He has so much health. It does no damage to him. Geo in that top side, and the Atlas secondary just falls short.
And that's exactly what I meant. Like, once the gates are, or the goal is open, it's way easier for TMCT to play it off.
100%. And we also didn't mention the fact that Reptile Remedy is in the hand of Cookies now. He got that Exodia. He has speed, he has power, he is unkillable.
And now it's just one goal of the game win.
He's able to get both.
Uh-oh.
The evade, he goes for the hook, but it is defended very nicely. Venom is trying to go in with the barrage. He's trying to match with Brock. They're playing together really nicely, but Geo and Sloth are defending expertly. The goal is open. Sloth is defending with his shotguns in hand. Geo stopping Brock from going in. There goes the dash. A flame flurry used, traded for the core flip. It's down.
Oh my
It's
God.
all the way down this bottom side. Another core flip used from the side of Venom. We're gonna see Brock with his
They got
own
it.
soon, but they got the lock. They got the barrier. Brock is in the face. He goes for the dash punch. Sloth with an excellent evade to not fall. The pillar comes out. Geo in this bottom side. They're not able to break through though. Sloth going for the strike shot. Secondary use. It's in the hands of Cookies. A core flip. A panic. The fool. He's crumbling as Brock goes for the core flip, and it's not over yet.
Damn, they keep themselves in the game. What a good play.
I mean, it's just an excellent game all
Definitely,
around.
bro.
It's so close, and that's the thing. It's like such a close seeding as well. Seed 2 and seed
Oh,
3.
no.
But the
This
fool,
is not
one
allowed to
mistake,
happen,
and he
bro.
crumbles.
This is
Geo in the
not allowed
top
to
side. Sloth goes to the shotgun. It's matched with the pillar as well. Geo teleporting back, keeping the core control in his own hands.
Has to be
Cookies, it's going through. Sloth is almost there.
It
A
is.
nice flip, and that will seal the
Oh my
deal.
God.
We are going to game number 3.
What a performance by Cookies, though. I
Mm.
really loved it. Like, once the gates are open, it's him.
It's so incredible. I believe next game's Taiko Temple as well,
Oh
which
my
means
God.
we may be seeing a very, very rough game. Because, I mean, first off, we saw first map on gates, which very, very KO heavy.
Yeah.
Taiko Temple is known for this, which means that
Definitely.
Bob may have the advantage in this part. However, I think Kazan's going to be banned. I think
Oh, yeah.
I think the Kazan ban is instantly coming out. If they do not go for the Kazan ban, then Cookies may just end up just sweeping yet again.
Definitely. Still, of course, depends again on the Awakenings. But for this game, like, of course, there's small mistakes, but losing barriers that early on is, like, really painful for Bob to play it
Yeah.
off after that. You saw it. Like,
Yeah,
it's
100%. I mean, the moment he gets those barriers unlocked, it's curtains.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of pressure that Cookies put in this game is incredible. And it's not to doubt Geo either. Nearly 300 redirects.
Definitely.
Both midfielders this game had an excellent part to play. I think Venom definitely showed off as the star on the side of Bob. The amount of core control that man had, and any time that it was in front of him, there was a barrier, barrage
Yeah,
straight through.
exactly.
Nice and simple, clean and quick. But Geo doing the same.
Yeah.
The pillar placements were excellent. There was a few times where maybe it fell short because he needs to use a secondary and it pushes him all the way back on the other side, and there's not much you can do about that.
Definitely.
But I think
Yeah, but I'm kind of sad. The Atlas pick could be way more powerful in this game.
You
It
think?
came off a bit short. I felt like.
Now, do you think that was do you think that seemed more of a fault from the player or more of a unlucky awakenings?
Both.
Bit of
But I
both?
wouldn't really say it's like just the player or anything.
Mhm.
But we saw it in the last goal actually, like
Yeah.
the small mistake that actually made the difference. Like it happens.
Yeah,
course
100%. I mean, it's nothing to fault the
No,
player.
definitely.
Like
Especially if that- yeah.
mistakes happen. We are all human. Our goalies are human. Our forwards are human.
But then at the other hand, it's of course, for example, Cookie's forcing it to that direction. And like
Yeah,
it-
100%.
One way or the other.
Chrono boost, rapid fire.
There's definitely gonna be either Zentaro ban. I reasonably expect actually again from TMCT, but let's see what they do.
Cookies do not pick Octavia. Don't even think about it.
Okay, actually, a stall ban.
Estelle ban's good. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Kai ban here as well from the side of Bob.
Atlas.
Atlas ban.
Interesting.
sure.
Okay.
Okay, TMCT is going to opt for the rune again.
Yeah.
I think rune's very good in Taiko Temple. You can just
Yeah,
cut,
no,
you
runes
cut off
are
one of the
definitely,
paths
yeah,
really
definitely.
easily, and especially with rapid fire, keeping that primary up all the time.
Very good.
Really,
Really,
really
and,
good.
okay, Asher. and
Asher,
Dubu.
Asher Dubu. Ooh. Dubu forward on this map's been picked quite a lot, I've seen.
Dubu forward.
Yeah, Dubu forwards.
Okay.
I
Could be. I've also seen Asher goalies. Yeah.
Yeah,
you're right.
I mean,
Asher.
it could be Asher Dubu.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah.
then what do you do? There's an Asher wall coming at your face.
Yeah,
There's
I get it, I
there's
get
the
it.
Tofu Fortress behind.
I get it. But I also like the rune pick here because it could either be Johnny or Cookies. Kazan.
There's the Kazan.
Okay.
Well, we just gonna run back the same comp.
Yep. Could. Arrow?
Arrow? I like that. I like that a lot.
Okay.
Because now, if they do try to go for Asher Dubu,
Mhm.
they can't push forwards as easily. It's gonna become a
And
hell of a
now
lot
as
harder.
well.
Yeah, now.
That one is interesting. I didn't expect it with Asher and Dubu, but
I suppose they're afraid of
But
Kazan damage.
definitely. But I also think it's most likely like a Dubu goalie and Asher now.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I mean, it's creation slot, man.
yeah.
There's so many creations that could come up. Who knows? I think at the end of the day, there are a lot of options here from the side of Bob, and it's going to be difficult for TMC to actually predict who's going to be where. Because we've seen Dubu forwards. We've seen Dubu forwards today. But I don't know if we are going to... if we're going to see a lot of impact from the error, or if we're going to see not very much at all. Because they could just say, oh, we've picked error to counter your double forwards, so now they're forced to play now in the midfield instead.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, if you got Asher, which I expected to be like Asher, no wait, what is that? Wasn't it Asher like Era in one team with Asher and Dubu? Or was it now Dubu?
No, no.
Oh,
it is
okay,
now
okay,
Dubu.
okay, no.
Okay, so it's minimum now.
Oh, okay.
Dubu.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This makes sense then. I think this makes a lot of sense. So we are going straight in now. Bit of damage coming off a bit early. I mean, again, I'm happy to see the now in the midfield rather than the goalie position, but the other thing as well is there's going to be a lot of contention for the creation augments this game. We have Sloth trying to play a little bit slowly here. Cookie's going for a dash in, using his abilities very early. Doesn't have that second form just yet. Ooh, a bit of a Dubu moment off of the drum at the bottom there. Venom keeping the pressure up really hard here. Asher is so scary on this map as a forward, but Cookies, he's trying to go in one more time with that dash hook to see if he can get into that middle barrier. They are able to secure one though. Will they be able to keep the core in this bottom corner though? It goes straight over the room pillar. Unfortunate angle there from Cookies. Geo playing in this top side, and the core does fall through. The Aeronado is popped, but it finds no value, even though they still get the lock. Geo, ooh, a nice pillar placement, good predict, but look at Brock in this corner.
Oh.
There
Oh my
goes the
God.
wall. He still has the flip. They're trying to get him out. They're doing as much damage as they can, but the lock has fallen. Venom uses his core flip. Brock with his own and into the opposite corner. No one is there to defend. See, this is the main thing. You've got Asher on this map, and I think Asher is probably one of the better forwards to have, because how do you get things out of that corner? I mean, it's so difficult. Geo forced to use his teleport here to evade death, barely. One barrier will fall. Sloth's in a bit of an interesting position here, because of course Error is very hard character to defend
There you go.
on this map. Yeah, because there's a lot of pressure being put in from the Asher.
Really
And-
very difficult here.
And the thing is, you're sort of relying a little bit more on your midfielder to assist wherever you can. There is a big gap here on this bottom side, though. They're going to try and do a lot of chip damage to Geo. A little bit of drone thrown out there, but nothing going to be found. Cookies picking up core controls. Geo comes in this bottom side. They go for the primary, and the Fool accidental flip, maybe. Banished. Geo going back down to this bottom side. Two people playing down here. The Fool is defending his barrier really well without the flip, though. Cookies accidentally dropping, though. Venom forced to use his final evade. Will they be able to knock him out? It does not seem so. He heals ever so slightly. The
Oh my God.
Dubu!
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Uh-oh! He does manage to defend
He
from
actually
his
defended
own, from his own Tofu Fortress. But here comes Brock in
Oh.
that middle. He's playing off the drum,
No
and the
way.
primary is too slow. The goal goes in, and Brock stays still.
Actually, I also don't think Slav expected a
Yeah,
strike right into
I don't think
himself.
so either. I mean, it's a really really smart play. I mean,
I mean,
ooh,
good.
good pillar there from Geo to get that first barrier down. Cookie's moving up very aggressively. The pillar comes out. They're gonna play
Oh,
it
difficult
slowly.
against Dubu.
I mean, especially having Now there as well, so
Yeah.
you have two lots of strikes versus one pillar. There's just not enough range. Geo
Ooh,
coming
now
in,
pillar,
an
maybe?
excellent pillar. The Tofu Fortress comes in. They're going to try and take out Geo as a bit of a trade, but I don't think they're going to be able to get him in time. A nice pillar coming through, playing off the drum here, up and down, but Geo will not fall. He gets bounced into the drum and is saved from the Asher primary. Sloth on that bottom side. He does have his core flip. He is forced to use it right now. The Now secondary coming through to heal her teammate and a little bit of a teleport. Geo now in
But
that
again,
bottom side, but
Game
yeah,
feels
there's
like
Asher.
this game feels like the first game where it seems to be easier to play off for Bob with these characters
I mean,
compared to Teams T.
I think this game's going to come down to Awakenings. I think if a lot of
Oh.
creation ooh, nice. I mean, look at Geo's experience compared to everyone else on his team. By
Yeah.
the way, I think Geo is guaranteed to get a high. Oh, Cookies! An excellent flip. But I think if Geo is able to get if is able to keep his EXP lead like he has now, it doesn't matter if enemy team comes in first, because if there's two creation awakenings, they can only deny one.
That's true. Dude.
Cookie's going back in. He does go for the Cookie leverage, but not able to get past the wall in front of him. The dude is just
Defense, bro.
he just defends. That's all he does. That's all this character does. But Slav is in this backline right now. The banish does come through. That is going to stop the Asher a little bit. She has no more abilities. All she can do is strike right now. So they take the core into this top side. Close form umbrella. Forced to flip.
Oh my God.
Oh no! It's a disaster for the Dubu. And the Tofu Fortress has been betraying him far more than he would like. Cookies fails the jump over the drum there, which I think if he was able to get, would have probably secured them the other barrier. It's just an unfortunate distance. Playing now into this bottom side. Core does go to Venom. A nice pillar placement up to Brock. Ooh.
Nice defense.
Good defense there, stopping a little bit of the mistake there from Geo. Again, it's just pure creation going back and forth.
Uh-oh.
Venom gets the core
How
flip
did
off,
he
but he just
survive
uses
that,
it to
bro?
run. He uses it to get away, and he's back to full health. Look at
Huge.
look at what Now's able to do against characters like this who can try and secure kills. Sure, they have no awakenings yet, but it is something they can do. Geo passing off of his own pillar to try and use that core speed to fake them out, but no real advantage found. Geo is able to pass through. Cookie's not able to strike into the barrier yet though, because he was in closed form and not open, which makes it so much harder for him to defend properly. They're trying to go through this Asher right now, but it's
Oh
not
my
quite
God.
there. A good strike from Cookie straight into the corner. Sloth in this top side has no energy to himself. The only core flip available belongs to Cookies. He's in the faces of the goalie. He goes to the top spin. Nice banish from Venom. Sorry, not from Venom, from Geo there. Goal going down, the barrier is lost.
Now will be difficult.
Core flip used from the Fool is defended by Sloth. An evade popped from Geo. Venom has core control. They're trying to bounce off the drum and try and get it into the goal. They know they don't have core flip.
There you go. Come
Venom
on.
has core flip for himself though. And off the drum!
Wait, no, I think it was actually Venom, like his secondary, like.
Yeah,
Popping.
I think his secondary popped, but I think Cookies hit it off the drum.
Off the drum,
instead.
but Du I think had it, and then the
Ooh,
now
a
was in-
bit of a
oh,
mistake, and the primary coming in from Cookies. A core flip is used. He's in the middle of the corner. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. If I was in that corner and that was me versus that Dubo, I'm dead. I'm dead. But okay, Cookies is still in it though. He still has energy. He's still alive. The banish comes through. A nice barrier. Close with the Nado, but not quite enough. Asher Primary trying to break through the unstoppable object. It's immovable. You cannot break through that pillar. Cookies in this top side. Doesn't really have any abilities to his name, though.
They
They
do
go
such a
the
great job to like keep up the pressure right now. It's insane. Like the Fool is constantly under pressure now, even losing a barrier.
100%. I mean, Venom has to pop his
Oh,
ult.
there you go.
Oh,
That was no other
the
way.
closed form strike, the extra range, that little bit of power, slightly faster core. You can't quite react
They
to
actually
it.
reverse sweep this.
Yeah,
this set.
really good job. And now Geo gets this first awakening pick of no creations. You know, we should have Siege Machine. We should have Timeless.
Player.
I don't think Monyu's in this rotation.
That makes
but-
sense. Demo.
Mhm.
Insane for Du.
Yeah.
Bulk up.
I mean, it's just a deny from Kazan 100%. I mean, Chrono Boost on now is pretty good because of the move speed.
Definitely.
Error taking aerials is also pretty good as well because it's not only going to buff her secondary, but should also buff. Actually, I'm not sure if it buffs the range on her ultimate or not.
Which awakening?
Aerials.
Aerials.
Because
The range of the ultimate it does.
Ah, it does.
does.
Okay.
At least when I play.
I don't think that's changed. But either way, we're going back in now with a pillar. No barriers have been lost just yet. 20 seconds in, Sloth loses both,
yep.
but Brack goes down. Bob is a player out. They do lose one barrier themselves. Cookie's trying to go for a bit of a fake out. Does hook the core himself and is able to secure that one barrier there. Venom, half HP. They do manage to keep the core in the enemy court here. And slight bounce over. Sloth forced to flip. Cookie's hook not quite in the best of positions.
Yeah,
Geo,
the team still really controls the game right now. You can see that. Like,
100%.
so much pressure on Bob.
I mean, the other thing as well is, you know, like with that core flip there, it doesn't really matter if they try to defend it properly, because look at all of Kazan's kit. He goes for the hook, he goes for the strike, he switches forms, he goes for the top spin, and you can't strike it. If you do, it's his control, it's in the top side, it's in Geo's hands, but the Fool is able to keep up an excellent defense. The Arenado comes out, uncharged, just to keep the core control. The Asher ultimate is in place, but this is so close. It's almost
my
there,
God.
but they're able to defend. A core flip is popped from the side of Brock, and he's not able to get it in, but the Tofu Fortress is all it needs.
It feels like you need Dubu to score here. Like the insane defense at first from TMST.
Relax, I'll handle it.
Insane.
A nice jump in there from Cookies, getting that first touch, but again, it's this pressure that TMCT have, the Arenado coming through, the Rune Pillars, Cookies in that top side. It's a good banish, and they do get one barrier afterwards, but Geo's now in position. He does have core flip, he's very close, he needs to pop it now, otherwise he could be taken out by the Asher just dashing onto his head. Sloth able to defend, he's keeping it close, they're getting a lot of damage here onto Brock. the now teleports out, opting to escape rather than to heal Brock and keep him in the fight. But it's okay because the healing comes through from the secondary instead. Venom in that corner, very low. Cookies looking himself like a little bit of a sitting duck right now. He's just getting slowly chipped away by the now secondary, so he's not going to get his passive healing in time. They do manage to get a little bit more damage. The room manage comes through, and an excellent hook there from Cookies into the core flip is going to secure the barrier. Sure, they don't have it to score now, but look at Brock's health. He gets hit in, but Geo!
Huge.
Ooh. It's such a close game.
Definitely.
It's and it is genuinely anyone's game from this standpoint. That it's so difficult to judge who has real control over this game. Right now, it seems like TMCT, but that is 100% just down to the fact that they just have the core on the enemy core, but they're defending so well. The Tofu Fortress coming out here, the now ultimate as well to just move to a different position, and now Brock. He's in here. He uses the primary. He uses his secondary, and they do manage to get one barrier. It's now 1-all in this side, but the Fool a little bit too far up. And Cookies, he does manage to keep it in their side of the map. He strikes. He forces a core flip. Venom using his core flip. He evades the rune ultimate, the pillar in the top corner, the hook, the primary from the Dubu, and the barrier is still up. Cookies are looking incredibly good right now. He's moving just so well. Like, look at that fake out.
Oh, but also on the other side.
Yep, Sloth is gonna lose his own barrier as well. But maybe it's okay. Maybe they don't need it. Oh,
Dubu again.
They opt for the error primary to try and remove this Asher from play the best that they can, but the Dubu ultimate is all it takes to send the core flying into the enemy goal. One more goal for the side of Bob will tie up this game. Remember, this is the final of the best of 3.
Yeah.
Whoever wins this will win this set, and I believe will send the other packing to the losers bracket. So there is actually quite a lot on the line for this.
And it's truly a C3 with a C2. Like, you can feel it. So nice.
There is a lot of pressure. There's a serious amount of team play going on here. An excellent save from the Fool there, going through the Dubu secondary. A lot of creations are still flying out from Venom here. He is trying to keep core control himself, but the core flies out. I believe it was Brock who struck it up there. Ooh, it is going to slide out, and they are able to defend the core flip there from Geo. There's just a lot of pressure that's now being moved to the side of Bob. Geo is incredibly low right now. Brock goes for the core flip to try and secure the kill, but Geo lives on a slither of health. He's moving up here. Venom has his own core flip. He's dodging it. Geo's dodging as much as he can here. Core flip forced out from Sloth to try and defend here. It was millimeters away from his barrier, but it's going up, and Geo is able to get one lock here. Venom does have his core flip. He is in position to use it. Yeah, oh, they bait him to teleport back. The core is sent out. A nice pillar, keeping core control. They do use the flip, and it's saved by Sloth. Cookies moving to the top side. The banish is out. They don't want to give this Asher any space. Nice pillar. Sloth and keeping his own barrier safe for so long. The Asher ultimate coming through. The Error Nado to help clear out the space. They go for the primary. The Asher can't play. He said the no you button, and Asher just has to concede. They're getting into the top corner. Cookies goes it in! He still has his flip. The Fool's not in position.
It's insane to me how Sloth and Giovanni together defend like that one barrier, so they can like actually score off of it. It's crazy.
So close. 1 point could either put us to match point for the side of TMCT, or it could keep it could keep the game even and tie everything up. It's so close. The banish comes through. It hits onto the core. It delays the game just a little bit, but the pressure instantly picks back up. Ooh, both two core flips, and they're not going to get anything out of it. No barriers are down. Brock is looking so low. He needs to play for this orb. He's out of play for now, but he's going to walk back in. He opts to use the flip now and pop his special. Now's in this corner. They use the pillars perfectly placed to block the core. Oh, but the Tofu Fortress, they're going to lose one barrier. The Asher's pushed up. She's gaining energy so fast. Venom, he almost has his flip. The Fool almost has the flip. Cookies can't break through. Geo's in position. He's trying to go in. He's moving forwards. All abilities used. The Fool is forced to pop his flip to defend that one last barrier. Oh, but Brock, he's banished. He can't play. He can't help. He can't assist. Will Venom have to pop his core flip? It's a self pass down to the corner. It's an excellent. Oh,
So
it's
intense.
not enough though. Geo in this top side. He does pop his core flip to try and defend, to try and delay. But Brock, he moves
Let's
up,
go.
he dashes, he flips, and he scores.
They actually won the set. That's insane, bro. Now everything is open. Everything
All
is open.
tied up.
He got the MVP for this set. That's insane.
I mean, he scored twice.
Yeah.
I mean, but look at the
Oh, yes.
Awakening draft as well. Like, it's Sloth and then Geo. So they already have Prio. I'm assuming that they're going to take Pancakes. Yep, Stax is going to be taken away by this rune. They go for the recovery drone. I think that's a very smart pick.
Yeah,
I think it's a
definitely.
very,
Good
very
placement.
smart pick to deny.
A lot of sense.
An explosive entrance for Kazan is going to hurt. I mean,
Even though Bob won, this one is kind of good for TMCT. Like,
TMCT still technically had a bit of draft advantage anyways.
Exactly.
And I mean, that's sort of what they get for, that's their bonus for playing very well, but also at the same time, it's,
Ooh, that was clean.
very clean taking both barriers here. Cookies is able to land that hook in. Brock trying to go for his, popping his abilities a little bit early. Now he doesn't have anything to try and push the open goal. Cookies keeping the advantage on their side of the map though. An excellent pillar. The Dubu rolls too far forwards. He's going to try and defend now the best he can, but he doesn't have any abilities except for the Tofu Fortress. But
so
Claw
well done, man. Insane.
hits off the drum and it breaks the strike cooldown just barely. He's not able to stop that one.
Again, all about the barriers, because Slop and Geo together can defend one barrier so well, but if both fall, it's really hard to defend.
Especially for Aragoli,
Exactly.
because we're looking, straight down the middle. Brock has the core flip.
Double, bro. We love it.
Brock has a core flip. He's
And
in
there
the
you go.
face, and there he
Okay.
goes. An instant strike and secondary to follow up, and it takes it straight
Very unlucky
in.
for Team CT. But I mean, also, there are occasions where this is totally planned. I
Yeah, 100%.
know that. And this one was just, skill.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, ooh, they do get Venom in with the banish, and they catch the core in it too. But look at this pressure. The Fool walking up. I'm pretty sure he has the Tofu Fortress to send straight in if he
There you
feels
go.
like it. Cookie's not going to use his core flip to defend the barrier. Instead, they're going to lose them both. One single goal could set us to match point for Bob. They use the core flip. Cookie's looking incredibly low. He does not want to die just yet. The pillar is going to keep the core in place and stall for time so he can get back into position though. He moves down. The Asher uses both of her abilities. There's no more push power in play for her. She does get one.
He was so
one
close
goal.
to get both.
What a good banish though, but they can't capitalize very much off of it. Cookie's trying his best to keep core control, but it's slipping, it's falling. The core is in Geo's hands as they move back down into this bottom side. Sloth trying to play as best he can. They send the Arenado, but he's not in position for the core. It's not in the goal though. Going back and forth off that drum. Venom and Cookies fighting for this control as it goes back to the Fool. Core flip done, but it goes out of the way. Geo is... he broke the core past the Tofu Fortress though. They lose one lock. It's now even game for whoever wants this core control. Cookies does have flip. Venom does have flip. They use the banish. He can't defend, and Geo with an excellent pillar
What a
placement.
pillar. That was very huge because they survived so long without any barriers left, but they actually managed to win this round.
I mean, the thing is as well is the Fool used his roll at the very last second there, which means that he does not have it at the start. So if Cookies plays very aggressively right now and they're able to break through, he won't have it up in time. They go for the primary, and look at that, one barrier down. He's not able to stop the core in place and defend with it. The pillar comes up, and there it is. The double now no longer has tools, and it's a double core
my
flip.
God.
They double flip, but they do get the barrier. The Cookies uses his own, and Sloth's holding it for next set.
Oh, man. Unlucky for Team CT actually.
It's
All
very
three
tough.
rounds that Bob won during the set were really fast. Like they were really fast.
And here's the problem now though.
Oh,
The now is
shit.
finally the first one to get to the top. And Timeless Creator, it's right
Yep.
there.
That's gonna be very
It's
rough
gone.
now.
Yep, that's gone. They cannot let him have that. But Fight or Flight, this is one of the fastest runes I've seen in a while.
Definitely. Berserker.
Asher getting a little bit of size down as well.
Okay, it's not that. Yeah,
Yeah.
not that much
It-
happening.
It's
after that
not
one.
really an interesting
Yeah,
draft, I don't
that
think.
one wasn't.
I don't think there was a lot you could do there. I mean, Sloth is going to lose one barrier now, but the Arenado is going to keep core control on the enemy team. Tofu Fortress not really helping yet again. A triple banish for
Triple
Geo,
banish.
and they do get the lock off of that. The pillar
The
does
huge play.
fade. The barrier is open, and
Oh.
a single strike. Cookies. It's clean.
Very
Venom
clean
not
team
ready
play.
for it.
Very clean team play there. Loved it.
God, it's so close. It genuinely, one little mistake, one triple banish, one good play is all it takes, and whoever loses anything there, it's disaster. Oh, Brock is in a very good position here. Cookies go for the first strike, losing the trade out to Venom. The Tofu Fortress is coming up. The Dubu is in.
Oh my
They go
God.
they go for a core flip, but they
Didn't manage
just
to
walk
get it.
out. Gio looking very low right now. Is Huh? Where did Cookies go?
He just died.
I mean, he died off the drum, but what hit him? A nice core flip there, stalling for time there from Sloth. Geo in this bottom side
Oh,
is able to
definitely.
defend. They pass it up to Cookies, and it is still in play. Brock probably going to try to look for a primary here, but Venom's able to sneak a little arrow into the goal and open things
No.
up. Geo opening it up himself. He tries to go down. I think he tried
Oh
to
my
use...
god, oh my god.
Oh, I think he tried to banish, but he got cancelled by Dubu. He tried to pass down,
Oh, yeah.
banish, and then score, but it did
Clean
not work.
KO.
Geo going out right now. Cookie's trying to dash up, using that extra range, and it's not going to help him very much. He goes down. He keeps the core away. It's going to go up into this corner, into the hands of Geo. Pass down to Cookies, going back and forth. The pillar coming out, both dashing down the bottom side. No one playing for this top side really, except for Venom right now. The pillar does come up. The wall not going to defend anything. Venom winning that strike war on the top side to pass down to
and there you
Brock,
go
and
with
that is the point.
Aragoli in this case. Unfortunately, yeah, one good passing play when goal is open, and that's it.
I mean, it's a shame that Atlas was banned this game, but I suppose that's sort of why they did it. They wanted to pick the Dubu. They wanted to make sure that you couldn't pick any of the sort of stalling goalie at the same
what a
time,
KO.
but an excellent KO onto Geo there. They're going to force straight through this barrier. They saw the mistake and they capitalize off of it instantly. One barrier down. It's in the hands of Cookies. Venom keeping the core on this side of the map. The pressure is staying on the Tofu walls. Keeping things
Another
up. And
KO.
another KO this time
Wait.
onto the other one. Oh, but it's a 1-for-1. The banish comes out. The pillar is used. Brock is trying to play for himself here. Keeping things nice and easy. Sloth using his
No
core
way.
flip, but the Arenado. Brock dies with flip in his hands.
Oh my god, the fool.
But the fool, he keeps it in. They're not able to get the McDouble on the barriers this time. Venom is able to keep core control away though. A nice little bit of defense here. Geo not winning the strike war until the last second. The fool should have his cooldowns back up. Use energy burst, he says.
Oh my god. Another-
it's a triple, but he also catches the core in it, so they're not able to really do very much off of it. I don't.
There you go.
They have no
Barrier's down.
cooldown on that top side. The barrier is down though.
Oh,
One goal, and it goes to set and game point. It could be anyone's game. All we
so
need.
far they keep it away.
Cookies with a nice hook. Venom got stuck in the tofu wall there, by the way.
There
So
you go.
he was out of play for a while. Cookies
There you
going for
go.
the flip straight through the fool.
What a clean play.
Excellently done, but they're not quite there yet. One more goal and it ties up
Oh
the
my
game.
God.
Nice primary from Sloth there, actually, stopping Brock from walking up properly. The Arenado coming through. A nice double banish Are they going to be able to break through? No, they are not.
They
Geo
will
in
be.
this top
They
side.
will be.
They take
Oh
out the
my
now,
God.
they get the core flip. All it will take is one more goal to tie up the game. A pass back down to Sloth. Sloth walking up, he has the core flip. He can
Come on.
guarantee the goal here if he's able to get in, but it could cost them a lot. Brock moving into this bottom side. He uses the flip himself to try and get a little bit of space. He doesn't catch the core in it though. Sloth in this bottom side loses one barrier. Cookies moving back up. The core is anyone's. There is no control over it at all right
you go.
now. Brock opening up the second goal. Venom trying to get a little bit of value from his primary. The Aeronado is going to be avoided by Brock. The Tornado does not get anything. There's a goal through from Cookies, and the root pillar was in place to secure it if it was needed, but it was not. Cookies scoring the goal of the fourth set. We move to set 5 of game 3.
What an intense game, man. It was so much fun.
Alright, let's see what we're doing here. We're going to see built different for Cookies. That Kazan side is going to help nicely. Hot shot picked up for Dubu to deny it from the rune. He goes for the Omega Infused Accelerator, which is very good. It's something that Now usually wants as well. We are going to skip Siege Machine, though, which, it's nothing serious. I mean, I like Siege Machine Rune, but I think Omega Infused is going to be a lot better this game.
Definitely.
But we do also see this Asher pick up the Egoist. We know that Brock's been getting a ton of flips this game, and now they're gonna be even more deadly. Oh,
But I
it's a
feel
good
like-
Nado, it's a good pillar, but...
Oh!
Ooh!
KO.
Cookies goes down! What can he do? Geo trying to defend, trying to help Sloth. They cannot stop this pressure with a man down. Cookies is back in time, though. They don't lose both barriers. Geo looking incredibly
There you
low.
go.
He's on this bottom side of the map as the barrier falls. Sloth has his flip in case it is needed. As the Tofu Fortress comes in, they're keeping the core in this bottom side. Geo using his teleport to avoid the Asher dash. There is no cooldowns on this Asher anymore to push with. Sloth passing down to Geo. They're trying to win the strike war. Forced to use the core flip to save the goal. Geo teleporting into the top side as
No
Cookies
way.
comes in. He dashes away from the core as it goes to the hands of Brock and into the bottom corner of their goal. Sloth not in position.
Unfortunately, he teleported away. Otherwise, I think they can defend that one.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I mean, even the awakening drafts of this game, like there's been a few duffs, but also a lot of impact from a few others as well. Oh, and
Oh my God, what is happening?
and they still save the core
They
despite all of the cooldowns used, despite all of the abilities. In the face of the fool, he does not falter, he does not waver, he remains true to his cause of defending his team. Geo sending the core into this top side right now. Cookies looking so low. He's not able to trap the core in with the pillar as Brock misses his dash, misses his primary. One barrier falls. The Aeronado coming through. Cookies in position, gets a second barrier. Using all of his skills of the book. He core flips, but he passes it back to Sloth.
It's so intense, bro.
Geo teleporting back here. The pressure is now on the side of Bob.
Huge.
A nice Nado pushing through
kills
the
now.
Tofu Fortress. But the now is caught. What do you do? Venom goes down. They're delaying for him. The Kazan tries to pass down to Geo.
Uh-oh.
Cookies. He's walking up. The Fool passing down. He's trying to do what he can. But he can't break through. There's so much going on. Brock burns his flip and Geo doesn't get any value out of his. Sloth using his own, still losing his own barrier. It's flip after flip after flip and no one is getting any value. Geo in this top side, the Tofu Fortress comes down. It gets passed him down and it might go up. But Geo lives. It goes to Cookies and Cookies with a redirect into the bottom corner. The Fool has no dash. He has no fortress. He only has a strike. And the core goes in.
It stays fucking intense until the last goal.
There is zero room for air. You can feel the tension. It cuts like a knife. Geo does manage to get that barrier. The Fool using all of his tools in one go. He does have his core flip though. His one last line of defense. The Tofu Fortress
Oh my
comes
God,
in
he
and
really
Venom
does.
goes back down. Cookies with the top spin, keeping him away. Geo in this bottom corner. Cookie's trying to break through this barrier, but he's in closed form. He doesn't have the sides.
Can the
He doesn't
defend
have the
this
range
one?
on the sides. The core flip is used by the Fool. He thought he might get some value, but here comes Brock. He's got
There you
his
go.
own.
Asher in corner.
Ashes in the corner. She
There
had
you
the egoist buff. A massive creation on that bottom side from now there. The wall coming through. Cookie's able to break it in. He's nice and in. Oh, the triple banish. A core flip. He tries to hook it. It doesn't go anywhere. A pass down to Geo. A nice
Oh my
pillar. The double pillar. But it's not enough. Geo has flipped. The primary comes out from the error. Cookie's passing up and down on that top wall, trying to break through the Sasha. He's not able to go anywhere. The pillar comes through. It goes down to Geo. He teleports in with a core flip through the Dubu primary. 1 point to send the other team to the loser's bracket, or 1 point to tie it up. Core control falls into Geo's hands. He goes for the pillar. It's not able to go in time. The error NATO does whiff, but the Dubu ultimate is used as well. Sloth on this
got
top
one.
side, losing his own barrier.
We got two.
The core flip is used by Venom. Nothing can stop the pressure that's going through. Oh my
Asher.
god. The Asher walks up, the core flip. Sloth counteracted with
Oh
his
my
own,
God.
bouncing off his own primary. It goes, but nowhere is to be found. The core back down to Geo. One barrier down into the now primary.
low, Cookies is low.
Cookies is 1 HP. Geo in this bottom corner. It's up to him. Where
Geo
did he
died.
go? Where did he go? He disappeared. He disappeared. And that had to have been a bug.
No.
But wait,
Oh
they're
my
in this
God, there you
corner.
go.
The Asher, the game is tied.
Actually gave I said 5, bro.
We're
All
2.
5.
We're 2-2. 2-2.
2-2-2-2, bro.
What do we do? What do we do? One goal will tie it up. The pillar goes through. Cookie's dashing through. A nice banish there from Geo. The Fool using his secondary. One barrier falls. Cookies uses
Oh
his
my God,
evade. The
the pressure.
Arenado. It catches Venom off guard. He falls. Cookies. He's in position, but he can't get a single strike in. The closed form is not helping.
They have
The
to get it
Tofu
here.
Fortress. It bounces. It bounces. It bounces. It ping pongs. But no one
They didn't
is
get it.
able to get this barrier. The Fool has the flip. The Arenado.
Oh
It's caught. He's forced to flip. Cookies in this bottom
my
corner. Has no cooldowns. Nothing is coming through. It's so close. The core control is on the side of TMCT. Sloth has flipped.
Oh.
One.
How is
goal.
that barrier still standing, bro?
It's almost over.
Now
The
it's their
game
turn.
is almost done. It is. They managed to get it out. It's in the top corner. The Dubu. It's back and forth, but no one is able to keep the. No one's able to keep the core control for long enough to keep up the pressure against the Fool. He clears it. Brock goes for the flip. He instantly pops to the pressure.
They got
is
the barrier.
on. The barrier is down. The goal is open. Sloth on that bomb side, dodging his own room pillar. Geo has the flip. Cookies
This could be
almost
it, this
does.
could be it.
He hooks it. It's not enough. One banish is used. Cookies 1 HP. Geo no energy. Sloth defending his barriers from the Asher. Relentlessly, it's still not down.
got
There
one.
it goes. Sloth nearly has a core flip of his own. Cookies looking
Gotta keep it up.
incredibly high. He's so ready to pop that flip. Venom using his own. They're not able to get the barrier though. The pillar.
What is
Cookies,
it?
He
No
wins. He wins. We're still in. Geo, the Arenado has popped. Cookies in this bottom side. He has the core flip.
Let's
He
go,
connects, and he scores.
Oh my god.
The Fool could not hold up.
He didn't even use his flip at the end. What an intense match, bro.
The cookies have been served, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god. Bro,
What an incredible match.
my
And-
heart is literally racing, bro, and I'm not even part of the game. Like, I
You're-
did play a lot
And
of
you know
like
what the best part is? This isn't even finals, ladies and
Ay,
gentlemen.
ay, bro, clap to both of them, bro. That was an intense.
What
Best
an
of 3.
amazing, incredible
Wow.
match. High pace,
Wow.
high energy, ups and downs for both teams. The pressure is immense. Look at the redirects. 400 on several players. 55k damage. Every forward is over 30k. Everyone has had an immense part to play in this. Look at the amount of shots on goal.
insane.
This stat line is one of the highest I have ever seen in a single Omega Strikers game. I'm sorry, I can't see this right now. What is the match time? How long was that match? 35 minutes of pure high energy gameplay. Incredible. 35 minutes, and this is what can be done in that amount of time. Genuinely incredible. Like every single player in this one set, in this one match, all 3 games played incredibly. I have no words.
I'm so surprised. After the first match, I didn't expect Team City to actually come back like that.
Like
that, bro. Insane, bro.
It's incredible. It's genuinely
Insane.
incredible. I just want to give a big
Oh, bro.
congratulations to Cookies, Sloth, and Geo for
Definitely.
moving through to the next
That's
round.
up. very
Incredibly
clean.
done. However, for Brack, Venom, and the Fool, now is your time to prove yourself through the losers bracket.
Definitely. Because they know how to do it. Like, we've seen it.
We've seen it firsthand. They can do it.
Definitely.
Best of luck to you.
Best of luck,
And
man.
with that, we shall be leaving you for now, and we will see you very, very soon.
Peace out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to more Top 16 of Weather the Storm. I'm joined by SMG for Blitz versus Clever Crafts. How's it going, man?
I'm very hyped. I mean, yeah, we seeing this map draft, both these teams so good. I mean, I lost on stream before to Bliatz, reverse swept.
Oh, I've been reverse swept a few times today. Not fun. I'm gonna say that.
Blow. But Clever Crafts have looked really strong all day as well. I mean,
Yeah.
the only team they lost to was top 4 team, and those are, you know, there's 4 kings of the
Yes,
tournament.
it's really just 4 kings. I
Yeah.
will say though, Clever Crafts 4 being that pretty high seed has actually looked a little shakier than some of the other high seeds. We had a pretty close game against them on stream, which surprisingly we're like seed 12, seed 13 or something like that. Had a close game. I think another team around that level also had a pretty close game. So we'll have to see if they can kind of shore things up, or if the side of Wood, Celesi, and Yankate will have an easy time against them. And hey, going to Clarion Test Chamber, heavy impact. Oh, that's going to be a spicy one.
I mean, yeah, the Tara Vice banned. I wonder if that indicates that neither of these teams really want to throw hands like that. We'll have to see. Could be just that they didn't want to trade them. It's a Dubu first pick here on the heavy impact start, probably going over to Yan. I would assume that they've been picking it a lot and they feel it's a successful pick. And it has been for them. And it just looks like no one wants to throw hands. Come on, guys, let's have a scrap.
Holy yawn emoji, man. Like, I see the Dubu first pick, and I'm like, okay, I want some spice. I want, like, my Aimi goalies. Obviously, Vice is banned. You don't see that. Rune goalie, another fun one. Kai, even. So, seeing this Rune Kai backline at least tells me that the side of Clever Crafts might just be picking Kai goalie for Shen. I wouldn't be surprised. And it is the Lamacraft Rune, so that's always a treat to watch.
Yeah.
And on the other side, Dubu Asher. It's just honk shoe.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what they're going to fill in. I think the Estelle is a pretty obvious pick here for Bliatz. I mean, Celesi been playing it today, been looking really successful. Yeah, it makes sense. Heavy impact start. All things lead to Estelle. I do think, you know, whoever this rune is going to, I think is a matter of who is the alpha of the back line of Clever Cross. Because I think they both want the rune. I know Shen is a lover of rune, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, Shen loves the rune goalie, but of course, it's Llama Cross. So, yeah. We'll have to see. We'll know who's the top dog of that back line after we load into the in-game character draft. But Balu just rounding it out with the Juliet. He's just putting the prize in the bag basically this tournament. His backline is just playing fast things, you know, walk around, play the ball around each other, 2 midfielders, and he just does his job, looks for the cheese kills, looks for damage, and looks for the goals, and it's been working for them. So I think both these teams have very solid drafts.
Yeah, that's the thing. I kind of wanted to point this out. Kai has pretty much been, I think, 100% pick rate for the side of Clever Crafts. Not even presence, I think just pick rate. It's been allowed to be picked by them, I think, in every single one of their games. Either Shen or Llama plays it, both pretty happy to, and both look pretty good on it too. A lot of the time it has been Lamacraft, but I don't think Lamacraft, not that I know at least, has played Rune yet this tournament.
Oh, that's
so. Hey, maybe, you know, okay, I'm not 100% on that, but maybe he'll get a chance to pull it out, or maybe Shen will just say, yeah, that's my Rune. You're not taking this, buddy.
Yeah, looks like we'll be finding out shortly here. And we're getting edged a little bit. We've got Yanke locking in the Dubu, nothing too surprising. So let's be on the Estelle. And they're gonna make us wait all day to see who locked in this rune. I think that it is Lamacraft.
I think it's Llama. It has to be Llama, right? There's no way they push this rune over to Shen. Shen will just take the Kai, enjoy the speed, and the moment of truth as it arises, it's Shen on Kai. And heavy impact knife sedge start. I'm wondering if anyone really wants this knife sedge. I mean, maybe like the Dubu to play back, but it's probably 6 heavy impact now.
Yeah, I think heavy impact not great. Looks like our UI is a little bugged, so maybe we won't be able to tell just yet what exactly people have picked. But yeah, I think that most people here will be picking the heavy impact. I know Llama's an enjoyer of gliding on the edge of the map, but it didn't look to me like he had that knife edge when he was nearby. So yeah, we'll have to see. Nothing crazy so far. No barriers have dropped. I spoke too soon though. And Lamacraft looking to get the top one here as well. But the Dubu ticks to level 2 just fast enough to get that ultimate. Still though, the offensive Clever Crafts looking dominant right now.
Yeah, so the one thing I do want to call out here, right, is Balu's choice of the Magnetized Souls, right? He has been doing that so many games today on his brawlers. I don't know if I've seen him pick Slicks any more than maybe once or twice. Talk me through that. What do you think about that pick?
I think it's really interesting, especially, you know, a brawler like an NA comparison would be, I know Dropletto is a big fan of the mags on brawler, just sitting on the out clear. And that is what Balu does a lot. He doesn't really touch the core a lot in these games. The redirect dominated by the back. Oh, the
What a
flip
save.
is buffered by Jan's dash. Kill almost found, but a rune banish. The kill's going back and forth, but it turns out Clever Cross have the favor and have the goal. Yeah, back to what we were saying. I think that Balu plays off ball a lot. He lets his backline hang on to things, and I think that, you know, I think if anything, it's very good to see that they've thought about, you know, this is how we play, what gear suits that. You know, that's a good sign for a team.
It's especially true when you have a team that kind of consists of these veterans that maybe don't play the game nearly as much. You have a game plan in mind and you execute this playstyle well. And once again, we see Llama-Craft doing such a great job at surviving there. I was sure he would be dead, and now he's just even walking for it. He is just disrespecting the team of Blietz, and somehow it's working. They find the second barrier. Shen pushes up, looks for more offense. Again, the shadow swap away, and this does put Shen in maybe a slightly awkward spot. Is able to get it away from Wood and buy space for Clever Crafts.
Yeah, Shen looking aggressive here, forces the flip out Vian, but that was all of his cooldowns here, so Celesty has a good opportunity. The Estelle beam doesn't connect, and unable to connect with Wood either to find the strike. Still, they have the corner offense set up, but Llama and Balu just once again finding the pass and finding the open goal that the Dubu just doesn't have the tools to deal with.
Yeah, especially when you have Pauldron's Dubu. Yes, he is that big chungus in the corner, but when you pass around him, he can't get there, and that's what Llama and Balu are doing so well. And this kind of reminds me sort of Fireman and J-Man from North America, as they were kind of pioneers of the double mag souls before it actually became meta. And that's kind of what this feels like. As Llama and Balu, they're just sitting on the mid line, and they're kind of alternating who is playing this forward role technically.
Yeah, absolutely. As so far, this is a very different point than previously. Llama taken off the map, Balu taken low. Looks like he's going to be recovering though. And after the power play is over, I mean, just looks like Clever Crafts are kind of back in form. Celesty does have a flip to her name, so I'm sure going to be looking to use that on the offense. But the offense, you know, oh, that lived on 10 to allow Wood to pop it. Wow. First barrier taken by Clever Crafts, but Balu taken ever so low. I think, you know, honestly, into this team of Clever Crafts, if you want a damaged target, I know Rune is hard to kill, but Llama is just doing a lot of the core control to where if Balu's low, he's kind of just drawing aggro. He's just annoying Celesty, forcing her flip out. And, you know, even if he's dead, you know, are this side of Bliatz really going to be able to convert on this power play still? Oh,
It's
there you go.
tough to say, right? They do find that barrier. They're looking to push up further as Celesty does walk back to take the strike war. Good banish out by Llama. No further achievements to get from that, though. Celesty trying the corner, barely misses out. Good pillar there to help Shen on the defense. Unfortunately, I don't think any of them had strike in the right position there, as Celesty just barely sneaks it by.
Yeah, absolutely. And first goal of this series for Bliatz. That's a good one to get, you know, get it off your chest. We know we can score, so let's keep chugging. Wood worked her way up to a flip. Jan very close by as Dash Punch connects onto the enemy midfielder for Balu, but nothing found just yet. Wood with a great flip. Shen almost with a Giga, but it actually hits the barrier of Bliatz. So open that situation, and all of a sudden, I'd say the Kai defensively has an advantage here. Jan, though, you know, he has a flip as a Dubu, probably not going to be scored on anytime soon. Manages to save that one with the flip, but not a tool he'll have to his name anymore. Llama-Craft trying to get it through this front line of Bliatz, but still this defense, this offense just holding strong for Bliatz. Celesty worked her way up to another flip here, and I think it might be all but over for Shen if it gets into her hands in front of the net.
Yeah, it's looking potentially tough. 3 flips actually almost available, but it might not matter. Flip burn there out by Shen, and Celesty finds it through. Llama did a really good job there trying to cover that bottom, but unfortunately, Celesty just found the angle.
Yeah, absolutely, and just no nonsense there with the flips. Get in, flip, stun, done. Just a classic on the Estelle. Barrier found, and unfortunately Shen popped that Giga Blast trying to hit a backwards angle on it, as Wood trying to work through this top side. Shen Uses the barrage there, won't have that as an option. The banish comes out as well. Balu looking for some damage, and there are double flips on this front line, but they don't have a barrier, which probably matters more. Still trying to work on something. Get the first. No flip chosen to be used for the second here. Maybe Balu will regret that. Shen able to save the core just now, but looks for some damage, and Balu taken off the map. Still with flip to his name, as would Celici. Both have the core on offense. Great click Giga Blast by Shen to save the core, but still the offense in the hands of Bliatz here. Moments remain for Balu to come back, but it's just Wood with the strike war on Lamacraft who gets it in.
Oh my god, and it's just so back and forth. Bliatz take the set lead into this series. Estelle likely rewarded with the rapid fire. Optionally stacks, I think, is fine too. But yeah, rapid fire is just the consistent pickup. You don't have to worry about getting killed by the Spanish, by the Julie dash punches, and still get value with it.
Yeah, and I also think there's something to be said about the stacks going over to the goalie rather than the enemy midfielder. It feels a lot less bad, at least for the midfielder. For the Asher, it might be annoying. It feels pretty horrible when you're the enemy midfielder who has, you know, no speed compared to the other guy. We've got this Asher picking up prize fight, and we've seen a lot of kills come out today.
Already.
I mean, yeah, already as well. And some other interesting draws. What a crazy Giga Blast goes backwards. And I think Llama probably the saddest one in this draft, picking up the Explode.
Yeah, explosive entrance. Maybe not the best for Rune. At the very least, it does make his dash slightly faster, so maybe there's that. But I think he's still pretty okay. All things considered. Shen, where's he going, Shen?
No, I respect that. That's a W play. Yeah, Shen just walking up, ignoring the call completely, just going for the kill, and maybe rewarded here as Balu has the offense would, given the time to respawn here. Lamacraft looks for a banish, but evaded by Celici there as Balu trying to punch it through, but still nothing found just yet. Balu on the bottom side here, Llama covering the bottom, Balu on top. Can't find anything just yet. It's Wood who is massive here. Yan walking up a bit aggressively. Celici looking for something as well. Everyone walking up so far, but nothing found just yet on the offense or defense as the Cell Beam hits 3 things, but no goal found just yet as Llama, Balu look to have the most clear opportunity of this point so far, but still saved by Yankate.
Yeah, still very tough. Remember, that Tofu Fortress is down. Yankate still has the flip available, and Wood actually picks up the size there. Might not matter. Nearly hits the self-Soren angle there. Celici still down. It is a 3v2 in favor of Clever Crafts. The flip still available. Flip used there by Yankate. Balu doesn't even need the flip himself off of a crucial Flame Flurry redirect.
Yeah, he's cool, calm, collected on that offense, and Yan just a misstrike. Missing the corner slightly, wanted a tight angle there, but was unable to find it. And now, I mean, look at the energy on this side of Clever Crafts. 3 flips to their name. I mean, somewhat it's a map where it's kind of not so nice because you can't really evade in the goo or anything like that. But still, I mean, can't complain about 3 flips, but Wood just needs strikes alone. She has a flip. Shen beats her on the 50 though. Hey, it's on land, okay? And Lamacraft on the bottom side hits a banish onto Celici. Balu with the flip, but doesn't hit anything. Yan had to use that Dubu Tofu Fortress, and his barrier is lost eventually. All of Clever Crafts trying to get involved on this offense, but looks like the position has stabilized somewhat, and Bliatz are going to have a chance to attack.
Similarly, all of Bliatz were there on the defense, and once again, Wood is going to return. We're going to see this 3-person goalie as Lamacraft is taken a little low, so potentially a little bit of risk there. Trying to win this interaction. Shen pushes it up, but it's up in that goo side. Llama doesn't want to walk up into that corner, and with just one evade to work with, it feels pretty bad. We hit the 2-man banish, but nothing else to be gotten as Balu is finally staggered. He's trying to play forward, but crucially, Yankate has this flip. Just looking for the hit stun. There is the flip finally used here. Shen finds the clear. Has to be a little bit careful. There's that pass, but now a 3v2 in favor of Bliatz as the passes nearly come through. Llama just trying to interrupt them as best as he can. A shadow swap there to deny that one too. Gets in the corner. All abilities of Celici already used. Pass up to Wood, who nearly hits the demon angle. Balu back though. 3v3 as Clever Crafts try to push up.
Yeah, Lamacraft oh so low, but it doesn't matter as Balu on the bottom side with the dash punch, getting it done all by himself, saying, Llama, I got you, bro. And putting them up to 2-0, but they've been up 2-0 before. Last set was a reverse sweep for Bliatz, so can't count them out just yet.
Yeah, notably, we have to remember that the prize fighter does exist, so Wood could start scaling that. Similarly, Shen is fully stacked now, so that's also quite crucial. So it'll make these next few points quite difficult for Blietz to take back if they need. But that is 2 barriers already taken. This map, at this point, really just favored for Blietz.
Yeah, it certainly is. As Shen trying to walk up aggressively, but can't probably, you know, hang around too long, as he tends to like to stay up there, you know, the core speed rather, so fast that, you know, an Egypt goalie like Kai, even if he has, you know, those speed awakenings, he just can't catch up. The side of Clevercraft trying to find something on the offense. Flip is popped there by Wood, but to no avail. I mean, got the barrage out of the Kai here, but Balu looking scary on the offense, has the flip. Tofu Fortress, but maybe it's not great. The angle's so tight, but the strikes hold strong for the side of Bliatz. And now Wood looking for some damage, maybe some knockback. Flip comes out. Great shot from Lamacraft. No flip pop from Yan. And now, all of a sudden, Clevercraft way back into this point.
Yeah, barrage already used there by Shen, so 1 stray bounce could be all it takes to bring us back to a close point in this set. As Yankate is pushing up with the slip, he flips. Where does he go? He goes into the corner, but it just gets cleared out. A piercing shot tried by Selassie there, and now Balu and Lamacraft pushing up on their own as Lamacraft plays this corner. It's cleared out once again. Barrage used by Shen, so won't have it available for this next one. And Wood, I think, just barely scoops it up with that breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, that looked far. Like, hey, if we weren't
Yeah.
on land with the PCs, I'd say check Wood for reattack.
yeah,
okay?
honestly.
But I mean, got the goal done, and that's what mattered. And hey, I mean, if I'm Clevercraft right now, I'm scared because it's starting to look like a little bit of a repeat of this previous set.
Yeah, it's potentially a little worrying, right? Especially when you consider the energy situation. It's slightly ahead for Shen, but the rest not looking great. And now with an open net, pretty bad. Even when that dash punch misses, so now Yankate still able to live, still able to hold this barrier. Lamacraft, they're trying to push up this top side, barely lives. And now Flame Flurry in the corner. Balu finds it, flip in the face of Blietz, and Clevercrafts ties it up.
Yeah, nicely done. No nonsense there, Shen. Walking up, mocking the enemy goalie, I'll say it, and getting it through with a flip there. It's going to be Balu, though, with the MVP. I think he probably has a bulk up as a classic Juliet pick. There's also the Spark, especially Spark on a winning set is always nice to take, but just keeping it classy, picking up that bulk up. This Dubu here, yeah, the miss up I think makes sense. Aerial's going to be picked up by the Kai. Everyone getting good stuff so far. Spark going over, and yeah, Llama picking the Siege Machine over the Timeless. I think, yeah, gonna drop to the Asher, and yeah, I guess he's just not a fan of that size. Maybe, you know, trying to play for the consistent pillars that last a while in the corner, and just doesn't want them to be able to be interrupted by this big Asher.
Additionally, right, when the Juliet has even more power, you can start playing for kills too, right? So I think it's pretty fine, and that's what they're trying to do in Selassie, as they drop the Banish, they dropped a Pillar, a Dash Punch, and a Flame Flare, like everything. It's literally what happened to me in my last game of the day. Just shoot the Estelle and win, and it's looking like that is the case. Selassie unable to play the game. Biggest fans, Clevercrafts get it done.
Yeah, and still a bad game state for her. You know, she's very close to an evade, but doesn't look like she has one for a couple strikes at least. So, I mean, they can just run it back, provided Selassie is not able to recover enough. Nice backline defense here. Nice transition to the offense as Shen. Looking like he's going to stay up here, but nothing found quite yet. A combination of him and Balu unable to get through that backline of Jan's Dubu. And on the other side, both barriers dropping like flies, as Shen had used that barrage for the offense. And just a trade-off that was absolutely won by the side of Bliatz. And all of a sudden, I mean, it just looked so favored for them, unless Balu had maybe been able to get that double barrier.
Yeah, only one, unfortunately, for the side of Clevercraft. They're looking to follow this up, right? Lamacraft and Balu pushing up this bottom side as a good strike off that pass flip there from Balu. And now the counter flip into the corner. Late on the barrage is Shen. And, hey, that means Blietz ties it back.
Yeah, absolutely. And whenever you get to a game where it's 1-1, 1-1, you know you're in for a banger.
It's a heater.
Yeah. I mean, for the sake of scheduling, you know, maybe a 2-0 would be nice, but don't tell Sloth I'm down for this to be a game 3 set 5 banger. Double barrier found off a nice banish out by Clever Crafts, by Llama specifically, and Balu has worked his way up to a flip, which I'm sure he'll be very happy to use if needed on the offense here. A bit of an awkward situation for him to flip in, though. I don't know if that was the greatest, but maybe it doesn't matter. They have so much offense, but it looked like that was all of their cooldowns blown, and now it's a ton of Bliats to try and work something on the offense.
Big evade clear out there by Shen. This does allow Balu to get possession of the core once more. Celisy needs to be a little bit careful of a potential dash punch here on the wall, playing for that well. And Banish going wide there. That means Lamacraft a little low on cooldowns. And Balu doing a really good job there to push Yankate out. That means the flip has to be used on defense.
Yeah, Celisy gonna pop the flip quite early here. Gonna try and reach that core as a big chunk of it was covered by that rune pillar. Llama with the strike, Shen with the barrage, and getting it through. And that's one goal away for Clever Crafts from getting this third set.
Yeah, Clever Crafts. They do it again. And hey, they're trying to take themselves back into the lead, show them why they are higher seeded. And notably, Lamacraft almost at that flip. I think Shen has to be very close to the stacks, and never mind, there it is. Lamacraft is erased off the map, crucially by Wood, who is nearly at a flip of her own, flips that, gets the second barrier. Now we see the pass players in this 3v2, well played out by Blitz.
Yeah, exceptionally well played. Maybe someone more locked in than me has been tracking the prize fighter stacks on Wood, but definitely picked up at least one. Look, she'll have a bit of power. I don't know how much, but yeah, looking strong on the offense. Llama taking some damage here though, taken low by the Obscura. You know, a bit of a betrayal onto himself, and another kill. And I mean, that looks like Wood has a lot of power.
Yeah, Wood seems quite strong right now, and now Balu trying to keep the core contained. Flip still available for Shen. Wants to use it early, gets it into the corner, but it does hit that not so demon bounce, and that does mean the second barrier does fall. Lamacraft getting taken quite low, just trying to use his life to get this barrier. Lives barely, and the Tofu Fortress making it a little awkward, forcing Wood to burn that path splitter. Finally, Lamacraft is taken off the map, but it's not at the cost of their barrier. Balu, he nearly has a flip of his own, using the Flame Flurry to build that up. Has it available for the defense should he need. Just plays it so patiently, flips, sends it around, baits out Celisy, and this does buy enough time for Lamacraft to return. Now they're trying to play up this top side, a little dangerous. There's the banish, it does go wide. Celisy, no evade, crucial. Flip used out by Yankate though.
Yeah, absolutely, and Balu with a nice strike there. Unfortunate clear though. I think Celisy wanted to strike upwards into Yan, but just ball in the hands of Balu, and if you give this tried and true veteran a ball like that, he's going to send it in the back of your net. And, you know, in games like this, the third set, possibly, you know, the most important one of all, we've got some stagger here. I think these are the big ones. Maybe, yeah.
Wait, Juliet and then Kai. That's odd. That should not happen, right? They're on the same team.
Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know what that is. That is... I've never seen that before. Hey, I guess these KLB forwards are just that good.
Yeah, I guess so.
They're just gapping the competition. We've got Hotshot deny up into the rune, but picks up the OIA, which we saw Geo in that final game, TMCT against Barrage of Bob go crazy with. Nice double banish found, finds the top barrier, and yeah, just... Honestly, I forgot everything about that draft, but the Juliet got peaked with bulk up. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that said, I think the draft as a whole was just massive speed gain for Clever Crafts, right? Glass Cannon, OIA, Peak. On the other side, you have some speed, right? You have the Fighter Flight, you have the Spark, maybe not as powerful as the ones on the other side, but this Hot Shot picked up. As much as it's a deny from Rune, it's still pretty darn good for Yankate, so he should be able to hold for a little longer. That said, it might be tough if the enemy side try to pass it around him or just KO him.
Yeah, and just clean offense after that. No nonsense on this power play. I must say, Celisy's build is rather disgusting.
Yes.
2 sparks, rapid, heavy. I mean, so much damage, so much cooldown reduction, so much speed. What more do you need in a midfielder? I expect if anyone on the side of Bliats is going to pop off and start going kind of beast mode, it's going to be Celisy with this draft she's had. But for right now, it's just the side of Clever Crafts who are looking so solid. Lamacraft shutting things down with the pillar, playing to assist with Shen, who's playing super aggressively, using so many cooldowns on the offense, but Llama always has his back, and they've just got that synergy developed. Even in the few weeks that they played prior to the LAN, they know their game plan, and I think that's what has allowed them to seem so strong as the 5th seed.
Yeah, that is true, but notably on the other side, Blitz having 2 flips looks pretty strong in and of itself. Wood, though, is getting kind of hunted down, and there's the banish. Celicy gets taken off the mat. Double KO, double flip deny, and that's 10 seconds with Yankate all on his lonesome. Rolls forward, but it's just too little, too late. Strike down, and that is a master of its craft.
Yeah, absolutely is. And now 1 goal away. Clevercraft's just been taking this one by storm. Certainly didn't hurt them that they got the first and second pick in a draft. But yeah, regardless, they've just been playing so consistently. Llama-Croft, just the slipperiest guy you've ever met. Just manages to get away. Celicy, a bit of a hard target to hit herself. Dodges away from Balu's kill attempt. A great pass by Shen. Llama with the flip too. Gonna send it backwards towards Shen. The punch comes out. The banish. The pillar is blocked, but it doesn't matter. The strike goes through. Clevercraft take game 1.
Okay, I have no words for what I saw at the end there. That was just flip pass after flip pass after flip pass. That was disgusting to watch how Clevercraft dismantled the defense of Glietz, and somehow it just works so well. And when you have veterans like Llama, like Balu, and honestly even like Shen from kind of like before as well, right? They know what they're doing. They know kind of this general macro play with this much experience, and it's just a question of whether or not they can execute on the mechanics, and they absolutely were able to.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, after this one, I had to talk with Llama-Croft earlier. He said, I'm so washed, and I said, bro, you're never washed. You always come back beast mode 1v9.
Now,
And look at
he's
that
so
guy.
washed that he's clean.
Yeah, he is clean. 1+8 stat line, so many contributions there, but I think, you know, all of the clever crafters were putting in a shift. I loved what Balu was doing. Always, you know, he just has a plan and he sticks to it.
Yeah,
and he knows
I
the
agree.
team's gonna play for that. And Shen playing so aggressively, knowing that Llama has got his back, just that back line, looking so consistent. Even though Llama he had 8 saves, you know. Celicy had 20, but still, it just felt like Shen was able to push so aggressively, help out with Balu on the offense. And yeah, those later sets just taken by storm by Clevercraft.
Exactly, and so well played out by Clevercrafts. I'm not sure if you want to take our little mini short segment before we get into game 2.
So let me give some context. My teammates, Donkers and Kiddo, bought me a few doohickeys, so we're gonna just unbox these real quick in between the game. So let's take a spin at these. Let's go ahead.
What's up in this? God.
I have got a Minecraft zombie.
Oh hell yeah. Okay.
Look at that, and you can squish it, and it's nice and cool.
What do I have? Oh
What do
my
you got?
God, I'm just like tearing this apart. Oh my God. Oh wait, this is sick. It's a nice like pig keychain basically.
Dude, shout out my
Hell yeah.
teammates. Had hella fun playing with them. Okay, anyway, enough of our little segment. Okay, back to the game at hand. Yeah, what adjustments do you think could be made by this team to try and get them back into this?
I think the biggest thing is seeing if there's a way you can deny both Rune and Kai. It's tough. It's a really tough ask. But letting them get both of them, it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
Right? A lot of the time, and even when we played against them, we just said we're taking away the Llama-Croft Rune, and the Kai was at least, we could deal with it, right? And one of the ways we could deal with it is just keep him damaged so that he can't interact with the game. So maybe you just do that. You put Celicy on Aimee, and then you just have her try to shoot Llama as much as she can so that Llama can interact with the game, and then keep Shen on maybe like an Era or a Now where maybe he can push up a little less than the Kai with the check button.
Yeah, I believe in terms of draft, it was Glietza banned the Zen,
Yeah.
and then the Vice was banned away by this opposing side of Clever Crafters. I think that, you know, Balu on Zen on a heavy impact start would be scary, but like you said, I mean, in terms of this team, they're not really a damage team, I would say. I mean, Zen alone can do a lot of damage, but you've got this Dubu who can hold strong, and I think they would have been able to hang. I mean, many a times I've been banished by Llama-Croft on the edge of the map, and I'll just see him pillar somewhere else. He's a nice guy. He's too Swedish to get kills. Anyway, we're into this character draft. Feels different.
Rune's just
stacks
gone.
and stacks. Yeah, Rune's gone.
On the other side, the Estelle is taken away from Celicy, right? A bit of a comfort pick for her. Dubu picked up here. I'm curious to see if we're going to get that Aimee pickup for Llama, or if it's just going to be, we just lock the backline Era Kai, because this looks oddly very similar to our draft against them, where Dubu was that first pick. We banned out Estelle. So I think they locked in Era Kai for us. But yeah, Atlas Kai, almost the same. You have less speed in Shen, but hey, maybe this is what you want. You want Shen to not be able to push up so that you only have to deal with Llama and Balu. And Celicy is picking her signature Juno, so that's fun.
Yeah, I'm curious because I'm not sure what game it was, but I saw Clever Crafts the last time they picked the Atlas. They picked Balu on an Estelle
Yes.
and a Kai for Llama. So I'm curious if they're
That was
going to
against
whip out...
Jammy's team, Jammy Circus.
Yeah, and I wonder, okay, they're not going to whip out the double midfield again today. I mean, locking the Julie again, it was looking clean. I'm curious if he's going to pick up the stacks. I wouldn't be too surprised if this was a full stacks lobby. I could see possibly the Dubu, the X, and the Julie, any of them might want to take the size, but I'm a big speed fan, okay? I would just lock in the stacks myself.
I think just lock in the stacks, keep your speed up. I think it's acceptable to go the size. You just play for size because it's Taiko Temple, right? You want to play for these lanes, kind of deny the space in the corners. As much as you like to rotate, there are going to be a lot of times where, as the brawler, you are just going to die in the corners. So just take the size, get these strike war wins where you can get them, and just try not to kind of lose the game solo by dying. Simply.
Yeah, that's true. I think I'm a fan of this Atlas on the stack start because not only does he like the speed, but as you mentioned, you can die in the corners here, but there's a character that can prevent that, and it's Atlas. And, you know, the combination of Lamacraft being the slippy player he is, I mean, you know, these days sometimes he cooks a bit too much with the dodging, but still a tricky player to get the best of in terms of finding kills. And I think that certainly Clever Crafts are going to be looking to keep the stacks on the back line at the very least.
Yeah, game 2, I imagine this Taiko Temple, I'm not sure whose map pick it is. Then again, it is Europe, so it is the Europe standard with Taiko Temple. So Juno finally available to Celicy, a fun pick. We didn't get a chance to see it in the match against Donkers earlier today, so because that was taken away from her. And I think we will get a chance as we load in. Hopefully we do see 6 stacks, and I think the brawlers are appropriately sized where that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, I got to see some gameplay from Celicy here. I'll stand on the hill that Donkers is the best Juno player at this event, but I'm down to be proven wrong. So I want to see a beast mode performance. I think that this Kai has a big advantage in this matchup into the Juno. So I'm sure Celicy played this matchup before. Probably something that, you know, in NASA has been picked as a counter pick into the Juno. Because just the barrage being so deadly at defeating Juno, but we'll have to see, you know, how familiar Lamacraft himself is with that matchup. Shan, an odd strike shot there. Maybe, you know, honestly, if you know you're about to strike something and you just send out your strike shot into the enemy because it's gonna go anyway, that's maybe a high IQ play. But regardless, it's a Bliatz breaking that first final barrier and looking to convert on the offense here.
And wow, interesting play there. Celicy trying to use the hit stun. It does work out in the end, maybe not as intended. Needs to be careful as Balu is lurking. I like this rotate up top as we take over to overtime. The Giga Blast is used there, so not available for that hit stun. Rotate around. Good hit stun out by Balu, forcing the roll out by Yankate as Celicy tries to keep the core forward. And it's just rotate central as Llama tries to send it up. And now flip down, sent back to Celicy as now Wood gets the core. There is the X Maximus as well. It's rotated around once more. I'm not going to stop saying that. And Celicy making sure that her team has possession. I love this use of the center drum.
Yeah, absolutely. Flip. Although, you know, on the side of Balu here, Shen is forced out by that core speed of the Juno, so deadly in the open net. But nothing found off that dash punch. Yankate holding strong, trying to fight back a little bit in this matchup with the Dubu. But it's going to be Balu, the one who has the freedom to get the orb. Shen forced, hit stunned. Everything came out from Wood there to just displace this Atlas goalie. And Celicy just has a freebie on the bottom side.
Yeah, she is showing why she's known for this Juno pick, right? Able to get these jumps in, able to play so patiently and keep the core controlled, right? She's just not dying and also making sure that she doesn't lose possession a lot of the time. And as much as Lamacraft has been doing much of the same in this series so far, I still wait to see how this game goes.
Yeah, I certainly do, as Celicy and Yan both have flipped to their name, loses that first barrier, looks like Wood opting for some damage. The Brawlers, that's what we call a Brawler's handshake right there. You know, none of them taking too much damage, but just showing what they got. Celicy working on the bottom side here, nice stealth pass, nice flip, and finds the goal, and somehow Yan found a kill onto Balu all by his lonesome. Wood looking for some damage here into Llama as well, who's built his way up to the full stacks. And I think losing this point is more worth it than losing the stacks on Kai. So I think he should just play his life in this situation. Shen's flip is forced out here. Llama still low, taking so much damage, just looking to run away here as Selassie adopts the goalie spot for a moment, looking for something on Llama, but still, it's just Clever Cross who actually had a decent offensive chance, but nothing found just yet.
Yeah, they are kind of keeping Balu out of the play on this defense, and now Lamacraft has ticked over to the core flip, so could look for a cheeky kill if he needs. I love that self-dribble out by Selassie, all the tech coming out. She wants to show that she deserves top 6 in full force. Good pass attempt there out by Selassie and Wood. She's ticked over to the flip, and same thing with Lamacraft. He's walking forward, flips. It hits the Yodsman angle there, and now Selassie has a flip of her own available, pushing up, and hits the insta-flip.
Yeah, just nothing Shen could do in that situation. Maybe not even something he's too familiar with. And Selassie, the Juno blob emote coming out, all those Juno emotes actually, and just showing her stuff on this character. A bit of a technical issue though, as Shen seems to be disconnected. But going into this, regardless, okay, looks like he's back. How do you think Clever Crafts need to adjust to this matchup to get themselves back in this?
I think a lot of it is just kind of maybe waiting for a little more scaling, waiting for Lamacraft to get more speed, maybe more survivability, so that he's not under any threat, or even just Balu looking for more kills, right? As they are getting the damage onto Selassie, but they're just not able to find the kills, and naturally that's due to Juno being a little slippery, but once they get a little bit more damage, they should be able to do a little better.
Yeah, certainly will need to. As Lamacraft, nicely passed to by Balu, find the first one, Shen walking up here, but Wood, I think, nicely placed to body block that secondary from getting too much there. Selassie on the offense, interrupted slightly by the Atlas primary there. Flip does come out, some nice strike layering, but just great transitioning back to the offense by Bliatz, and they just look to have all the control in this game so far.
Yeah, now it's in the corner, stuck once again. X Maximus should be back up forward, so she's just waiting for a good chance to use it. Tries with a bull rush, and there it is, taking that second barrier. It is passed back to her, and she's still sitting in the corner. Same thing with Selassie with the opposite corner, and the Giga Blast actually beats out the jump strike. Crucial up by Lamacraft. The pass is found through, if only for a moment. Good stall there out by Selassie. Once again, looking towards Wood. The pass back and forth, so clean. Bull rush attempted. There is that expanse. Now Selassie jumping back. Flips almost there for both of the defensive members. Yankate not wanting to use his if he doesn't have to. Good dribble attempts, pass down. There's the flip out by Lamacraft. Counter flip out by Yankate. Maybe not even necessary, but it was a tempo flip, a tempo to secure the first set.
Yeah, a dominant 3-0 set. You know, both of the previous first sets were quite close to ones. You know, we've seen that these teams go back and forth, but so far looks to be all Bliatz. And I think that the peak performance here in the midfield is just the obvious pickup. After that, the Atlas, you know, doesn't really have too much crazy. I think the Orb Ponderer is picks the Chrono Boost, actually, the deny, I guess, out into the enemy Kai. I think makes a lot of sense. The Orb Ponderer, just a classic on the melee goalies. Dubu with Pauldrons picking up that bulk up, a bit of a deny. Still though, Kai getting the aerials, Julie getting the peak performance, and personally, I think that the side of Clever Crafts have gotten the better of this draft.
I think so too, right? Not just that, but also Atlas just getting Orb Ponder, right? CDR on Atlas goalie is just freaking amazing, and Shen getting that should make his life a lot easier, as much as Selassie and Wood have been kind of running around Shen. If he has this CDR, he should be able to kind of play a little more in their face. And speaking of play in their face, that's what Yankate is doing. Pushes up, drops the Tofu Fortress. First barrier secured. Does actually get traded back off of a good dash through by Balu. And they're looking for a second here. The punch nearly coming in through, and now a bit of a roll swap here, funnily enough.
Yeah, I mean, we know Shen's familiar with this midfield role. Maybe not the Atlas midfield. I'm not so sure. Didn't see that one in EUSA, but still, walking up aggressively as always, regardless of the character pick. Something you love to see in any goalie. Crazy core speed coming out here already pre-overtime. Just finding the great angles off the drum. Unfortunately, though, for Clever Crafts, the rotation is just too fast. And Shen's flip forced out. Same can be said for Yankate, though. So even situation here for the goalies, but out. And a crazy Giga Blast. I mean, whoa! But on the other side, the combination from Bliatz, that was just, you know, back to back insane plays from all these players. All of them showing out today.
And once again, you highlight the combination of Bliatz. I think the biggest thing there was the combo of hit stun, right? The early hit stun there out by Celici made it so that Shen just could not deal with that bull rush there. And now Balu already taken off the map. That is the X Maximus burned defensively, so hopefully they can get something off of this. There are converging up on this top side. Yankate even rolling forward. Still no barrier found. The defense, it is held out by Clever Crafts, and this could be a disaster for Bliatz if they let it get behind them. And there's the flip out by Lamacraft up to Balu. It's going to be collected by Celici, but in the 3v2, nothing gotten.
Yeah, Balu with a nice strike wall though to find that second barrier. Llama with some dribbles. Celici flips, I think looking for a cheese kill out onto Balu, but nothing found. Wood exceptionally low, but same can be said for Balu. I do believe the Atlas ult is available to him though, but Llama just needs one strike off the drum, another one backwards, and unfortunately for Clever oh my god, I mean, everyone's just looking at Balu bouncing on it crazy style, while Llama just puts it in.
Bliatz just kind of lost their minds for a moment, unfortunately. And hey, that's what it takes for Clever Crafts. Now, the other thing I do want to mention, Lamacraft is fully stacked. Celici just ticked over to it herself, so she needs to be careful not to get dash punch. But speaking of careful, Yankate didn't really need to lose that double barrier. Well played though, out by Clever Crafts. And now the side of Bliatz looking to turn this around. Good strike war is one. They're trying to keep it up into this top side where they want it to be. Flip out by Shen 431 and Wood keeping it in the corner. Second barrier falling. Celici winning these strike wars again and again against Lamacraft. The hit's done nearly there, and it's an open net. So dangerous for these melee goalies.
Yeah, Balu with a great offense though. He's just leading the charge by himself. Nothing found, but I believe Llama will have all his cooldowns available. Maybe looking for another crazy Giga. Almost doesn't need it, but Yan with an insane roll finds the perfect pixel. Celici with an attack now, and Shen in some trouble. The side of Clevercroft's able to rotate rapidly back though, as still the offense now on the side of Bliatz. Balu's flip, you know, maybe a bit of nerves getting to the red still, but making use of this Chrono Boost dash is Celici shooting it top side and getting it in.
Yeah, Celici doing so well. And I do want to give props to Wood there as well, because I was basically like a 1v2 in the corner, and she just continued to keep the core forward to give Celici a chance to just wait in the wings for that jump strike. And just so well played out by Bliatz. Now, they are on this defense. A little tough. Good clear there out by Yankate. They're bit of a greedy double barrier attempt there, and it nearly worked. On the other side, a successful double barrier attempt off of Lamacraft's flip. And now Shen just needs to hold this defense by enough time for Balu and Llama to close this out.
Yeah, Lamacraft with a great chance. Once again saved by Yan, but can't get it on the run back. The hit stun from Balu, too much. And now, I mean, this is a do or die point for Clevercross. I think if it goes up 2-0, I think Bliatz have got this one for sure. So Llama and Balu certainly gonna need to lock in on the offense, and lock in they do. Almost finding the double, not quite though. I'm sure Yan breathing a sigh of relief there, but still it's Balu leading the charge on the top side. And, okay, flip comes out from Shen for something.
Yeah, flip burned by both Shen and Celici there. A little odd, and now neither of them really getting anything for it. Lamacraft is helper looking a little low, but no abilities, I think, able to be dumped onto Llama. Now Celici and Wood just playing this corner offense so well. They find the second barrier. That is a bit of a dangerous spot. This is where the side of Clevercraft wants to be. They want to be on the long side of that barrier, because that's the easiest way to do it. Lamacraft is staggered. Flip forced out for Yankate. It's just dimed up. But no Wood. We got to take the strike there. Bit of a panic moment. And Shen able to save Llama, so that's crucial. Able to keep the stacks so massive, and now Yankate in a dangerous spot. There's the Flame Flurry, and it is able to enough to hit stun Yankate. Flip available for Balu, but Flip's in the worst possible position and will likely pay for it, as Wood playing up this top side nearly has a flip of her own, just wants to stay in position. One more strike should do it. Fed up to her, holding the flip for a little longer, has that egoist available, just going to use this speed. Shen nearly taken off the map there, and this is so dire for Bliatz. They just need to get it on the offense. They can't let Clever Crafts execute their craft. And now Lamacraft losing a crucial strike board, but Celici saves it. Yankate saves it as well. Bliatz looking so good here on the defense, but now another dangerous point. It goes into the corner. Celici hits right back into Balu. Tragedy for Bliatz.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the situation Bliatz are in now is we had a moment guaranteed to score, and we let it go past us, but we need to let it get to us. And they just need to adapt and keep on pushing because they've been looking so strong so far in this game. But if the mental is being hit by that point, I mean, it's a rough one, especially with the momentum, being in the favor of the crazy crafters. So the hot shot gonna go over to this Kai in form of denial from the Juno. Makes a lot of sense here. Team player, spark of agility, some scaling for Stellity here. Just gonna be two size pickups on the back half for the CC team. So we'll have to see. I mean, their draft certainly not as strong as the previous one.
Yeah, definitely, I would say a little weaker, especially when you consider the team player was picked up for Yankate. It's very important because there have been a lot of overtime points thus far, and I'm not sure where the threshold is, but we do have bulk up and powerhouse pauldrons, so there is a possibility that some of these strikes might just red core anyway, but yeah, no, that's not the case.
Yeah, I mean, maybe when we take into OT, well, certainly when we take into OT, we'll be seeing that come into fruition and the deadly effect. I mean, team player, but Wood, just a great strike reset there, tried and true, classic way of scoring, has a flip kill here, and Shen, I don't think, maybe didn't have the Atlas ult available or just wasn't looking, but yeah, Balu has a tall task to try and hold into this Juno who just is certainly out mobilitying him, but still, I mean, the ping pong is coming out, but it's given the opportunity for Llama to respawn. And now, I mean, looking for the offense almost with another Giga Blast, a fake out by Balu,
God, no.
and the ultimate gets it through Yan.
I've seen that like 3 times within basically the last set where Balu just completely fakes out Yankate in the exact same way, and it's not been good for the side of Blitz. They need to figure out a way to kind of recover from this, if only from a mental standpoint. And hey, maybe that's something that'll make you laugh and restore your mental, taking that barrier that way. Celsi, though, does need to be careful. Balu already using the flip, though, so does use it just for that first barrier, maybe for a bit more tempo. And with the Sustro intervention, is not really worried about dying, but Blitz, they do get the double barrier and are now in a great spot.
Balu just tried to dash through the middle unsuccessfully, but yeah, it's just Blitz on the offense here. Yeah, bit of mistakes from the back line here of the Clever Cross team. I mean, I said last game, when you reach this 1-1-1-1 state, it's a banger, and we are here once again, and this third set, when both teams have gotten one, is the most crucial one in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, now look at Celesty. Where does she go? She has the drum to kind of save her, at least for the time being. Wood trying to take this core up the top side. Celesty nearly finds that barrier, but unfortunately her primary slightly too slow. And now the stacks already available for their, I think, both brawlers, funnily enough. And I think that's the first time we have seen that. A kill onto Lamacraft, and that resets the stack. So crucial.
Yeah, absolutely. Locked in on that. And yeah, I mean, Balu has his, it looks like, as does Wood. But everyone else just a little slow in this lobby. As Balu, once again, in these power plays, when Llama's taken off the field, he's just locking it down, making it so that the core doesn't even reach the hands of Shen, who's going to pop a flip. A little for tempo, but I don't think him and Llama were on the same page there in terms of that offense. And now Shen picking up those orbs. I'm unsure how many stacks he's at, but certainly getting some value from it in that situation. As Wood with some great strikes on the offense, nothing found just yet. Still, as it's Balu's turn here, but nothing found. Flip wasted, and all of a sudden, so many resources are out of the hands of the Clever Cross team.
Yeah, and crucially, we have ticked over to overtime, and that means Red Core Central passed down from Yankate to Silisi back up to the top there with Wood, and the strike were so crucial. They're just trying to get into this corner, and instead, it is the barrier taken. Flip just burned so late, helped by Yankate.
Yeah, I mean, just maybe felt that he could get the strike through or was close to taking a cooldown, but the greed has gotten to him, and it was too much. And now, I mean, with no evade on the side of Yan, this Juliet is certainly a bigger threat than it has been to him in previous situations.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a threat. And now he will have some time to play up this bottom side with Silisi and Wood. Flip there out by Shen. Actually gets the barrier, funnily enough. And second barrier collected by Balu as well, thanks to the hit stun. And now, so crucial, the log comes through. There's the Flame Flurry as well. Wood trying to push forward with this flip. And the kill not found. And it's because the kill isn't found that Balu is able to get a dimer of a pass and send it up.
Yeah, Yan rolling to no avail. Couldn't find the right stop. And it's Shen 4-3-1 with the MVP here on the Atlas, rewarded with this rapid fire pickup. It looks like after that this X has quite a few options here. You know, I think Fire Up is a rather ridiculous awakening that you can always take, but of course, Tempo Swing, Berserker, even Fluff, Stinger. Spark going to be picked up here in terms of a denial away from Celesty. You know, the Juliet doesn't have anything too crazy, so I think it makes sense, but Celestee's certainly going to be happy with the Fire Up regardless. Siege Routine pick up for Yan. You know, it's alright, it does its job. And Berserker for Llama-Craft. Both those final two, nothing too great, but still, I think the big one certainly is this rapid fire on the Atlas.
Yeah, I think the rapid fire single-handedly makes this a near insanely favored draft for Clevercrafts because of how good it is. And we don't see it there. We instead see Balu going for an insane dash punch, hitting that double barrier. And now Blietz is going to have to work from this back foot. And they try to get this barrier, but just no offense is being found.
Yeah, Shen walking up aggressively there, taking those goalie favored strike wars, but Wood able to find it on the bottom side here, looking for some more work, but the X ultimate comes out to no avail there as Llama-Craft just covering that bottom side. I'm sure he wants this pass, gets the barrage, but the strike's not enough for the secondary and primary of the Dubu, as Balu now, I think, going to be the one to take the reins on the offense here, uses that ultimate, passes coming through, working in the corner, stun comes out, but still, Yan has a cooldown and has the defense locked in.
Yeah, well passed around there. Celestia actually getting it forward, but they should be looking up to this top side. Yes, Shen has the flip, but this is the side you want to be attacking from. Wood goes for the flip. It is caught there by the slime, and now we've reached overtime as Jan Kate, this team player, should be online. And the pass back, Celestia, no! We're not back past Beast today.
Oh no, yeah, just the slight movement from Yan and Celestia not reacting in time to it. Yeah, I mean, you love to see a couple backline players, you know, looking for some nice passes to each other, and sometimes it happens. I think just Bliatz just need to not let these things get to them. And it looks like they might have. And speaking of getting to someone, Shen finds the kill in combination with Balu and also finds the crucial res, getting, you know, Wood's cooldowns out. And now all of a sudden, flip here. Llama unable to get it in though, but still they have this barrier advantage. They have the stacks advantage. And it just looks so favored for this red side.
Yeah, it looks insanely favored, but hey, maybe this is a chance to turn things back around. Wood, unfortunately, that bull rush does go wide, and no! Oh my god, that was just a flip into the net, no?
I think so. I mean, if Shen had used the strike shot, well, I don't know. That was what it seemed like to me. Maybe switch to MOBA controls for a second there. I'm not sure, but yeah, I mean, just the side of Clevercrafts getting the better of the offense, even, you know, despite the silly mistakes, they just look structurally to be better. Balu put in jail there for a little bit for his crimes against humanity, or at least against the Bliat, the Bliat region. And for now, it's just going to be a neutral game state where both teams have this barrier remaining, both trying to work on the close side, and Yan unable to save that one. And Balu, I mean, this one looks all but over.
Yep. Yeah. All but over. And hey, as depressing as it is for the side of Blietz, we have to kind of give Clevercraft their flowers, right? Yeah. Coming in, yes, they're seed 5, but they were a bit of a question mark considering, you know, Balu hasn't played in tournaments that much recently. Shen was midfielding in EUSA, but not playing in tournaments as much as goalie. And Llama-Craft, as much of a beast as he's been kind of taking a little bit of back foot here and there. And, well, they've definitely shown that they still have what it takes to be near the top.
Yeah. I mean, Llama, if you hear me, I think I can certainly say you're not.
No,
oh, no. It was just backwards. Yeah, I mean, a lot of rare things that I haven't seen before. I'm still thinking about how that double first pick, second pick happened in the Clarion game.
Yeah.
But regardless, looking at the stats here, I mean, nothing sticks out to me too much. Just as is kind of common in these games with the Shen, Balu, Llama, they have a split of these goals. Everyone's kind of getting involved. They play really holistically, and everyone's getting a piece of the pie. Yeah, and just playing consistently, they always have a game plan. They know what they're doing. They know Shen's going to be aggressive, Llama's going to control the ball, and Balu's going to get stuff done on the offense.
Yeah, and all that considered, thank you everyone for showing up for day 1 of Weather the Storm. Reminder, we do have more games tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be starting with top 6. I think it should be winners finals playing first. I'm not 100% sure on that, so don't quote me. But there are going to be more amazing games tomorrow, and we'll see you there.
Also, real quick, we're gonna do a photo. So for everyone who's at the LAN, be sure to fill up for the group photo.
Is that now or tomorrow?
We're gonna do one today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, be there or be square, guys.
Yeah.